Yo, it's time, boys, for Diamond 1. Diamond 1 Protoss going to Masters 3. Oh my god, we're almost out of Diamond. The biggest league of all time. We're almost there. We got another about 400-ish MMR to climb. And then we out. Then we out of this bitch. And as I always say before, everything's going to be pretty much the same as it was before. We're going to do one new thing in Diamond 1 now that we're getting a little bit more confident with our micro, ideally. I'm going to start doing double mineral splits. Okay, guys? Double split. So you get your mouse centered on the Nexus. You make that fucking probe. You then split and split. So, do I expect you to do it perfectly the first time you try it? No, but it's something you can practice. It'll get you even more accurate with your mouse. Whoops, I did not mean to make the pylon there. Whoops, I mean the probe there. I just fucked that up. It's all good. Okay, and then otherwise it's all going to be pretty much the same stuff.
Find a way to fatigue yourself less, please.
Thank you, Stormgot, for the sub. Okay, and then we're going to make our Nexus. Oh, sorry, our gas. That is. We'll play a macro game this game, and we'll do less. We'll do less breakdowns after the games in terms of repetitive stuff we've already talked about. So if you're someone who just you're watching Diamond 2 for the first time, or sorry, you're watching this video, Diamond 1 to Masters 3 for the first time, and let's say you completely skipped the rest of Diamond League and you're like, no, I just want to watch Diamond 1. I highly encourage you to go back and watch Diamond 3 and Diamond 2. Atro Leok, thank you for the sub, dude. Much love. I highly encourage you to go back and watch more of B2GM series from earlier videos in Diamond, and the reason why is because there's a lot of analysis that I gave in those videos, and I'm kind of expecting you guys, as we go through the videos, to understand more about, what's going on, because you've built yourself up as a player, right? So definitely go back and watch those, because we're not going to do the same breakdowns we already did every single video, because it's a big waste of time.
You are an amazing person.
Yo, Logic.
Thanks for the series.
R6er, thank you for the gifted sub to Logic, and thank you very much for Low Gaming for the 3-month resub. Thanks, guys. But yeah, again, I don't want to make repetitive analysis where it's we literally I'm not going to talk about every single exact same situation. I will talk about situations. We will reference situations like that, but we're going to probably just mostly talk through the games now that we're in Diamond 1. Because we should already have concepts kind of under our belt, right? With a way to understand what they are. Okay. Oh, so, yeah. Whoop, kill that probe in our base. Okay, let's go ahead and get a shield battery at our natural. And right now, we have a probe going out to our opponent's base to go and scout our opponent. Okay, our opponent's showing up here with a couple stalkers, which is totally fine. We can pull back one of our stalkers that's taking damage. Try and shoot him as he runs away a bit more. Might get one more shot off here with the speed zone. Yep. Okay, I just weakened both of his stalkers. He weakened one of mine, I weakened both of his. Now, does he have a natural? We want to see with our probe if he has a natural. Let's see. Does he have a natural? And yes, he does. And the natural is a little bit behind mine, actually. His natural was there on the HP, if you noticed. It was right around here. It was in the deep yellow. So we're a little bit ahead in terms of probing and Nexus, which is good. That's a good sign. That means we're definitely not in a bad spot. So we can play a game that's super standard from here. We can let's go into a robo. Why not? Super, super easy peasy standard robo follow up to this. We'll actually make a couple sentries with this build, because we'll go into robos. Oh, we'll go into Immortals with our Robo, and we'll go into, charge the Arc on Immortal. Okay, so let's see what he's doing further into his base right now. So he's got the one sentry and 3 stalker. His Nexus is done. Our Nexus is also done. Ours has more probes than his does by a couple. Not by a ton, but by a couple. He's got a Robo as well, so we just confirmed everything he's doing, which is all good. We're doing very, very, very similar builds right now. His Robo is a little bit faster than mine, though, and my natural is a little bit faster than his. So You could say that that is the trade-off right there of where our discrepancy of our builds are.
I am here in the shadows.
Okay. And then we can go ahead and go into a third base. Because we're not doing a two base all in. So we're going to sit back defensively. Making a third base makes sense because we want to take this to a little bit of a later stage of the game, which is totally fine. Let's go scout and see if he has the same intention or if he's going to all in us. Behind our third base, let's go ahead and keep making units out of our buildings. That's a priority. Immortals is a priority, followed by gateway units as a secondary. And there's his third, so our thirds are about the same, so we both have the same intentions. So neither one of us is like, I'm all-inning you right now, so it's all good. Let's go ahead and take our council. And we could also take a forge and start making zealots. And we can go into charge the Archon Immortal. And then we can take our forge. Okay, yeah, and there's his army, looking fairly similar to ours. We're doing very, very, very similar setups right now, which is, it's all good, no worries. We can throw out another Hallucinated Phoenix. Once again, just let's go see if he's already like pre-saturating the third base like we are with long distance and like lots of probes already sitting up on it that are about to finish. Like as soon as we get there, we're going to see his third basically finishing, and we'll see how many probes he has on the base. So right now he's got literally 0, and we're going further forward, and what do we see? 1 probe with immortals and an immortal. Or sorry, immortals and a stalker. Or 1 immortal and stalkers, and I already have 10. So what do we know from that? I know for a fact I have more money than he does. For a fact. So now if we send another scout into his base, why does that make sense? How, like, am I just going to assume I have a lead for no reason? No, there's trade-offs. I'm going to guarantee now, if I scout his main base, I'm looking for something I already suspect is happening, and that is, I bet my opponent has as many gateways that I do, but mine just started, and his are probably already done. So he probably has more than 2 gates. He has a Robo Bay already. He has 2 gates. He has 4 gates. So he's got 5 gates and a Robo Bay. So he invested into this faster than I invested into it, which is why I have more probes than he does. All understandable. Like, it's all easy to understand once you start thinking about it that way. And you're like, cool, I'm actually like paying attention to trade-offs in the game. Like, why are you behind? Why are you ahead? How does these things make sense? And now we are able to make Archons, and now finally our tech is coming online. It's all good. Okay, we'll just stay on 3 bases for now. And we'll do like, now we'll do a big ass timing. So let's take our gateway count and go even more intense with it. Let's make like 4 Templar for Archon, make a couple Zealots. Keep chrono boosting our upgrades. Let's make like 4 more gateways. And now we're going to be able to go into a really big ass attack with charge. Okay. God damn it, dude. I did not mean to do that again. Jesus. We're going to go into our what's it called? Big timing now with our 10 gates and our robo. Okay, let's make up on my pylons because we don't want a supply block. So he's taking a 4th base, right? He's taking a 4th base. So he's still macroing, guys. He is still macroing, right? So there you go. We now know that our gates are going to be able to be very strong here. We could probably even make like 2 more, honestly, because we're splitting our resources half and half between Immortals and Archons. So let's go ahead now and make our final round of Archons. Spin our gas. Let's grab a Warp Prism with our Robo. Chrono Boost out my upgrade still. And then now let's go into a timing attack because we're playing the more aggressive option. So we are the ones who should be aggressive. So as soon as our... We could even start a Nexus behind this, but we're doing the Nexus as a follow-up to after already investing into the pressure. So we could even transfer probes now that are oversaturated to the space. So we're not making more probes, we're just transferring probes to the space that oversaturate. And we can go right now. So we're going to max out and we're going right now. Now this attack has a lot of potential to kill our opponent. So I could have played 4 base just like he did, or I could have played a 3 base setup like we did this game. And now he's right there. What's up, Protoss? He's got disruptors. Let's go ahead and be careful about those things. Now that he's got disruptors, let's do this. Let's take my army and go like half and half. So grab half Miami, go to the top, half Miami, go to the bottom, and let's attack into his base now. And let's start warping in units all over him. So again, we're doing like half and half because we don't want to get hit by disruptors from one angle. And now we're actually running him over because if we look at the supply when I attacked him, he probably does not have as much as me. And the reason why he doesn't have as much as me is because, again, this is what you call a window to attack somebody. It's a timing window, which means my opponent should have more probes than I do, and which means they should have more. It's not by much though, by the way, but yeah. They should have more probes than we do, which is money that I have not invested that he did into expansions. And then on top of that, the trade-off is all that money that was invested for our opponent to go into more expansions was invested for us to go into more units. So that's why we were the aggressor here. It's why it makes sense for us to do a timing attack. If we look at total gateways active, he's got 5, I've got 10. So, yeah, that's a huge deal.
Thank you for your amazing lunch specials.
Thank you, fruit sausage. Much love, dude. I'm glad you like them, man. Hell yeah. But yeah, another thing, too, about this that's really important to know is that not only did we make a little bit less economy than our opponent did, but we also developed faster than our opponent did in the earlier stages of the game by just consistently making probes at a faster pace. So, like, if you look at the developing stages, we actually are always ahead. So all this money that happens throughout the game is extra money we have over our opponent. Because again, this is not nothing, by the way. And just because our opponent could eventually hit 44, like we're at 44, doesn't mean we've mined the same amount. If I've had 44 probes for like 60 seconds longer than my opponent has, there's resources there that are discrepancy for me to have the lead from. So if we did a better job at making probes faster, and then we cut probes at our timing situation, which for us was right around 70. We stopped making probes right around 70 this game. Do you have to do that every game? No. Why did we do that this game? Why did I stop right around like 66 to 70? High 60s or like the low 70 mark. Why did I stop there? Because I had 3 bases fully saturated, which is exactly 66. And I actually ended up making just a couple of, like one wave of probes longer than what 3 base was. Because I decided, you know what? We're doing the same build, and I have a lead throughout the game. So how about we just turn the pressure on now and see what we can do? So it was fine. Like, do you have to do that? No. But just understanding that that made sense and why that made sense is important. So we chose to, like, turn on the pressure when our... once we had confirmations throughout the game that we had an economy lead. And then we went into Charge the Archon Immortal, and my opponent tried to go for a Disruptor-based army, which is fine. And, yeah, it gave us this fat economy, this fat supply lead. Because we started producing out of units way quicker. Because you'll notice how look how we always maintain a probe lead the entire time, right? Then when we stop making probes here pretty soon, and now he keeps going. He'll keep going. He'll keep going. He'll keep going. He keeps going. I haven't made a probe in a while. He still goes. He's still going. He's still going. I'm still holding a lead. Now we're finally, he just now took the probe lead. But in that time that he just took the probe lead, all that means was that our opponent wasn't having as much of efficiency with his buildings as we did. So if you really wanted an honest breakdown of how a pro would look at this game, why did blue beat red in this game? It's because blue's buildings had about 90% plus uptime in production, and red's buildings had about like 70% plus uptime in production. And what does that mean? It means that, like, for instance, my Nexus barely ever missed probes. I would maybe miss less than 10% of the time out of the whole game when I'm building probes with my Nexus would a probe not be being built in my Nexus. It was very tiny. And my opponent had a bigger margin of error there, where he had instead of in the 10 percentile situation, he's in like the realm of somewhere like around 30%, could be like 28, could be 27, could be 26. It's just more. He missed more seconds on building units out of his buildings, probes and units in general, which is why, even though nothing has happened up to this point in the game other than what was that died? I killed the pylon. That's right. We killed probes in a pylon. I killed a probe in my base. He killed a probe in his base. That was mine that was scouting for the natural. We both lost a probe, and I just killed a pylon, like right here. That's why the debris of the building is flying all over the place. So yeah. Not like nothing's happened essentially is what I'm trying to say. And the only reason why we're ahead is because, again, two reasons. We had a higher percentile of using our buildings for production. And also we made a cut decision to go, all right, let's explode gateways because we're going to go for a 3 base aggressive attack. And yeah, it did great. And the only thing about how to micro this was I could very well split my army up like crazy and like counter the disruptor shots by going split, 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 split like every time he throws disruptors at me. But the easiest way to fight disruptors in PvP is to give yourself a bigger concave. Literally. I didn't micro a single time against disruptors this game. I pre-fight microed it. I gave myself a bigger concave. I went, oh, he's got disruptors. Okay. How about we split our units up? And now suddenly, he still throws disruptors. Look, we'll go back to that one shot because I mean we're not actually counter micing this, so I don't want to give you the wrong impression, right? We're not like going crazy here. And you can see this one right here. Once we engage. Right, this one right here. It flies in and it hits every fucking immortal and it wipes out 3 zealots as well. 3 zealots around the immortal died, and all three of my immortals on this side just got fucking owned. There's actually 4. There's one right there too. But that's terrible. I just took their shields are now proc, the barrier's over. These immortals now are way squishier to be killed. They have no shield. Like they're very close to dying now. They normally have 400 health with the barrier in a real fight. But now they only have 100, so they literally have 25% of what they could have in an actual fight when they're actually taking real damage. So that sucks. These immortals could totally die. But now these units on this side as well, they engage from the bottom and they're trying to set up a fight in the bottom of the situation here. And now we have so much surface area all over his army. And now look at that, right? He actually just blows up all those immortals that were weakened with another disruptor shot. So they got weakened and then another disruptor shot goes forward and what happens? Look at all these immortals right now. And they all fucking die. Like, that's a great disruptor usage by Poo Butt here, our opponent. But it just doesn't matter because it's not enough because we have more maintenance or more uptime of our buildings. And then on top of that, if our opponent has not hit that stride yet where he's going to start investing into production, right now, again, like we talked about, the first thing we talked about was he just increased his gateway count up to 9. And we actually increased ours to 12. So even if he takes good trades, like he has an immortal pop a couple, or a disruptor pop a few immortals, which is really nice, we're still outproducing him with just sheer numbers of units. So this is a problem. And if his base breaks right now, he's going to die, right? And that's exactly what happens. It's just too much. And then he breaks. He's also making stalkers, and stalkers are hard here because the only way stalker disruptor works is if you actually micro really well against zealots. Like you don't let them you don't stand there and melee them. Essentially, you kite them the entire time. But it's hard to kite if you're already at your base. So more or less, that's pretty much why the game went our way. We had more assertiveness in our build than he did. Did I have to attack there? No. But it made sense to attack the way we set it up because, number one, Charge the Archon Immortal is a composition that as soon as you max out, you really want to attack with it because it's not an in-game army, it's a mid-game army. So you definitely need to utilize it earlier than later. And then secondly, we chose to go for the gateway route, which means we should definitely attack. Is this a Zerg player? It is a Zerg player. All right, good luck, have fun. Let's build our pylon. Let's build our gas, boost our nexus, and then let's go scout his base now that we have a gateway expand going on. Let's confirm what he's doing. Make sure he's not going for like a 12 pool, essentially. He's 12 pulling me. Yeah, he's early pulling me. So now we need to change our build a little bit, and we need to make Zealot, and we need to make second pylon, and we need to get ready for this attack here that's going to be hitting us. Does he have a gas? No gas with this. Okay, so this is just a a poke. This is not actually an all-in. It's just a poke. It's going to be like macro follow-up out of this. Okay, so let's go ahead and make our core, make a zealot, make a second gateway. And now there's the Zerglings. Okay, so we chrono boost out our zealot. And we'll leave a probe right here defensively to try and take our Nexus relatively early. Okay, our zealot's out. Hold the door. Hodor. I like how he types like I'm gonna not control my unit. Okay, so let's cancel the zealot and make a stalker, and the reason why is because I don't need 2 zealots right now. He just got in the base. It's okay. It's not a big deal, guys. It's not the end of the world. 2 lings can't do anything. They can be annoying, but they really can't do much. And our stalker can finish and go deal with that ling in our base. Okay, run these probes away because he's going to try and attack them, most likely. That's why he's moving in this way. Okay. These probes can't even mine gas yet anyways. And now our stalker can come up here and get on these lings and kill them. Okay, so we can attack one more time with our probes. Get away from my probes. We lost 1 probe to the lings. It's okay. Now no other probe should die and the stalker should kill them. Okay. And now we have enough to afford a Stargate. Let's go for a Stargate this game. Behind us, let's go ahead and make a couple of Adepts. And we should definitely also make another Pylon. And I would say overall, my opponent definitely invested early to attack me early, but he did not really fully invest like crazy amounts of lings into this. So it's not like my opponent's like super dead now or anything like that. I would just say the position for us now is not bad. It's not amazing, but it's also not bad. Let's go ahead and chrono boost our probes out. And now we could actually use 1 adept to go scout his base. So what are we doing with this adept? Am I going to go try to win the game right now? No. It makes no sense to win the game with 1 adept right now. That's stupid. What I'm going to do, though, is think about it for a second. My opponent went for a gasless expand, so this adept has no fear of getting caught by speedlings. And now what I'm trying to confirm is this guy going to cheese the shit out of me, or is he going to take a 3rd base? So if I run my adept in like this, go to his gas in his main base with a shade, and run to his other 3rd, I can not only scout his gas, layer fast, double gas, okay, no 3rd base. You want to know what that means, guys? It means that he's teching really hard, and this could totally be fast Hydras, fast Spire, fast Nidus. It could totally be things like that. And now I know that based on how my adept just scouted his base. This guy went from a gasless 12 pool expand into a double gas. Well, now my adept's getting caught in the map going home, though, which it sucks for him. Sorry, dude, you're going to die now. But it's okay. It's okay. It is what it is, right? We got a really nice scout off. It was definitely worth it to see what that was. And now we have an idea that Nidus is probably the thing we're afraid of the most here, which is why we have our pylons around our base too. So it helps a lot at dealing with this. Like, how many queens does this guy have? He's got 1 queen, 2 queens, Baneling Nest, 3 queens. Okay, so who fucking knows? It could definitely be aggressive. Let's get adepts out in front of our base, and let's take a quick brief moment to go take our 3rd right now. That would be huge for us because our opponent doesn't even have a 3rd either. Okay. And now our adepts are here. Our probe is here. We make up a nexus. We can make our pylon. We can make another pylon. And then tuck our adepts into the fucking pylons. Okay, and now we go forward. And now let's try and get in the Zerg's base again. And this time I would say the most intelligent thing that makes sense is let's once again go check and see if this guy has a 3rd base. Secondly, behind that, let's see if he has gas at his natural. And why would that be a good thing to do? Because we don't know if it is Spire or if it's ground. Now he has a 3rd. Okay. There's no drones at it or there's no gases at it. Now what's going on at his natural? What's going on down here? There's a lot of queens. Are you mining gas? Yes, he's mining gas. So, hard to say at the moment as to like exactly what this is. It's not super easy to read. Because he does have a lot of queens, but it could be a few things. It could definitely be a few things. So if we're not fully understanding what it is, let's just do a middle of the road build where it's a bit safe and standard, and we'll just keep making probes, make some extra gateways, get this base a bit protected right here, and we're good to go. Now we're just gonna keep going with a build as is. We're chilling. Grab our voids and let's try and do some more damage. It's also good to council with this too, so we can go into more units. And there's Hydras. Okay, so now we know it's Hydras. So now it's a very low eco Hydra composition. Let's get our army together. Let's go kill this fucking overlord behind our base as well really quickly. And let's fight the... Okay, so now he's got a bunch of banelings coming in, so let's try to split up our army a little bit. There we go. And now let's go ahead and make a Robo Bay. Make an observer, make a weapon upgrade. Fall back to our battery here. Warp in some stalkers. Okay, we can go back to the battery again. Just make some more units. Make some stalkers here. Whatever. Keep making units. And he's going incredibly aggressive right now. Like, this is very close to being full-on all-in almost, because this is so invested into trying to attack me. So he just killed some probes. Now we can remake some probes to fix that. All good. Fix our gates over here. Make a new pylon. And now we can go into... Because now we know what he's going for. Now we know he's going for a Hydra-based army. We can now go into maybe a couple of Sentries, Colossus, and Blink Stalkers. Easy fucking peasy. Let's Chrono Boost our upgrades. Let's also Chrono Boost maybe our first Colossus out that way in case this guy attacks us really early. We're not just going to die. Now again, same thing as last game. Okay, he's got lings in my base. Let's go ahead and fix that. Send these probes down to go mine the natural. Keep making probes. And keep making units. Try not to take any damage here. Let's go to my main base. Kill these fucking lings in the main. Okay, lings are dead. Awesome. Probes of the natural can rotate back to the main. We can re-rally to the main because the main is undersaturated now. Okay, base is fixed. Base is still good. Base is almost good again. We're just fixing our probe counts. Stay defensive with our army. Do not freak out and don't be like, oh, I gotta go now. There's really no reason why you have to go now. And he's attacking us again. So let's group up. We can make a few more pylons. He's pushing my gateway in the bottom. Let's make a shield battery in our main base as well in case this guy continues to try to do shit like that again in the future. Get level 2 weapon upgrades. And we're just chilling for a second here. Now we're fully saturated on all of our bases, so let's take one probe. And let's get rid of these rocks. And why do we need to go attack him right now? We're rotating tech with a good economy into an army that can beat him really well. So there's no need to go attack him right now. Because we're transitioning into something stronger. And now if I was making mass gates and just going on fucking mass charge lots, I'd be like, yeah, let's go attack him. Because we don't really have the intention of going for something stronger. But this game we do. So it makes no sense to go fucking ham here and just attack. If my opponent wants to stay on Hydras all game, we definitely are going to be okay with that. Let's go ahead and make a Templar Archives. Keep Chrono Boosting on our upgrades. We can make a few sentries as well, just to increase the power of our army defensively, so we can force field and shit like that. Let's also send out one Hallucinated Phoenix, and let's just go scout the edges of the map, and let's see how many bases the Zerg is on. Is he on 3 still? Is he on 4? Is he taking 5th base? Let's also get some more gateways set up outside this base too, so we can... Okay, Zerg's pushing this base, so let's go defend it. Hi, Zerg. Now notice how I can walk forward, I can cancel the Nexus, and now Zerg can't leave. And we're okay with this, because that was not worth killing a Nexus, I would say. All those Hydras that just died is more expensive than killing a Nexus. Like, that was not a good trade for Zerg. Okay, we can go ahead and get... we can start a Fleet Beacon, we can start Storm, we can start Charge. And the reason why is because our opponent does have a 4th base. And if we want to stay on this tech for now, that's totally fine. But there's nothing forcing us to stay on this tech all game either. So another thing we can do right now is how about we make... Now we have a good amount of Stalkers. We have Colossus. We don't need to make like 25 Colossus or something like that. We can stop on like 3 or 4 Colossus. We'll stop on 4, and that'll be super nice. And now we can go into from Charge Lot Stalker, or sorry, it's from Blink Stalker Colossus Sentry into now going into Charge Lot with some High Templar. And then we can eventually go into air entirely. Like, we, again, are playing a transitional, reactive, conservative style. We're not playing a style that makes us feel like if we don't attack, we die. Because if you play like that, you play panicky and you play sloppy, and that's when you actually do die a lot of the time. So now we can transfer a lot of probes to our new base. Transfer probes to our new base. Transfer probes to our new base. Our probe count is 88. That's fucking plenty. We actually went a tiny bit overboard there, but it's totally fine. And now the fleet beacon's done, and we can have more of our Stargates coming up. Because again, now we can start actually going into a Sky Toss style with High Templar. So let's keep Chrono Boosting our upgrades. Chrono Boost that. Chrono Boost this. We're getting weapon upgrades for both air and ground right now. Let's throw out... I accidentally made an Archon. Oh, my bad. My bad. Shit, dude. I gotta make a couple of Templar dead. Let's go ahead and throw out a couple of fucking... a couple of Phoenix to go scout. Transfer some probes from this base to the gases. And now let's even try to take another base. We could also start adding in a couple of, just to be extra safe, we can add a couple cannons here. We could add in more zealots. And now we're going to be maxed out. We are now going to actually be maxed out right now. So now what we should do is not try to kill our Zerg opponent by all-inning the crap out of him. We should play conservatively and poke him and only take trades that we think are going to go well for us. So if it doesn't mean you can't have to leave your base. We're definitely able to leave our base. That's totally fine. We could also make a couple cannons here, just in the meantime, just in case the Zerg attacks us. Same thing here, a couple cannons here. Same thing here, a couple cannons here. What if the Zerg does a counter? It would help a lot. Okay, let's go ahead and poke Zergs. Let's go ahead and poke him. Chrono Boost upgrades. Chrono Boost upgrades. Poke this guy's creep down here. What are you doing, Zerg? You're poking me with a bunch of lurkers. Okay. So now Zerg knows I'm here. Let's go ahead and do this. Shift A, move my army on the top side of his base. And I'm only going to do it with my zealots. Just my zealots are going to go. And now my main army can still stay in this area and still be annoying. Be like, hey, Zerg, I'm still here. Hey, guess what, Zerg? I'm still in the area. What are you doing? Get ready to start our next expansion because we need to. And now my zealots are killing a base. And if those zealots die, guys, do I really care? No, they're very easily replaceable. And I also look at my money. It's going really high, right? Which means I need to actually lose some of my supply to make better armies. So I notice how I'm not attacking. I don't need to attack. I can poke him. I still have him defensively in that location. He just killed my zealots. So now I can remax with carrier. I can make another round of zealots. And I can do another attack with my zealots. Be like, hey, zealots, do it again. Because I can keep him defensive while I rotate. Behind this, I can make a few more gateways. Okay, we're killing some queens, which is cool. Let's go ahead and make... Okay, he's actually... Let's go ahead and feed back some of those Vipers right there. That's nice. Let's go ahead and make some cannons and some batteries in this base. Make a couple gases here. That way we can transfer probes that are oversaturated to that base. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go back to it. You guys all come down here. Okay, we can also make a Dark Shrine because this is good for base trades. And now I have all these carriers that can be chrono boosted. I have these upgrades that can continue to be chrono boosted. And I'm switching my army into a godly death ball rather than Stalker Colossus. Now, if he would have all-in us, Stalker Colossus would have been super useful. But he didn't all-in us. Okay, we just killed some Static D right there. Back off. We're kind of stalemating the Zerg out. At this point as well, we could even increase our production a little bit with our Stargates. Go to a total of like maybe 6 Stargates so I can really pump like crazy. And now, finally, we have to make a choice, right? I still am maxed out and I don't have Zealots anymore. So now let's actually send Stalkers. Okay, he looks like he wants to attack my other bases. So let's go try and defend. Okay, we're defending. It looks fine. So my carriers are defending really well. We can make a couple more cannons here to be extra safe. Okay, do not send the carriers out. That is silly to do that. Let's just send the Stalkers out. Keep getting chrono boosted shields and weapon upgrades for our air. And this army is still guarding our base on the bottom side of the map. We're just chilling. And now these Stalkers, if they die, am I going to be upset that they died? Am I going to remake them if they die? Fuck no. If they die, it's understandable, it's acceptable, and all I want to do is remake better units. So they just got owned. I killed a couple drones. I scouted. There's a bunch of lurkers in this game on the top side of the map, and all my Stalkers are dead. And I just made another 5 carriers. Cool. Now you know what I should probably get rid of? The next unit I should get rid of? I'm fighting against fucking mass lurkers and a lurker-based static D Zerg. So I would say sentries here don't mean shit anymore either. So I should probably also get rid of my sentries. And I should probably also get rid of my Colossus, because Colossus are also not great against lurkers. So we are more than welcome to get rid of our other units once again. So we can go ahead and send some hallucinated phoenixes around the map. Like send a bunch of them. Be like, hey, you guys go down there. You guys go over here. You guys go over here. You guys go over here. Let's find out what Zerg has. Where are you, Zerg? We can send these guys out to go die. And why am I sending them out to go die? Because if they die, I will be able to make another round of things like Archons and Carriers and better units. Meanwhile, we can take another base. Let's go ahead and poke Zerg. Just run around a little bit. See if we can poke Zerg a little bit here. The answer is no, not really. So, not much damage to be had there. But it's okay, because now we're going into more Templar. We're going into more Archon, more Carrier. And we just have an overall better army. Let's go ahead and get rid of these sentries. I mean, microing these sentries is kind of a waste of your fucking time, I'm not going to lie. But you're just getting rid of them. We're going to let them get out of our army to make more room for better units. And now, we have one Adept as well. Let's just fucking kill him with cannons. Sorry, Adept, you are useless. Get out of here. You're a bad unit now. And now we have this army that is fucking God mode. So now Zerg is trying to push us with his main army, which is fine. And we have this godly army that is going to do some serious fucking damage. So let's go and get shield upgrade, finish off our weapon upgrade. Let's go ahead and make cannons up here while we're waiting. Okay, we can go ahead and defend that base on the top because he's sending lurkers at it and we don't want this base to die. It's all good. We can always recall to this one if we need to. Keep getting upgrades for our units. Let's start getting upgrades for the armor, for air, and shields again for the ground. We can make another probe come over here and continue to build more cannons because the first probe we just had died. Okay, and now let's actually do a push. Now let's do a real push. And while we're doing it, while we're setting it up, let's do a quick round of passing our probes and go, hey, extra probes, go to the new base we just made. And now let's push this base. Now our army is fucking super strong. We no longer have this like mediocre army versus what we're up against. We now have this godly army that is going to be a monster at pushing Zerg bases. And if Zerg wants to push another base of ours, that's okay. How about we just kill this base? And we know Zerg is defensive right now. This is a fresh base that Zerg needs. Let's go like this. All my units, select our army, right click a lot right here. Group them up really close. Grab this base and recall right now. And now our army comes down and defends against Zerg over here. Now we have our army relocated once again. And we go, hey, army, go attack into the Zerg again. Let's get our Templars forward. And let's go ahead and feed back a lot of his Vipers. Let's go ahead and time stop his army. And if he engages my air units, we can go ahead and storm his ass. And that was a super fucking destructive army. We just destroyed his army in that push, right? We lost some Archons, so let's remake those Archons. We don't want to not remake them. They're very important. Let's go and get rid of these rocks while we're at it. Remake those Archons. One of my Archons is actually stuck right now, so let's go ahead and get rid of that pylon and build like a new pylon there and another pylon there or something. So that Archon's not going to be trapped there forever. And let's actually push with our carriers. Now behind this, look at what we can do because we cleared the base out over here. Let's do this at the same time. 2 Dark Templars. I just killed all the static D. So 2 DTs, you guys go over there and you go fuck with that. Now let's push over here. Carriers, go push. Templar, go storm that Corruptor pack. Storm it again. Storm it again. Storm it again. Okay, Zerg killed another one of our bases. Rebuild it immediately. Now, Zerg is running out of money, guys. And why is Zerg running out of money? Because he doesn't have any fucking active expansions as much anymore because all the bases aside from these corner bases now are mostly mining out. By the way, I could fucking tell this dude was going to be you know, non-friendly because that tactic he had right here where he said, how's your gluten allergy? Right as his lings show up at my base, he was trying to literally make my zealot walk out of position so he could walk in my base with all of his lings. Play at your real MMR. It's okay. I tell you what, therapist, if you watch my Zerg series, I guarantee it'll help you. I don't take any offense to what you just said. Because again, it's a guide, right? It's a guide, and that's what it's supposed to be. And Therapist, let me tell you something really fast. If you ever watch this, or if you watch this right now, or something like that, or anyone who thinks like Therapist just did, I just want you guys to know that what we just did here is very doable. I think if you're a Diamond 1 player, I do think 100% you could do everything we just did. As long as you feel confident in understanding it, you could do it. That wasn't that fucking hard for us. This game was literally us just kind of sitting there until we had a good army, and then we just actually attacked Zerg afterwards. It was very, 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 very strong, but very, very, very easy to do. And you could say the same thing about what I'll do for Zerg in Zerg Diamond videos. It's not going to be GM level gameplay versus Diamond players. Because again, GM level gameplay will be GM level gameplay, not fucking Diamond. I will not. If you are thinking that, for instance, that this was like the best Protoss game I've ever played in my life, and this is the hardest I've ever played Protoss, you're sorely mistaken. There's a lot more that you can do with your race. But yeah, it just, as long as you understand how to play the game, there you go, man. So much easier. So again, I don't take any offense to what he just said. It's just one of those things that I think is funny because it's such a closed-minded mindset. So this game, our opponent was annoying in the early game, trying to poke us and disrupt our build and things like that. We tried to poke him to confirm what was going on. We scouted him. We kept identifying that there was no way this Zerg is crushing our economy. Not only did we scout the first 12 pool with an expansion, but we then followed up and scouted with our units later on that there was no third with the hallucination, or sorry, it was our adept. Our adept confirmed there was no third base. That's huge. It's fucking huge. It means our opponent's teching really hard behind that. That's what our adept saw with the shade. And then finally we go back and confirm, and what do we see? A third base that's finished. Our third base is on the way, but the third base has literally no queen at it. It just finished because you can tell by the creep. This creep would be fully spread like this, and like it would be like that if it was already done. That's what the creep would look like if the base was done for a while. It would fully spread out to a full radius. This is not fully spread. This is just finished. Like the creep spawns with like that much creep at it. So like the hatchery just finished. If I had to guess, I would say this hatchery finished at 540. Right? Like if I go back to like 540, I would not be surprised if it finishes right then. It actually finished like at 535 or some shit. Finished at 533. Because again, creep spawns in a small radius around it, and then it slowly spreads over time. Which is why when I flew over it and I saw that, like, okay, there's not full creep here, we could easily tell that this dude has not had this base for very long. It's brand new. It's fresh. And it's assuming if we didn't even scout before with our adept when we literally did a pass right here, scouted right there with the shade, and did a pass right here, and we saw no bases. So we double confirmed it, right? Because again, what we're doing is we're trying to play a macro game versus someone who could potentially play an all-in game. So we need to scout every now and again. It's important. And then we tried to get a read on what was going on. We did see a gas, but we didn't really get to see much of what was going on. So we just know that the Zerg player has no drones on the third base, and he has a lot of gas. So this is a tech build. It is a tech build. And if you don't know exactly what it is, just play standard defensively, and you're fine, generally speaking. Now, this is one of the first things we did that required a little bit of micro. Our opponent attacks us with a very tiny army of Lingbane Hydra. This is super aggressive, but super early. And the reason why it makes sense that that's what it is because even though our opponent has a third base, this is kind of like a two-base timing attack. That has a disrupted economy as well with it because he 12-pooled, made Lings, which only ruins the Zerg's economy as well. It's not like it only disrupts Protoss. You also disrupt yourself as Zerg there. So we knew his economy at the start of the game was weak because of that. And then as a follow-up to that, he does a timing like this, which is, again, it's small because he doesn't have a ton of money to work with here. He's kind of tapping himself pretty hard here with his own income. It's very limited. And then once we see what it is, we have a shield battery, we have our army, we have all of our units. Our army is very, very doable to defend this. All we need to do is not let the Banelings run into all of my units. Like, don't let them run right into there and blow up everything. And how do we micro against that? It's super easy. I just green box a chunk of the army, and I say, hey, go right there. And then I green box a chunk of that movement and go, hey, go right there. It's As long as you understand the concept of how to split against banelings, it's not fucking hard at all. All you do is you grab about 75%, anywhere between 50 to 75% of your existing army, and you green box it and you say move somewhere else. Like ideally further away from where the Banes are. You don't want to move into the Banes because then it defeats the fucking purpose. But if I take like 75% of my army and I move over here, you know what happens? If he A-moves his units, they will blow up on these units that got left there, which is good for us because it's bad trades for banelings. But if he doesn't A-move, all that's going to happen is he's going to move command past these units, and these units are going to get free shots off. So it's a win-win for you if you're splitting against Banes that way. Either way, you either make them detonate inefficiently because they're attacking units without a stack, or your units kill more Banes as more Banes try to continuously run past whatever is left of your clump. So I grab a chunk of my army and I move back. Do I grab the whole thing? No. Notice how I leave some units. I grab a chunk of it and I run away. And now look how when I run away, I can grab another chunk of it and run away again. That's all it is. And see how he's just running past because he's trying to get to the chunk? But if we keep, now I could do it again. I could take another chunk of it and run over here. All you do is split the chunk. It's not that hard. As long as you understand that's what you're supposed to do. A lot of people, what they think they have to do is they think they have to go like green box click, go that way, green box click this way, that way, that way. You have to like do 4 splits at once. No, you don't have to do that. And the reason why you don't have to do that is because if you split by running away from the banelings, so like if I grab most of my units and run away from the banelings, and then grab most of my units and run away from the banelings, grab most of my units and run away from the banelings, do you want to know what that keeps doing? It's one common denominator there. It keeps running away from the banelings, which buys you more time to split every time. So if I split 4 times, I don't split 4 times in 1 second. I split 4 times over the course of like 6 seconds because I'm always running away from the Banes with the majority of my units. So it's really fucking easy when you understand that's how easy it could be to split against banelings. It's not hard to just green box most of it and run away. Green box most of it, run away again. And now that it's mostly split up, he just lets it detonate. And now all the banelings are dealt with. And it's now just Hydras versus whatever we have left here. And are we just tunnel visioning this? No, in Bronze to Plat, we learned that's a bad idea, right? That's fucking terrible. Just to go, you know what? I know I have production, and I'm just not going to use it. So what are we doing instead? We're making units at the same time while we're getting attacked. We're going to spend our money to make things out of our production while the fight is happening. We are not going to tunnel vision this fight because that's how you die. That's how you lose games. So we're always making more units, more units, more units, more units. And then as a result of all of it, obviously the Zerg runs in, loses all the Hydras, everything ends up dying. And then that's fine. That's all good for us. Not a big deal. Because we're still making probes, we're still making units, we're still looking good in our economies. Zerg runs into our base again, gets a lot of lings in our base, super annoying. He runs lings over here too. How do we micro against that? Literally, you could either warp in units here to defend that because it's not many and send your whole army to defend the main lings in your main base. Or you could run your whole army in your main base to attack the lings and then green box, similar to how we just split against main lings, the back of your army and tell them to go over here and defend this base. Either way would be fine. Do not feel like you can only use... you'll start to learn, now that we're in Diamond 1 and we're getting above, you'll start to learn a lot of times when you micro in this game, you end up green boxing a lot more than you might realize. Like if you only micro through your keyboard, that is not good. Like if you're an F2 select all army kind of guy and you just always micro your army by going select all army, move that area, select all army, move that area, and you do nothing with your mouse, well, that's not great. That's not proper micro. That's how you can deal with things at a basic level, like Bronze to Plat. But you can't really continue to play like that forever. So being able to just say, you know what, I'm going to green box these units and go that way instead. Without feeling the need to go select all army, attack that pace as well. You don't have to do that. You can select all of it to go up here so you have no idle units. And in the process of going there, you could green box some of your units and go down here so every unit is active. That's totally fine. You want you don't want units to just be sitting there doing nothing either. So initiating with select all army is totally okay. I'm not telling you that's a bad idea. But understanding about how to split your units around your base is something you need to start really getting comfortable with. And another reason why, if you guys have been wondering, Vibe, why are you teaching us how to mineral split in all these games? Because it gives you subconscious mouse movement, like awareness. Like you can actually, if the game starts and you go split, go there, split, go there, you're getting better and better and better with your mouse. You're getting more accurate with your mouse. You're becoming more invested into it. You're just getting more comfortable with using your mouse greenboxing micro. This is something you need to do over time. That's why I've been telling you guys to split for so long in the series already. And now I'm advancing you at this point now in Diamond 1 and forever from now on to try and do a double split, because now you're getting even more advanced with your mouse. So yeah, anyways, from this point on, what can we do, right? Our army should definitely not be there. We definitely back it up. And we can just play defensive. And why does it make sense for us to play defensive? Again, we think about the game compositionally. Do we think, like, this is where a lot of players would crumble and fall apart. What did I just scout, guys? What did I just scout? I just scouted a Zerg who had no drones on his third base and extra gas investment on his natural. And that generally means he's going to be aggressive. It means he's not doing a mineral-focused build. And what are we doing? We're doing defensive macro with a mineral-focused build. So if I know my build is more economically focused than my opponent's, why on earth would I ever, in this position after I just defended my base, feel the need to counter-attack? This is where everybody loses their shit in this game and they don't understand how to play. If I know my opponent's going for all-in focused playstyles and I'm going for macro focused playstyles, all that happens if I draw the game out longer and longer and longer is that I get further and further and further ahead. That's all that happens. And I know that based off of looking at investment of economy. My opponent not only went for gas, he also went for a Lingbane Hydra timing attack. Behind that, what does he do? While I have now recovered my base, I'm fully saturated again on my bases, and I'm good to go. And I'm making more units now. I'm adding in Colossus because he's going for Hydras. What do I do now? Or what is happening now? He's doing another Hydra attack. So, again, this is not the time to feel the need to shove out of your base and go kill him in the attempts to go killing his base. Because if my opponent is going to stay on low tech like this, with lots of investment into units, and I'm going to tech, because I have a Robo Bay, which is high tech. I have a Stargate already, which can turn into a Fleet Beacon later, which is high tech. I have all these tech investments coming up in the future, not now. It makes no sense to attack now. It makes way more sense to sit on my lead and defend my lead, because the odds of me winning fights in choke points, near my buildings, near shield batteries, being able to retreat into more choke points of my own creation, that is going to increase the odds that I'm going to win this game so much more than having my army walking right there and having a Zerg engage from there, there, and there, because he watched me with an Overlord or something at some point, or a Changeling saw me, and he does a triple prong engage, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going to lose my army. And then I lose everything. And why would I lose everything? Because I have way more fucking probes than my opponent. And how do I know that? I just told you. We just scouted a gas-focused build, not a mineral-focused build. We are doing a mineral-focused build. So I should know for a fact that the advantage goes to whoever has the mineral-focused build. Their advantage is time, because you have more economy. So why the hell would I ever want to attack this? When I should attack this is my power spike, which is really close to 200 supply, not 100. This is where people literally make the wrong decision every time, and they're like, well, I defended, so that means I attack every time. No. If your opponent's going to continuously be aggressive, do not attack. Notice how I'm building my supply way faster than my opponent? Like, we were almost tied. We were within like 10 supply of each other a minute ago. Now I have a 40 supply lead, almost 50 supply lead right now. And then on top of that, look what my opponent does. He goes for the Nexus. He's trying. This is a 400 mineral building, guys. It costs 400 minerals. You want to know how much Hydras represent 400 resources? It's like 2 Hydras. Like 2.5. 3 Hydras is 450. 2 Hydras is 300. So it's like 2.5, almost 2 2/3 of a Hydra. So if I kill 3 Hydras, I've already taken an advantage here. Just killing 3 Hydras is more beneficial to us than to him in terms of how much resources die here. The only reason why this would ever make sense for Zerg to attack here and be good for Zerg, even if he loses more than 3 Hydras, where you could then say, you could argue for Zerg, well, Zerg's actually ahead right now, is if this one situation happened. If the Zerg had mass drones and had like, let's say, 4 bases fully saturated. And then the Zerg denied my 4th and did not allow me to properly saturate a 4th base. So I was losing on the income tab. That is the only way Zerg could take a bad trade here and still logically make an argument that this would be a smart choice. Because he could starve my income while he has superior income. But if Zerg has a weaker economy, this makes 0 sense to attack my Nexus. And I know that because I know how to read a game where my opponent has no mineral priority and instead has a gas priority. His economy, I know for a fact, is not very good. So the fact that he wants to throw more units away only makes me feel like I get more control of the game. This is where, again, if you understand how to read economy, you understand how to read your positioning of where you should be in the game. Like you understand, even though you win fights, you should be defensive. Or even though you win fights, you should now counterattack and be aggressive. This is not a rich Zerg. This is a very unwealthy, this is a poverty Zerg player here who is trying to make ends meet with aggression, and it's not making any sense because I'm playing defensive. Like if I were to move out in the middle of nowhere, he would have a better chance to take better trades. But it's not doing well for him because I'm playing defensive, so I understand the position of the game, right? And now as a result of this, my opponent loses way more units than he bargains for. I lose like a Void Ray there, literally, and a Nexus, and he loses like another 20 Hydras. And again, remember how about 40 seconds ago, we were only 10 supply difference on our units? Look at it now. It's getting extreme. It's only going in my advantage, and I know that for a fact because we have more economy. And this is like a perfect time as well to scout your opponent too. To be like, okay, are you actually going to continue going for Hydralins? Are you going to go for Aspire? Are you going to go for Lurkers? Like, what are you going to do? So right now, while we set up our 4th base, we should definitely, before we get ready to attack, we should scout him again and figure out what the hell his plan is. So I should be sending out a hallucination of a unit like that right now. So we go and scout and see. What do we see? I see a Zerg who is now taking another base in top left, which means that's now his 5th base, which is fine. I see a Zerg who's taking nothing there. So I see a Zerg taking his 5th base, essentially. It's like the equivalent of me taking this base right now. But look at this. Let's look at this Phoenix really fast. Look at the left Phoenix first. What did I see over here as I died? I saw static D. Okay? I saw static D. It's not that huge of a deal, but it is something, and we'll reference it in a second. Now I fly over here. What do I see? I see a bunch of Lurkers and Lings and a couple Hydras. Now I want you to know something. We know for a fact that the Zerg's economy was weak throughout all the steps of this game so far. We know for a fact his economy was not that great. So I should know that I have more supply, guaranteed. I should know that I have a strong position in this game. And then I also scout, not only do I have more economy than my Zerg opponent, but now I have to make a choice with that said economy. And this is where the game is beautiful when you're a macro player and you don't feel stuck into one option. So here's what it is. This over here tells me, even though my opponent's economy was weak, if now he's making static D at 1 or multiple bases, it means that he's obviously trying to transition into more macro now to protect his drones better, but that's expensive as well to make static D, especially if his economy up to this point has been not so great. So that's another thing that puts him a little bit further behind in the economic department. It'll save future economy, and it'll definitely be worth it in the end of the game. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that if my opponent played a very aggressive style and failed and then followed back into making static D for drones, means he could have started with this and been in a much better position than he would have been in otherwise. But after all that failed aggression and now falling into more static D, that means he's really not going to be more wealthy than me by a mile. Like, I have more economy than him. That's what that guarantees. And if we pair that with this and go, okay, well, now he's going mass Lurkers. Do you know what that means? This is exactly what that means. He cannot... Jesus, my mouth is so dry. He cannot transition. He can't. Why can't he do it? Because he cannot afford it. He is fucking broke. So he now has to use Lurkers for a while. Like, this is going to be his army for a while. But here's the thing. Now, here's where options for us make sense. If we can understand and react and identify to what a game even means and how to actually read a game of StarCraft 2, we can go, okay, well, he's got all of his money now for what he has left invested into a lurker-based army. Do I, A, want to make an army on the ground that already exists for us and push through those lurkers? Should I start making disruptors? Should I go second robo disruptors and push through that? Should I start making immortals? Should I start making, archons? What should I make a lot of zealots and try to push through it with my other units in a concave? What should I do? I can either do what I already am doing and stick to ground units, which still could work. I'm not saying it can't, but it is an option, right? It means that the best thing we could do there would be maybe try to continuously warp prism harass him, kill bases while trying to pressure the front and just break lurkers here and there before we really push into it. That's how we could probably make the most sense of that kind of a push. But again, it's an option. How about here's another option? Because we know we have more money than he does. What if I just contain him with my existing army and I now transition myself to deal with what he's doing in a way that he can't deal with it nearly as effective? So if he's going to go mass lurkers with low economy and have minimal anti-air, what if I go air? And now suddenly lurkers don't mean as much as they used to because I have a bunch of fucking air units. Lurkers are great when I have a lot of ground, for sure. But if I slowly bleed my ground off and go into more air, Zerg is broke. Zerg is broke. And if I contain Zerg right now as well, if I don't push into him and try to kill him, but if I contain him and I don't let him take more bases, look what's happening to my bases. They're mining out, right? My bases are starting to mine out, which means he's having the same problem. So if I just trade little by little here and there and slowly replace into Skytoss, I transition with more bases because I'm being the aggressive here, and I prevent him from doing the same thing because I contain him with worse economy. So that is what I would call a smart option. It's like a highest odd chance of winning the game. Look how those lurkers are. All those lurkers right there, right? Do I have to push into those lurkers? He spread them out all over the place in a big ass semicircle formation against this cliff. Do I have to push into that? Fuck no, I don't have to push into that. But now, guess what? For Zerg, though, Zerg sees me down here, and what is Zerg going to do as a response to this? He's probably going to play defensive, right? Because he's like, oh, Protoss is right at my doorstep. And while he's playing defensive, look what happens to Zerg. He's like, all right. Ah, shit. I'm getting starved. I'm losing new economy that I desperately need because I'm also mining out of my bases. So it only further, like when I kill this as Protoss, do I feel the need to push into lurkers and die? No, I don't. And why is that? Because when these eventually die, not only do I guarantee that his economy is weaker than mine, but I can also say, how about I just wait for my carriers to finish out of my Stargates with my open supply and then start losing more units again? Because I don't open myself up to a counterattack. So that again, we're re-explaining conservative playstyle, but that's all it is, right? We're really understanding the gameplay. Now let's talk a quick second here about spellcaster usage. So, in my opinion, the best way you can use Templars is put them on their own control group. This is my opinion. This is what I think you should do. If you put your Templars on their own control group, and right now mine are on 3, every time you attack somewhere, you can go 1A, 3A, 1A, 3A, 1A, 3A, 1A, 3A. 1 brings all your units, and 3 brings your Templars. Don't worry about 2. 2 is literally the same thing as what's in 1. I'm not even actually using 2 right now. The only reason why 2 is smaller than 1 is because the previous army that I had before I started making Archons and shit like that, I hit control 1, control 2. So I bound it the same group of army to 2 control groups. And then I made more units and I bound it only to group 1. Another round of gateway units and I only said control 1. So this is me being OCD because I don't like having idle control groups that have nothing in them. I'm not actually using 2 though. Just want you to know. I'm not actually using 2 right now. I'm only using 1 and 3. 2 I leave open sometimes to set up multi-prong attacks or to set up air units with it. But I really like 3 for my spellcasters and my AoE. I love it for that. Because again, it's something that it takes a backseat to group 1 and group 2 if you actually have those being used in something. But yeah, do whatever you're comfortable with. I don't give a shit. Whatever makes you happy. I like mine on group 3 for my spellcasters, and what I can do is I can do this. I can 1A, 3A, 1A, 3A, 1A, 3A, everywhere I go. But then notice how Protoss, the Zerg, is engaging me with Vipers. You know what I could do right now? I could go 1 right click 3 right click. And you know what happens then? My units don't go like this anymore. They don't go together. They go like this. They go through each other. And when they go through each other, that makes it to where my Templar get the best potential positioning to do things like feedback a Viper before it abducts a Colossus. Vice versa. What if I told my whole army to move command down to the Viper because I wanted to feedback Viper? And what if my Colossus are closer to the Viper than my Templar are? And Colossus also walk faster than Templar, which means the Colossus are going to be closer to the Viper when the Viper are within range to abduct. It increases the chances I'm just going to get abducted, and it's going to suck. So if I go 1 move, 3 move, he chases my Colossus with his Viper, and then I feedback him. And let's say, what if then I get good feedbacks and I disable all the Viper? And what if now my Templars are here and my army is right there? And what if the Zerg wants to engage me? You know what I could do then? 1 A move down here, 3 move command up here, so my army goes like this again. It goes like that the first time to feedback, and then it goes like this to set up an army versus his ground army. I can rotate my units in and out of each other. Super fucking easy if they're not all in one control group. It makes it so fucking easy to micro your spellcasters. So that's exactly what we do here. We move our army up and we move our Templars down once we see what he's doing. Notice how the Templars only are the units that go down, and I feed back a bunch of Viper. And then I run the Templar back and I relocate my army with it again, right? And now overall he's not really pushing, so I just back up entirely. All good. Going further forward. Now, again, we're in that style where we're playing conservative. We're trying to just lose little bits of units here and there. And why is that? My Stargates are not currently producing anything because I'm maxed out, because I have a lot of shitty units I don't want anymore. So now losing Stalkers is totally okay. Like, these units are not going to supplement my carriers very well in a very deathball in-game style army. This is cheaper to lose right now and make this stronger than it would be to keep this in my army and have it tie up like 30 supply and then have a weaker death ball, which makes my actual main 200 supply army have a higher chance to die. This is another thing players fuck up all the time, and it's that they don't really understand that just because a Stalker costs money to make in the first place, that it means that you should keep it all game. Like, for instance, let me tell you something right now. If Stalker, let's just say I have 10 Corruptor, or sorry, 10 Stalker and like 10 Carrier as Protoss. Or like more like, let's increase the Stalker count. Let's say I have 15 Stalker and 10 Carrier, okay? And let's say that this army is worth, that's 60 supply on the Carrier and that's 30 supply on the Stalker, so that's worth 90 supply. Okay, this is very real, by the way. This is why when people tell you something where it's like that unit scales exponentially, this is what they're talking about. So that army is worth 90 supply. But against mass Corruptor, that 15 Stalker, 10 Carrier army is actually worth like fucking more like 60 supply. And you want to know why? Because what's going to happen is there's not enough Stalkers. It's what's going to feel like it's worth. It's going to feel like a shitty army because there's not enough Stalkers to zone out the Corruptors, and there's not enough Carriers to buy enough time to kill the Corruptors either. There's this wish-washy hybrid army for you, and if your opponent's going mass Corruptor, he's going to have enough Corruptor to kill all your Carriers and then also fly away with most of them because there wasn't enough damage to overpower them on either side. If it was mass Corruptor versus mass Stalker, Stalkers have a good position there because Corruptors scale terrible against Stalkers. If it's mass Carrier versus mass Corruptor, Carriers have a better chance there than only having some Carrier because now suddenly you have more DPS coming out of your army faster. And don't get me wrong, I'm not telling you only to go mass Carrier and that's it. I'm telling you to make Carriers that are supplemented by better units than Stalkers as well. So instead of having an army that's like a lot of Stalker and some Carrier, what if we had no Carrier, or what if we had no Stalker, more Carrier, and then we had things that did like more AoE, like more Archons and more High Templars. Like just more AoE that hits Corruptor. Suddenly now, let's talk about this now. Let's say our army is like 15 Carrier, 4 Archon, and like 7 High Templar. Okay, that army is worth that's worth 90 supply in just Carriers. That's worth 16 supply in Archons, which is now 106, and the Templars are worth 14, which is a 120 supply army. That 120 supply army against a lot of corruptors and a lot of and a lot of lurkers is actually worth probably somewhere in the realm of like 160 supply. And why is that? Because it scales like fucking crazy good. It scales so well because the Storm and the Archons can zone out the corruptors like ridiculously hard and kill them like crazy if they fly into the carrier. And then the carrier are such a high number that there's enough interceptors to really just burst through everything and overwhelm everything in the area. So again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand how to make what is actually called a death ball and not make a ball. That's just like, it's like a fucking, it'd be like the difference of saying this. What if you could have like, we'll open up Paint for a second. This is going to probably be a bad analogy, but let's just give you an example. What if I had a ball that was made, like what if our goal was to like knock over a wall, okay? What if there's like a wall here and the goal is to knock this wall over? And what if the complete anti-death ball is like a ball that's made out of like straw? It's like literally, it's like a straw ball. It's like literally fucking hay in a ball. And it just pops, it like rolls and it goes poof against the wall here and it does nothing. And now let's say we just take a standardized tennis ball at it. A fucking tennis ball. And now let's say, finally, when we actually have our real power army, we throw a fucking bowling ball at it. Well, if we throw each one of these balls at that wall, which is our opponent, the piece of shit straw army is not going to do much when it's really, like if I have like 20 supply of adepts and like 14 supply of zealots and 14 supply of sentries and then 2 colossus and then 1 archon and then 3 carriers. Like that army is a piece of shit. That is a horrible army. And let's say now my army is like half stalker, half carrier. That's also not a great army. And let's say now my army is full on death ball like we just talked about for the end here, like the last army we talked about. And now that's like a fucking bowling ball. And it will actually dent this wall pretty fucking hard and possibly go through it. Like it's so much stronger if you give yourself a real army that is not garbage. So you don't want to have garbage ass supply invested into top tier armies that are in game. Like it would be like saying, another way to describe it would be like, think of something more traditional. Like imagine if you were playing like something everybody understands, where it's don't think about like Protoss units and Zerg units. Think about just like humanity. And let's say phase 1 is guys fighting with knives, and phase 2 is infantry fighting with guns, and phase 3 is fucking tanks, like actual tanks that have artillery that fires out of a tank. And let's say you tell your army, you go, well, I can only have 30 things. And my opponent has literally 30 tanks right now. I'm going to send 2 tanks at him and 28 guys with knives at it. What's going to fucking happen? You're going to get shit on. Like, you're going to be like, hey, guys with knives, go get them. And they're going to, like, stab in the fucking metal of a tank. And you're just going to be hearing ding, 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 ding. Like, nothing's even going to happen. And then the tank is going to, like, shoot 1 pack of those guys and 15 of them die at once. It's literally efficient army as the game grows. And you don't want to have units that were well off early game in late game scenarios. It makes no sense. It's not a death ball. So you have to understand what a death ball even means and actually make one, which is why we throw away our guys with knives. Like these guys suck now. They fucking, this is why if you ever hear anyone say, like a pro gamer be like, dude, stalkers fucking suck. Yeah, you don't want them late game. You definitely do not want them to be part of your army when you're trying to have mass carrier Templar. We don't want sentries and Colossus either. This is terrible. This is not going to help our army at all, which is why we get rid of them. Because what is our opponent doing? He's doing mass fucking Corruptor Viper and Lurker. These would not help at all in that situation. It'd be like a little kid with a slingshot, again, shooting at a siege tank, and it's just like, it fucking, let's not get gory here, but I'm not going to go further with that. But yeah, it would do nothing. And now that my army is actually full big dick at this point, where it's actually carriers, lots of carriers, Archons, Templar. Look at my composition now. Now we have Carrier, Archon, Templar, Mothership. Do we have any Zealots? Do we have any Stalkers? Do we have any Colossus? Do we have any Sentries? Any Adepts? No, we have none of that crap because it's bad. We don't have any of the weak units. So we have a full-on big dick army that is going to be a big problem for Zerg to deal with. And this is why the game is so well for us now. And then we push the Zerg, blah, 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 whatever. He tries to push me at the same time, but he doesn't really kill the rocks, so he just pokes the edge of my base here a little bit. And then we recall. And finally, this is the real fight, and how do we micro this? What do we actually do against a guy who's going Broodlord, Corruptor, Lurker, and Viper? We A-move him. We feed back the Vipers, and we storm the army wherever it's located at. So we just recalled our army back to here. We group it up. I still have my whole army on group 1, and then I have just the Templars on group 3. I move towards him. And look what happens. We feed back all those Vipers as they engage us. All the Vipers die. That's horrible for Zerg now. Like, look what the Lurkers are doing. What are they fucking doing? Nothing, really. He's got too many Lurkers and not enough anti-air. So his army is not suited well for us. So then I also throw a Time Warp at him over here because a Mothership can easily do it. Click the Mothership or hit group 1 even. And the Mothership will be priority because you don't have Templars in there. So we hit 1, time stop the area. It makes everything run away slowly and attack slowly. So we time stop the area. And then we're just A-moving. I'm not even using my Templar now. They're just sitting there. I'm just A-moving my army in the area, right? And why was it so easy? Because we didn't have an army that was fucking 4 carriers and 10 adepts and 14 zealots and 7 stalkers. It was just carriers. So our army is actually a fucking bowling ball throwing at a guy who is like partly made. He's like a tennis ball. Like his army is half good. He's got too much of the wrong thing. But they're not bad units. He just has too much of the wrong thing. Way too many fucking Lurker, not enough Corruptor, and a little bit too many Viper. And like he has a bunch of static D that is not even helping him in the fight, right? So he used like a bowling ball. We used like a fucking tennis ball. And what would happen if you had a tennis ball sitting on a countertop and you took a bowling ball and you fucking slammed it on the tennis ball? It would either just bounce away, but if it somehow, let's say it couldn't, do you think the tennis ball would beat a bowling ball? No, it would just go poof. It would like flatten the fucking tennis ball because a bowling ball is a more dense object, which is what a fucking death ball is. It's more powerful. It's more dense when it pushes into its opponent. It will punch through your opponent's army harder. So many times I've coached so many people that do not understand that concept.
You are a blessing to the SC community vibe. Don't forget to stay healthy and take care of yourself.
Yo, Quingy, thank you for the 10. Much love, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then now all we're doing here with this army is literally all we're doing is we're A-moving with group 1 and we're using group 3 to walk forward and storm. That's all we did here. Hey, group 1, attack towards that area. Group 3, move command here a little bit and storm the clump of the Corruptor. Now, there's something about Corruptor I want you guys to understand. There's something about Corruptor that's very important to know. A Corruptor, I should have actually, I'll do this in a future game and I'll come back to it. I'll reference it and I'll show you it with a visual. But I want you guys to know a lot of people do not understand how to storm properly or spellcast properly in StarCraft 2 because they don't realize that StarCraft 2 is a game that looks like this. Your camera in StarCraft 2 is like this. So this is a helicopter view right here. This is what you call helicopter. Okay? And this is not what StarCraft 2 is. StarCraft 2 is like this. This right here is SC2 view. And what that means is, and why this is relevant, is because of what people do a lot of the time in StarCraft. And this is like the bottom part right here. This is the fucking ground, right? This is the bottom part is the ground. So it's not a graph. This is just the angle of your camera. And what happens is people will try to storm the Corruptor. Like if I tell you to storm, you'll try to literally click the Corruptor right there. You'll storm right on the top of the unit. But the Corruptor's not actually right there. It would only actually be right there if this was helicopter-based viewing. But we're not looking at StarCraft 2 from directly top to bottom. We're looking at it from like a 45-degree angle right here. The SC2 view on the right side. So what it actually is here's an example. Do you see this Corruptor right there, guys? This Corruptor is not actually right there. He's actually right there. And if you storm right where the Corruptor is, you are not going to hit him at all. People do this all the time, and they don't realize that that air units actually have a ground command in terms of how you target them. They're actually on the ground. There are circles on the ground. Like, for instance, this carrier right here, that carrier right there, it's a bigger unit, so it's easier to hit with this. So it's just easier to hit. But that carrier is not actually right there, guys. That carrier is actually right there. Now, it has a bigger hitbox, it's a bigger unit, but it is actually right there. It's where the bottom of the line stops. And there should be a circle there, too. The only reason why there isn't is because there is creep here. So, like, if I back it up for just a quick second, you will now see the actual circle. Do you see? They can't be on a ramp either, because ramps also do the same thing as creep does. So, check this out. I'll click the mothership. Or like this carrier, this carrier. What is wrong with this fucking map? I don't know what is wrong. This tile set just fucking hides it, I guess, as well. This is fucking weird. Yeah, awkward. Where the fuck is... So I want to show you again. It's just a fucking circle, right? There's so much... This tile set sucks cock. My god. It literally hides it every time. Okay, anyways, you'll see it on different maps. There should be a fucking circle there. It's literally a circle that represents that's exactly where the unit's actual location is. So again, you don't want to cast at the unit's graphic. You want to cast at the circle below it. So if I go forward again, right to where I just was a second ago, this will be the final thing we talk about. And I'll reference this as well in a future. I'll give you an actual visual in it. It'll make more sense for people who are still confused. If I actually want to cast Storm at this Zerg player right here, if I'm going to walk forward and storm these Corruptors, do you think I'm going to storm right there? Fuck no, I'm not going to storm right there. You know where I'm going to storm? I'm going to storm right there. And why am I going to storm right there? Because that's where the units actually are. So there's where I'd want to storm, not there. I will miss most of the Corruptors if I storm right there, because most of these Corruptors are actually within that box right there. So notice how I storm right there, guys. I did not storm. Like I literally, like you can see that in the center, the epicenter of the storm is like right there. I did not storm way the fuck up here. And look how I storm again. I storm right on the bottom of them. I do not storm way over here. I did not storm way up here. This is where it would be if I stormed right there. That it would be way the fuck over here by the Spore Crawlers if I stormed up there. I stormed on the bottom of his army so it hits everything. And now look, he moves down. So should I be storming right here again? In this almost the same spot I was storming before? No, I should storm right here. I should storm right fucking there. Because that's where his air units actually are. Notice how I stormed low again, right? And now his units moved up again. So now, should I storm right there? No, I should storm right there. Notice that? I always storm south of his units because that's where they actually are. People don't know that either. A lot of people literally storm the graphic of the unit going, all right, I'm going to cast a storm directly on the Corruptor, and it literally hits on the ground right here, and their unit is actually right there. Like on the ground. It's not actually there. It's not behind where it is. It's straight down from where it is. Because again, of the camera angle of the game. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Anyways, that was a lot of analysis. That was probably the biggest analysis we'll do out of this whole video. Just because that was a lot of important things that needed to be talked about right there. That was a lot of Templar knowledge. And it was a little bit more of a breakdown of conservative rotational play. And economy breakdown. All that jazz. Okay, we got our double split, we got our Nexus, we got a Protoss opponent. Alright, we'll go ahead and build our pylon. In this game, we can go ahead and do an all-in in a PvP. And if we're going to do that, let's go ahead and let's do a build that is adept focused. We'll do a build that's like really aggressive, okay? We'll do a super aggressive build. We could actually, you know what? No. This is way harder. This build's way harder. I've actually changed my mind. I'm still gonna do an all-in, but I'm gonna do a way easier one. That's like not nearly as difficult. What I was going to do is I was going to go for Adepts into Stargate into a timing attack with some type of gateway follow-up. Could be Charge Lots, could be Blink Stalkers, could be Adepts with Glaive. But that requires a lot of finesse with how you use your Oracle. This build is so much easier for what we're going to show you instead. It's literally proxy robo. This build's so fucking strong. It's so easy to do as well. It's like way more diamond friendly. Okay, our opponent opened up one gateway, let it literally finish entirely. He only has one gas as well. He just started a gas, guys. He just started a gas. You know what that tells me? This dude's going to expand, and he has no intentions. He's either proxying my base right now, or he has no intentions of playing aggressive. And if he's proxying my base, it's going to be with just Zealots. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make my pylon, and I'm going to go confirm a Nexus right now. Let's go confirm that Nexus at his natural. because that's the only reason why he shouldn't be taking gas. There is no nexus at his natural. So now, you know what I'm going to do instead? I could be making zealots really soon here. So, check this out. Watch what we can do here instead. I can now go build my gateway. I can take one probe off of this gas, and I can come down right now, right here. Because now I'm thinking this might be proxy zealots. It might actually be proxy zealots. It could be. Okay. So be ready for this with a probe. Ready to build there. Let's take a second. Look at our mini-map right now. Make sure he doesn't fuck with us here. Stalkers are about to pop out. Let's go reconfirm. Is there a fucking natural? Watch the mini-map. There is no natural. So yeah, it's pretty fucking cheesy. Something cheesy is going on. So he's hiding, like he's hiding something somewhere. So now instead of going full on, there we go. Look, zealots. Okay, well he got in. So let's just make more pylons right now, and let's use our stalkers. Make more pylons here, and we'll now use our stalkers to defend ourselves. Notice how I knew what it was before it happened, because we looked at his economy and analyzed it. Okay, kite zealots, kite zealots, kite zealots. Just kite zealots. We could even make a battery near our nexus. Kite zealots, kite zealots. Make another pylon. Kite zealots, kite zealots, kite zealots. We can chrono boost out a stalker. Kite zealots, kite zealots. Keep kiting zealots. We make more stalkers, we win here. Keep making stalkers. Kite zealots. Attack, move away. 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 Stutter stepping is all we're doing right now. Attack, move away. Run away again. Keep doing it. Attack, run away. 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 You can have our probes go attack those zealots in the mineral line for a second. Attack, run away. Attack, run away. Keep making probes because we're losing some probes. Have them all go mine minerals again. Attack, run away. Or attack. Now we can actually attack, chase the zealot. Attack, chase zealot. Attack, chase zealot. Because now we no longer have to feel intimidated by the defensive measure of what was going on there. Okay, let's go and build another pylon. It's all good. And now let's go fucking kill this guy's proxy. Hey, zealot guy. How about I just kill you now? Attack, run away. Attack, run away. Attack, run away. Select all army to grab new stalkers. Attack, run away. Attack, run away. Make new stalkers. Attack, run away. Attack, run away. Attack. Now move towards him because he's out of zealots. We could even start warping in zealots over here. Or, sorry, our own stalkers over there. And now he's super dead. So again, this is one of those games where you can actually tell what your opponent's doing before they do it. This is where you get high-level scouting and high-level information in StarCraft 2 to go, I know what you're doing before you do it. So, for instance, we'll break it down. How did I know exactly what was going on? I scouted his base. He's got one gateway and a pylon, guys. One fucking gateway and a pylon. What do I have? 2 gateways and a pylon. I have a bigger investment into my base than he has in his base. Now, what's the trade-off there? Think about this for a second. If he's got 1 gateway and I have 2, the trade-off there is he has an extra 150 minerals. Okay? He has an extra 150 minerals. That is all that we know so far from that start of the game. Now, what does our gas have? We already have a gas done, and it's already mined at least 20 to 30 gas. Okay? We've taken a few trips out of it already, and we're doing more. Now, as we get deeper into Protoss' base, what do we see? He just started a gas, and he also had no gas. So not only is he not spending minerals here, where I am, by 150, he also just did not take that gas, and he just started, right now as I'm in his base, he just started that gas. Is that the same fucking thing as me? No, I've had this gas for like 40 seconds. Not just now. Like, I literally took my gas about 40 seconds ago. So, not only does my opponent have less gateways, he also has no gas investment until right now. Also, here's another trick. Look at my Nexus really fast. It's going to be hard to... Well, go to everyone's perspective. It's hard to see, but because there's health bars and shit on it. But look at my Nexus really fast. Do you see how the crystal on top of my Nexus? It's hard to see because of the fucking bars. Do you see the crystal? Look at the blue crystal behind the health bar on my Nexus. And do you see like little wavy patterns going on it? Do you see that shit? It's hard to see, but we'll look at his base now. Let's go back and look at his base. Look at his nexus when I get into his base. Notice how there's no wavy lines on that nexus, guys. Do you see that? There are no wavy lines on the crystal of that nexus. That's how you can tell what is happening with that building. Is it actually building a unit or not? Just because he has a nexus doesn't mean he's building probes. So if I look at that nexus crystal on top of the nexus and this guy's trying to meta me, I can tell there's no gateway, there's no gas. He pretends to make a gas and he's not even making fucking probes. No probes are being made from that crystal. The crystal is not, it doesn't, like the crystal looks like this, literally. It's hard to show you because he didn't scout my base ever, so it's hard to show you my perspective from what it looks like when it is building. But if this is the crystal of the nexus right here, okay, that's the crystal of the nexus right there, guys. It literally looks like this when it's building a unit. It has a wavy animation that goes like this. Like around the crystal. It literally flows around the crystal. And again, you can see, if you notice behind mine, you can kind of see it because the health bar is fucking like right in the goddamn way. I'll just turn it off for a second. So look at the crystal with the waviness around it. See how that crystal's waving all over the place? It's literally waving like on the crystal. It's going like around it. It's because I'm building probes. So if we look at his base, we know for a fact this motherfucker's not building probes. Not at all. Okay, let's not forget to turn health bar back on now. So we know for a fact he's not building probes, guys. Not at all. So that's why with all this vision we gave ourselves, we went, okay, he's doing a mineral heavy build. What is the only thing he could be doing with mineral heavy build? There's two options. Number one, he's going for an expansion really fast. With late core, late gas.
Oh, yeah.
Or he's making things that cost minerals only that could kill me, which is gateways and zealots. So what do? I go build a pylon, and then I go, all right, guys, you know what we should see now? A fucking nexus. Because he took no gas, he took no core, no second gateway. All those things add up to being worth what a nexus is, easily. He's not building anything. But another subtle informational piece, though, is if he's not building probes, this motherfucker is not expanding, okay? The probes is a big, dead, it's like a dead giveaway. Because it means who the fuck is going to go for a mineral build and then not make probes? Someone is going to all-in you with mineral only. And then we once again see, all right then, so there is no nexus still. I'm almost ready to build my own nexus while going for double gas and double gate and core, and he still has not started a nexus. So in what fucking world would I think that this is an expansion build or a standard build? No world would I ever think that's actually what it is. This guy is clearly going for a proxy zealot all-in, which is why right now, as soon as I finally confirmed, yeah, there's no nexus, that's like a third of the way done now. It's like he didn't build it right as I left the base to go build my pylon up here. And if he did build a nexus, I would have committed to my immortal all-in, because then it tells me he's not proxy all-inning me, because you cannot afford that and a nexus at the same time. You can't. It's impossible. So, yeah, the fact that we confirmed there is no nexus, we now for a fact know that this exists somewhere on the map. Do I know it's right here? No, I don't know it's right there. For all I know, it could be right there. It could be like right there. It could be 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 literally right here. I don't know where it is, but I know it's somewhere because he's not doing the alternative. The only other thing he could do, which is what we were about to start scouting for in a second with one probe, if he did not attack me with zealots really fast, is we were going to tell this probe to go like this. Hey, probe, go move, 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 move. I was going to literally shift command around every base in the map that is not scouted yet, and the reason why is because the only other thing this guy could be doing, if he's not proxying me, is hiding a nexus on the map somewhere. Because it's a mineral-only build. Understanding what economy means tells you everything about what they're doing. So that's why right now I go, all right, guys, you know what we need to do? Get a fucking probe down to my doorway so I can build a panic pylon if he zealot all-ins me. So that's exactly what we do because we already know what it is. We already know it's proxy gateway. And we're just ready for it. We're like, yep, come on, Protoss guy. Run into my base. And why does it make sense to build a pylon right here? Because if anyone out there who's like, well, Vibe, your pylon did nothing. Why would you need to do this? Because my probe sat here for like 30, 40 seconds before his zealots came to my base. And he already had zealots that were done that could have came to my base. And the last thing you want to have happen is have no defense at all and let literally his very first 1 or 2 zealots run into your base and kill your pylon. And then suddenly your first 2 stalkers don't even spawn and you're like, oh, fuck. That's bad. So I just guaranteed that there was no chance one zealot was going to run up the ramp and get on my pylon early and start killing my pylon before my stalkers were ready. Because, again, you can't make a stalker till the core's done, whereas you can make zealots right off the bat when a gateway's done. So that's why I had a probe here, just in case he was the kind of guy that was going to run like 1 zealot or 2 zealots at my base. But, yeah, if he waits till he has like 4 zealots or something like that, yeah, no, there's no way I can fucking block it with a pylon anymore. Because it's going to have like full surface area smashing it with zealots like that. And it's going to break super fast. But here's the thing. It broke, but I already have stalkers. So I don't actually give a shit because now I have stalkers. And now all I got to do is just keep making pylons because I know he's going to try and break them repeatedly. And I just kite zealots with stalkers all day. And then he just loses zealots over time. And my stalker count continues to grow over time. And now I have 3 stalkers. And soon to be 4 stalkers. And then 5 stalkers. And once you get to the point where you have this many stalkers, you start killing zealots so fast. And I would say also I have 2 options right here. I could have either attacked with my probes, or I could have just told my probes, hey probes, run over here and then shift mine the minerals. Either way would have been fine. Like if I want to have minimal micro. If I wanted to have crazy micro, I could have not only microed my stalkers, but I could have simultaneously microed my probes. But that's like Masters shit right there. That's not fucking Diamond. That's like hard to do. That's like 300 APM of micro. And now that we have all these stalkers, we can literally kill zealots in like 3 volleys. 1, 2, 3 dead. 1, 2, 3 dead. 1, 2. Now we have more stalkers again. Now it's like 2 volleys. 1, 2 dead. 1, 2 dead. So zealots are dying at a really fast pace now, and now he can't win. I was going to go for an immortal all-in, but he chose to all-in me first, so it is what it is. It's okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, we're playing a random player. Random. So I'm going to wall the high ground of my ramp. Because we don't know what it is. And it could be... Like, for instance, if we... I'm toss. Okay, whatever. Do I trust him? I don't know. I'm not gonna assume what he said's 100% truthful. I'm still going to build my pylon on the high ground. It's still good versus Protoss, but I would have built it here either way. Because the reason why, a lot of people are like, well, why don't you just wall the low ground? I get this question so much. I don't think it's good, because when you play someone who's random, a lot of times they generally lean towards being an all-in player. And when you get all-in by someone who does something like proxy Marauders or proxy Immortal Stalker, your chances of dying to that are very high.
Went to the doctor and he gave me 3 months to live.
Okay.
I came home and started watching Vibe's stream. That was 30 years ago. Still think Vibe can't save.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad my stream's kept you going for so long. Thank you very much, Indiana Bond, for the 90-year sub. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You were subbing to me even before my my dad was born. And my mom. So he's actually Protoss, which is fine. Oh yeah, I should be going double gateways. What am I doing? Not Nexus. Okay, so we'll go ahead and all in him again. We'll do the same build I was going to go for last game. This is what I was going to do literally last game. Let's go and make our robo in a second here. How do you stop proxy robo stalkers as Terran? I'll tell you about that in a Terran video. I shouldn't even read that. I literally went back to Twitch chat and the first thing I read is questions I've answered 500 times before. You did nothing wrong. Don't take offense to what I just said. It's just, yeah. I feel like I literally answer the same questions every day. Watch a Terran video and I'm sure we'll deal with Protoss who does that. Okay, so he figured out what we're doing. He sees it. He don't sees it. He's trying to kill my pylon. Let's go and build another pylon. Just to make extra sure our pylon does not die. Run our probe away. And now our stalkers are here. Stutter step towards him. Start making immortals. And chrono boost them. Stutter step our stalkers towards his adepts. Stutter. 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 We gotta start killing that pylon. Okay, back up a little bit. Again, we don't want to lose our units. We're playing conservative until our immortals pop out. Kill that probe. Make another immortal, chrono boost it again. And warp gate is just about done. So these units are about to meet up with us on the other side of the map, and then we're going to warp in 3 stalkers all at once right now, and we're going to go for it. And now let's go. Let's do it. Now our second immortal can be rallied to the front, so it can get... Oh, he's down the low ground, so this is really good for us. Push. 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 Move these guys over here. That way they don't have to shoot gateways only. They shoot the units instead. Okay. And now let's push in again. Okay, keep making units. Don't stop. Try and target fire his units right now because he's using probes, so target fire the stalkers. And now we can just A-move the probes. Get these stalkers up here to help. I'm sorry, Orden. I need to show all ins as well, though. I always feel bad when someone's like, "Hey, Vibe, love you, man," and then I fucking cheese the crap out of them. I'm like, sorry. But again, people request all ins as well. Which I think it's also not bad. I actually do think it makes logical sense, though, to be able to all in and also macro. That way you have a range as a player. Because if you're literally someone who only knows how to do one build and that's it, if you play the same person multiple times and you do the same thing every game, your opponent's just going to be like, okay, well, I'll just hard counter you then because your build is so fucking predictable. So being able to switch it up a little bit is important. Okay, we're against a Terran player. Terran player. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Tofu, thank you very much, dude, for the, or the hurdler, thank you for the sub, the gifted sub. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay, let's go ahead and move into this guy's base with our probe. Find out what he's doing. Get ready to go expand. We'll play a macro game again this game. It's all good. No natural. Shouldn't be one anyways because I can't afford it yet, but we're about to. He's got one barracks into a depot.
Your explanations of scouting have been incredible. I'm able to hold 12 pool all-ins from scouting the 3 simultaneous eggs. Thanks for the content.
Hell yeah. I'm happy to hear it, man. Glad to know you're having some success with it. That's fucking awesome. Thank you, dude. So he should be expanding right now, guys, and he's not. Is he making another depot right now? He's making a reactor really fast. Okay, so things are starting to look a little fishy with this Terran player right now. And he might not actually macro. He might make it look like he's going to macro, but not actually do it. But yo, thank you for the elite donation, Jeremy R. Much love, man. So yeah, like we definitely need to pay more attention to that. Does that mean I need to freak out right now? Not at all. It does not need. Definitely does not mean we need to freak out. All that it means is that we should now be paying attention to the fact that we might be getting all in by our opponent throughout this game. Okay, so he's actually pressuring me with a bunker aggressively. That's fine. Not a big deal. Let's go ahead and make our sentry second. He's making another bunker. Go ahead and kill that SCV on the bunker. And remember that he made a reactor too, right? We can actually think about that for a second. He did make a reactor, guys. So you know what we actually could do? We actually could, by all means, kill this fucking bunker before Reaper gets here. We could do that too. And there you go. It's been denied. Let's go ahead and... He's actually making SCVs. Let's go ahead and stutter step our stalker away from the Marine. Now go towards the Marine because he's running away. Go ahead and kill that last Marine. I'm still making probes. Transfer one probe down to this base. Okay, now he's all-inning us. So we're getting all in now. So what do? Do we freak out and shit our pants? No. Let's make another gateway and a robo. Let's make a battery on the high ground. And let's use this battery to fight if we can for now. Because it's right there. Run these probes back to the battery. Run these probes back to attack again. Kill that fucking bunker. And now run these probes back to mining again. Notice how we didn't freak out there? We just made a logical response. And we could always, last resort, we could always just go back to our base and force field the ramp and lock him down the ramp and like cut his army apart. And now we're making units out of 2 gateways at once and immortals. We can even boost that immortal because we feel threatened right now. It's fine. Now let's go ahead and, because we have a lot more control than we did a second ago, let's make a hallucinated Phoenix. And let's just go scout his base right now. And let's see what he's doing. Let's take our gases at our natural. Because this guy just played really aggressive, so let's make sure we play safe. And he's actually amassing a fucking army in front of my base. He is literally massing a army of Marine Marauder in front of my base right now. Let's get one pylon in like the high ground right here just so I can see him from far away. And let's keep, because we know our opponent's being so fucking aggressive, let's keep making immortals. Let's even chrono boost them. And let's go ahead and start making sentries. And why does that make sense? Because sentries are really good at dicing up the army with force fields. We could even make another shield battery just to be, because again, our opponent's being so aggressive, super aggressive. So if we make a battery right there, it means that we can actually have the ramp covered. We could also go into making a robo bay, get a couple more pylons in our base so we can spot the rest of our base up. We could even attempt to take a third base, even though we might not actually use it. We could attempt it because for all we know, we might not get punished for it. Let's send another hallucinated Phoenix into his base. Let's just see if he's fucking trying to expand or not. We want to see it. Is he going to literally one base on me the entire time? Or is he even going to try to expand? Okay, we have a lot of units here. He's got Star Report with a reactor. He does have an expansion. It just started mining. Cool. So that means we should definitely commit to our third base. All good. We don't got to worry about nothing. Let's go ahead and maybe make like another 2 gateways here. Just to be extra safe so we can produce units at a fast pace.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's also go ahead and start chrono boosting out like a Colossus.
Q.
So we can be also really safe. What up, Rob? Thank you very much, dude, for the fucking fatty 56. Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go make 1 battery at the third to be extra safe. And we're just chilling. Again, this is a moment, guys, where a lot of people that play StarCraft 2 would be shitting their pants again going, like, I'd be watching them play a game and they'd be saying something like this to me. Vibe, should I attack? I really feel like I should attack. Am I losing the game? I think I'm losing the game. And I'm like, no, why do you think you're losing the game? Dude, you have more economy than they do. They're the ones who are losing the game if you stay defensive. So now here he comes again with another army, right? What's up, Terran? Come back here. You killed my battery? Let's make another battery. Just play it safe. Now these extra 2 gates are online. Let's go ahead and use them as well. Make a few more pylons. At this point as well, we could even go into our forges with our council, because we have the money to do it. Transfer some more probes to my 3rd base. We're fully saturated on 3 bases, guys. Let's go ahead and throw out a hallucinated phoenix and let's just go see, does this guy even have a 3rd base or not? Do you have a 3rd base right now or no? Okay, Colossus range is done. A 2nd Colossus is almost out. Transfer one more probe over to this base. Put probes on the gases. And the answer is no 3rd. There is no 3rd. I just checked the 3rds. He's still rallying units to my base. This guy does not give a single crap about expanding. Let's put another pylon there so we can spot pushes from further away. And let's even take another base, because we're fully saturated. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, shit. Please don't be me. I don't want to disconnect. But if I had to guess, guys, you want me to guess? Let me guess for you. Right now, we're at 122 supply. You want to know how much supply my opponent has right now if this game ends? Let's see how good my guessing is based off how much economy my opponent has. He has 76. I think he has 76 supply. So if I think he has 76 supply, am I afraid of that with 122? Am I afraid of a Terran as well who is not even getting engineering based to upgrade his army? And yet I have double forge upgrading my army. No, I'm not afraid of that at all. And how did I make the assumption that he has 76 supply? I just did an educated guess to go, how much do I really think my opponent is behind me right now? And I would think to myself, my opponent's build is probably behind my build by around maybe 30%, roughly. So he just disconnected. If I had to guess, I would say he has 76 supply right now. And we'll look at it right now and see what he's at. But I would guess 76. He's at 94. He's a little bit higher than I expected. He's a little bit higher than I expected. But even though we were wrong, we were still correct in the sense of how the game was running. We were still overall correct in the sense that we were ahead by a lot. Either way, I was not as ahead as I thought I was, but I was definitely ahead. So this is and again, one of the reasons why you could really think to yourself, why is his supply higher than 76? It's because of things I just said, which is for instance, there is no 3rd command center investment. There is no forge and upgrade investment for him. He doesn't have any fucking upgrades at all. This is as all in as you can possibly be. And I also didn't kill that 2nd medevac when he dropped my base. He actually got away with it. I didn't quite kill it. And then I also, if you really think about it another way, to really think about why is his supply higher than mine, maybe I didn't put enough emphasis on how much he actually disrupted my mining by bunker rushing me, and it slowed me down more than I realized, which is fine. But again, it's not a game about having to be exactly correct on how you have to know the supply. It's just a game of understanding your position in the game. And we knew for a fact that we were ahead. So why the fuck do we need to attack? We don't. If I just macro, we're in a great spot. We're in a wonderful spot. Isn't that about 30% behind? 30% of 120 being behind would put him at around 80-ish supply, I feel like, or so. Right? Because it's a 1/3 almost, and 40 out of 120 is about 1/3. Again, you don't have to be exact, guys. You don't have to be exact. You just have to understand the concept. All you have to understand is it relevant for me to push the Terran or defend the Terran? Because you want to know what happens? This is exactly what happens. This is your average diamond player would be like this. All right. So this is the position in the game right now. I'm setting up my 3rd base. And I just killed 2 medevacs at my base. This Terran is super annoying. I am now going to attack him. And then what happens when you attack the Terran? You walk across the map and you try to attack him. And let's just say, hypothetically, this Terran loaded up all 4 medevacs and he flew right into your fucking main base. And your army is standing right there and 4 medevacs are dropping your main right now. And you're like, oh, fuck my life. Now do I want to base trade and give him like a 40-second head start into base trade? Or like a 30-second head start into base trade? Because I have to cross the entire map and then go into his base through a depot wall? Or do I want to like just straight up lose my Nexus and turn around right here and go all the way back into my main base? And by the time I get right here again, my Nexus is dead and a lot of my probes are dead, and then he just loads up and flies away. This happens all the time to people who do not think about their position in the game. They always overthink, I could be aggressive now, and then they fucking throw the game away. That happens all the time. And it's just like, why would you attack if you know you have the lead? And then, you know, it makes no sense. And for those of you that don't know how to who don't know how to read a game, well, that's what we're doing, right? That's what this series is so heavy on scouting and awareness and actually paying attention to like how to read a game. How do you read an economy? How do you read game tempo? How do you read everything throughout the game, right? How do you just understand your position? That's what we've been doing the entire time. That's why if you guys can understand that, you're so much better at RTS than you were before. It's so useful to be able to do this. Can you teach us how to play from behind? You seem like you're always ahead. There's been plenty of games where I've played from behind. Or I'm not going to say plenty. There have been games where I have played from behind. Yes, it's happened. It's happened. And it will happen more and more throughout the series. But this is something I'll tell you. This is an answer I'll give you because this is where people don't really. I feel like people don't fully think through their questions when they like with things like this. And I don't mean to disrespect at all. I'm just going to answer you for what I genuinely think about that question. If I could teach you how to play efficient, or I could teach you how to play from behind when you play inefficient, one of those is just clearly better than the other because it makes you grow as a player, whereas the other one is like preparing for failure. Now, does that mean I should never teach you to play from behind? No, I'm not saying that at all. But if you physically cannot read a game and that's your problem and you get behind because nothing's happened yet you're just behind, it means you have work to do on your how you read a game.
From rally.io.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for the $44 of dono worth of Vibecoin, man. Much love. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's a terrible idea to just like literally it'd be like, all right, guys, in Protoss B2GM, I'm gonna stand up away from my keyboard for like fucking 3 minutes and then sit down and then I'll play, because then we'll be behind, right? Like it doesn't make any sense really, in my opinion. Doesn't really help you as much as you might think it would. I don't want to teach a series that's like that, because it literally is like, it'd be like me. I don't know. I'm trying to give you an analogy here with this, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've already kind of described why I don't really want to do that. Okay, this guy is Protoss. Fucking yeah, dude. I gotta stop reading chat again. I'm doing it again. I'm taking chat off. I break my own rules every time. I'm answering these questions and I'm fucking autopiloting, and I'm not even doing builds I want to do anymore. Yeah, because I try to explain everything. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be doing a 1 gateway expand versus with a quick nexus versus someone who goes double gateway opener. So this is now going to be a game where it's going to be extra hard for us, because if our opponent plays aggressive and we're playing economical, we're now in a position where we're super defensive, and we need to not take damage. Otherwise, even though we tried to be economical, we're still going to be behind in the end anyways. So we're going to chrono boost out our first stalker. We're going to make a shield battery the second that is done, and we're going to make a battery the second that the pylon's done. Have our first stalker go to that probe. We can chrono boost out our probes as well. Make a shield battery like right now. Okay, we can attack that probe. Probe's actually getting really far away. Don't chase him too far. Do not chase that probe too far. That's a bad idea. Let's leave 1 probe now Because our stalker's been out for a while. The sentry's even almost done now. Let's leave one probe right here to make batteries to block my ramp while the stalker can cover the front of my natural. And behind this, let's make gateway number 2 and a robo. And there we go. We see we both have stalker versus stalker, but we have a shield battery, so we're fine. Shoot the stalker that's weakened already, so we do actual damage to it. Keep making probes. Do not tunnel vision that. Keep making units. And now that he shows me he went for 2 stalkers, we don't need to worry about adepts anymore, because by the time adepts would come now, we'll have more units and we'll be able to easily shut them down. Okay, what we need to do now though is we need to scout with a hallucination into this guy's base, and we need to know for a fact 100%. Okay, no, he's not. He's not expanding. We are actually getting all in right now. So if we're gonna get all in, guys, what do we do? This is that moment where you need to put a diaper on because you're about to shit your pants. No, I'm just joking. What we do now is we just chrono boost out Immortals. Just chrono boost out Immortals. It's okay. Pull some probes here to fight this as well. Let's build another shield battery. Okay, let's go and back up because he pulled us away to his battery. Let's make another battery. And let's fight him again now that he pulled away from the batteries. Try and pull that one stalker back so it doesn't die. Okay, fall back again. We're just buying time. We're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Make another battery like right there. And now we have Immortals. This guy's actually microing his units as well. And now we have another shield battery, and now we have Immortals up. So Immortals take the priority here. Chrono boost out your Immortals and just keep making stalkers. So now that we're getting all in, Immortals are priority number 1. And then stalkers are priority number 2, and probes are priority number 3. Until we're fully saturated. And then when we're fully saturated, you can go into like more gateways and shit. Okay, back up to our shield batteries. Overcharged battery right now. Our Immortal's not even shooting at the moment. That's not good. We need to fix that real quick. Okay, keep making units. Do not stop making units. Okay, pull our probes again. He's being really aggressive. Okay, we can attack a Void Ray with our boys. This guy's microing like a boss. Tell our stalkers to attack another Void Ray. We killed one. Keep making probes. Keep making units. Back that stalker up right now. Try not to lose it. Okay, make another Immortal. And make some more stalkers. Keep backing up. We can chrono boost out an Immortal again. Keep making probes. Keep making stalkers. Keep making Immortals. And now we're ready to overcharge another battery for the next time a fight happens. Okay, he's pushing again. Overcharge that battery. We can focus fire some of his units back up to our battery. Pull that Immortal forward. Make another Immortal. Keep making stalkers. We can kill some of his batteries now that we're trying to take. We're starting to now gain control of this situation here. Keep making stalkers. Keep making probes. Now we're starting to take a little bit of the advantage, like we just said. Fall back to our batteries because we want him to fight at our battery. That's ideal for us. Keep making stalkers. And now we're starting to have a problem where it's just voids. So now let's actually go ahead and make like another gateway, and let's stop chrono boosting out Immortals. Let's start chrono boosting out stalkers. Because now it's becoming a situation where it's just mass fucking voids. Okay, we can run away from those voids for a second. Have our Immortals go forward and try to just like pop his fucking base here. Okay, let's go ahead and back up again. And now keep making stalkers as fast as possible. Keep chrono boosting them. We can make Immortals as a secondary to our primary of stalker. Because again, he's going massive void rays. Okay, he just turned on a bunch of overcharged beams, so let's run the fuck away from that for a second. Tell our units to attack in this area. Make probes again. Let's being super all in, super aggressive. We can make another battery. Yeah, we're probably gonna die. There's too many voids, which is fine. It is what it is. Okay, the only way we win here is if we actually target fire the void rays with our army, with our stalkers, that is. But we just don't have enough. GG. Okay, so in this one would be more of a situation where I would say, if your opponent, then this is why I also said going for 1 gate expand in PvP is really hard, because this like opens you up to being attacked like this. It's hard to defend in higher level PvP. Yo, thank you, Ian, for the 500 bits. So basically, you know, we have a battery, we have a natural, we have all that crap. We make a sentry second, we're chilling. But the second we saw this is what we should be doing, okay? So the second we see this, he's going for proxy fucking battery stalker pressure. We don't know. If we would have saw that it was a Stargate, I would say if we knew it was a Stargate, what we should do then is we should react to that situation. We didn't actually click on that. That was a mistake right there. But what we should do is we should, even though we're making a robo, is a robo wrong here? Not necessarily. You could still go for a robo. But I would say if we knew it was a Stargate, proxy Stargate with fucking shield batteries, we should have actually chrono boosted stalkers instead of immortals. Because void rays are the real problem here, not the stalkers. But we were chrono boosting, he was chrono boosting his Stargate while we were chrono boosting our robo. And it was an overwhelming amount of immortals on our side, which overwhelmed his stalkers. But then immortals can't beat void rays, and he had an overwhelming amount of void rays, which beat my immortals, and then indirectly killed my stalkers because I just didn't have enough to stop what was going on. So if we would have actually paid attention to the tech, we should have actually gone for chrono boosted stalkers instead of chrono boosted immortals. And then if our money gets higher, again, do the same thing we talked about before, or we make like another gateway to go into more stalker production because we need stalkers to deal with this shit. So the heavier immortal situation here was not ideal for us. But again, I'll reiterate it one more time because people love to get carried away. I know people get carried away and go, you know, they freak out and go like blah 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 blah, whatever the fuck they're gonna say. And I'll say it one more time. I've already said this. I said this once during this game. I said it once already right after the replay started, and we started watching the game after it was over. And I'll say it one more time before we leave the replay, which is 1 gate expands in PvP are hard to do because you will almost always get all in and it's difficult to defend. Is it impossible? No, but it's fucking harder. That's why I'm not really doing this build much anymore. And the only reason why I did it this game is because I kind of autopiloted when I was reading someone's fucking question in chat. But it would have made sense. It would have made sense for us to chrono boost out Immortals though, if this guy went for a robo. If he went for a robo, then yes, we should have chrono boosted out Immortals. But because he went for a Stargate, we should have actually been getting a lot more stalkers. And yeah, the game is honestly, it is mostly winnable. Still, even at this point, this is not that bad for us because we still have the natural up and going, and his natural hasn't even started, and he's literally starting to get ready to mine out of patches. So if he doesn't break me soon, he's actually going to die. But he breaks us because we take one fight where we lose too many stalkers. And then it's like right here, right about here is when he starts killing stalkers as a focus. And then it just becomes Immortals. And we're like, oh, okay, fuck. So we got kind of fucked over. Another thing we probably could have done here, realistically, is like if you really think about it, going back from this game in this position, because if you think about how could I have done anything better than what we did, something we could have done here is we could have honestly walked the Immortals forward and sacrificed them to kill the pylons that were powering this base, because we could have easily out DPS the shield batteries. And if we could actually, maybe not the front pylon, but maybe the back two pylons, especially this pylon right here, because that pylon is the only pylon powering his Stargate. If we depowered the Stargate, we could have actually stopped the Void Ray count at 2 and overpowered it over time with more stalkers, because he would have had taken a while to get a pylon over here again because his probe's fucking dead. He doesn't have a probe here at all. That could have been a way we could have won. That's like a hindsight thing, right? And that's something that you could actually think about. This is why it's not always a bad idea to look at your replays and be like, what could I have done with these immortals, right? Like, I invested into them, but they feel garbage here because he's got voids. Putting ourselves in this situation is not always the best idea because we didn't scout the fact that he was going void right first and we just kept making fucking immortals like crazy. So it might not have been the best idea. It could have been a good idea though if we would have microed our stalkers better, but we didn't, so it's okay. But again, we could have just used 4 immortals to just ram these pylons to death, and then suddenly we continue to make immortals while also making stalkers while fighting near shield battery, and then he can't really, like, we can, you know, let's say we take the fight against void rays, we fall back to a shield battery, we fully heal, and then we push forward again, but the pylons powering his proxy here don't have the ability to refill his void rays with shield battery energy because they're unpowered. And then suddenly now we can't defend the rest of the proxy and we kill all of it. And then it becomes a 2-base Protoss versus a 1-base Protoss, right? Which is fucking terrible for the 1-base Protoss. So there's obviously lots of things you can always do. You can critically think about what you're doing and how to make what you're doing better. But yeah, long story short, going 1-base Nexus in PvP is hard because you're always going to get all in. It's very common, and you're always going to have less than your opponent, so you cannot fuck up at all or you're going to die. Two-gate PvP is really a standard. Okay, we got a Terran player.
Oh,
Ian, thank you for the 5.
yeah.
Gifted. Thanks, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this game will do another hyper aggro build. We'll do like council first with mass charge slot stalker, something like that again. Just because again, I'm still trying to give you guys variety throughout Diamond. It's basically just like trying to play a little bit more intensely from what Diamond 2 had. And yo, guy in the chat, thanks for the elite donation. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. We got our probe going out to scout his base, see what's going on.
Yeah.
Everything's normal. Thank you, thank you.
What if he had a hidden base? Would you go proxy Tempest? I haven't watched the rest of the series, but can you answer this question? Much love.
There can be no proxy base when my opponent goes that all in. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and make a pylon here. He canceled the engineering bay. So this is another thing too where I would highly recommend if you're a Protoss player that deals with Terrans who block your base like that, don't just sit there and never expand. Just go take your fucking third base. I would recommend to do that. It does open you up more to being attacked now. Like you're more open now to being attacked, but I think it's worth it because not making probes for until your stalker can kill an engineering bay is such a waste of time. I still wouldn't have started a Nexus yet if that was the case. Run this probe away because it's taking damage. Tell our probes to attack the Reaper if it runs in the middle line. He doesn't. He runs back. Run this probe away as our stalker ideally runs at him. Okay, there he runs away. It's all good. We can try to fix... run this probe down. Let's go ahead and go into a robo and a second gateway. Let's just build a gateway here or something. It's all good. Check our probes. Two. Or there's one actually. What the fuck has 3? Oh, that one has 3. Okay, fix that. Okay, we're good again. Fixed. Only took a second. Okay, let's go ahead and make up. Now he's in my main base fighting my sentry. Have this probe help for a second. I can make a pylon right there to spot Reaper jump spots. And now let's have the sentry throw out a hallucinated phoenix to see what we're up against in just a second when it's ready to go. And we'll make maybe like one more pylon right there. Again, we're trying to give ourselves a vision net around our base. Let's make a battery at our 3rd base. So we can, because it's the most exposed thing we have right now, so let's protect it. Let's go ahead and throw out our hallucinated phoenix to his base, and let's see, is this guy going to all in me or not? Like, what are you doing? And here comes the Reaper again. New Stalker just spawned. Stalker can deal with it. Hey, Reaper, what's up, dude? And now the Reaper's going to die. And now he's in the natural. Okay, run our probes away for a second. We can run the Stalker away for a second. And now the shield battery's going to finish, and it's going to save our units. And we just killed 2 Marauders and a Reaper and scouted his base. So now we know everything he's doing, and we're no longer that scared about what he could be doing, right? We now know what it is. Let's make a couple more pylons in our base while we keep making probes. And now we know there's this, 3 racks. There's a starport right there. It's pretty standard. He tried to be aggressive. It definitely did a little bit of aggression to us, but we defended pretty well. And now we're basically almost fully saturated here, and we have a decent amount of money. So let's just take our 5th base. Or I mean our 3rd base. Jesus, I don't know why I said 5th. Our 3rd base, which is now going to be our natural. And now here's a cool thing we can do as well. This is something we can do as well that I haven't really done for you guys yet in this series. So I'm not going to make Immortals this game. I'm going to make Colossus, and I'm going to go into Templars with Storm and shit like that. But I'm actually going to make 3 Observers while I'm making my Robo Bay. Robo Bay is almost done. 3rd Observer is about to pop out. I now can start making Colossus. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually spread my 2 Observers. Or I have 3. One of them is going to be in my army for detection. But the other 2 Observers are going to go to the outsides of my base like this and go in oversight mode. And it's going to help me spot drops really fucking far away from my base. Really easy drop spotting. And now we're fully saturated on the 3rd base, which is our natural. And now we're going to start saturating our natural, which is actually our 3rd base. Let's go ahead and make a couple more gateways. And we can also now go into, as soon as we have enough gas to afford it, our next step of the build as well, which will be our upgrades. Now we're saturating our 3rd base. Keep making stalkers. Let's make another hallucinated phoenix go out. Is this guy taking a 3rd base or what? You taking a 3rd or what you doing? What the fuck you doing, man? What are you doing? Let's go ahead and start double forges. And a council, because we can afford it. Okay, keep making probes. There's no 3rd base at the 3rd. How about your natural? Are you building one in the natural? No? Okay, how about in the main base? You're building Widow Mines and more barracks. So this guy's getting really aggressive. So now we know we're up against a lot of aggression. We know we're up against a Terran player who's going to actually pressure us like crazy with bio and Widow Mines and stuff like that. Now he's dropping the main and he's pushing the ramp at the natural. So let's get rid of these units at the natural and let's just push towards the main. That's going to die, so let's rebuild it over here. It's all good. Let's try and kill a medevac if we can. And we can't, so it gets away, but it's okay. Again, guys, is this a moment where I should go counterattack him right now? Definitely not. This is not a game where I need to feel pressured to have to counterattack my opponent at all. We should be currently boosting out upgrades right now, and we should be getting ready for the next stage of the game, which is going to be a Terran being really aggressive. So one way we can deal with this really well is we can actually leave some stalkers in our main base, like so. Let's build one battery as well in our main base. Let's have these stalkers kill a medevac. Pull probes as well to help. Have the stalkers kill the other medevac, just so we can't evacuate and heal his units anymore. Keep making probes. Look what's happening here. I'm still defending my base on the other side. Let's run away from those Widow Mines. Okay, run back to the mineral line. And what happened here? We won the fight here too. I left my stalkers defensively because I don't know if you guys noticed this. We'll talk about it in the replay though. We literally saw 2 medevacs sitting right there in the vision of a Widow, in the vision of an observer. So we saw him sitting there trying to set up a drop on us. Now our opponent's being really aggressive, and what can we do to fix that? Let's fucking chrono boost our probes for a round. Just do I have to chrono boost my probes constantly? No. Let's just spend 1 round chrono boosting probes so I can fix my economy everywhere. And now suddenly my economy looks amazing everywhere. My economy has been fixed in every base, and now I'm looking juicy. Now we can go ahead and take our next base. And we can confirm what's going on with Terran again. He does have a third started, so let's go see what's going on with that third. While we take our fourth. And now let's go into Templars with more gateways. Again, we're power spiking more and more throughout the game. His third looks pretty mediocre, like 7 SCVs on it or something. He's still making bio like crazy. It's all good. It's pretty expected, right? We know he's going to do that. Do you have a fourth base? The answer is no, he does not. So we have a big-ass army. We can continue to leave some stalkers in our main base in case he tries to attack us there. Let's get rid of these rocks. Let's build a pylon right there to give us warning. Along with the observer, we have a pylon that can give us warning here. And now we're ready to defend this location or our third location. Look at my main base. See that medevac? Holy fuck. Nice, right? Let's get on top of those medevacs right there. Blink other stalkers on top of them. Blink. Kill all these medevacs. That observer was MVP right there. Warping some zealots in this area. We can overpower this battery in this area. And now this whole army is dead. And now we can take our stalkers and blink down to the low ground and kill these last units, killing my fourth base. That observer just won us the game. Because it warned us before we got attacked by a doom drop. That doom drop did fucking dick all. Like, it did nothing. Because we saw it before it happened. Now we have zealots. And we have the ability to go into storm now. So am I still going to attack him yet? He just lost everything, guys. Do I have to attack him right now? I could poke him. Yes, you could poke him. But do I have to? No. If you want to take the safer route, you don't have to attack right now. And why do I not have to attack him right now? Because either way, it's going to happen really soon. Either way, I'm going to be attacking him really, really, really soon. And if I don't attack him right now, I'm on a really good probe count. And I can also go into a transition of my tech. I can go into storm now. And now suddenly my army is fucking god mode. I'm going to have storm with my Templar. And now I'm going to have this big, fat monster army that's going to run Terran over. Behind this, I can make another base. Right here. Let's move the observer a little bit. A little bit more to the right now, because we're now going to expand here. So let's move our observer, like, over here. We're going to move it more to the right to spot in the new area. And let's now make a pylon in the open air, in the open dark space, like right there, to spot in between our bases. Okay, and now with this, what is our opponent doing? What is the pattern that we've noticed our opponent does repeatedly? He drops my fucking main base. So even though I'm about to go attack him, let's do this. Let's leave 8 stalkers on defense in my main base. Because I'm expecting him to do it again. I would not be surprised if he decides to counterattack me when I attack him. Okay, he's hitting me with a Liberator right there. Let's go run our probes away for a second. Blink at that Liberator, get it out of here. Hey, Liberator, get it the fuck out of here. Okay, put these probes back to normal. Mine properly. Okay, and we're fixed. And now let's go attack him. And why does it make sense to go attack him now? Because we're maxed out. So let's go. We're also hitting 2/2 upgrades as well as we do it, which is really, really, really nice. So, am I going to be surprised? Like, I'm going to go now, poke the top of the map because we know that's where his newest base was. And am I going to be surprised if he drops me at the same time? Watch for a blue dot on the minimap on the south side as I push his north side. I won't be surprised one bit. Okay, so he's sieging this base with a bunch of Liberator. Let's go ahead and move around the other way. It's all good. Let's try and move the south side. Get rid of this fucking flying factory as well. Get 3/3 upgrades. And let's push this side. Okay, get our army grouped up. Storm his ass. Blink our stalkers towards those Liberators. Storm him again. Storm him again. Storm him again. And now we just killed his army. So our army is becoming really, really, really strong. And again, our power spike was late game, not early game. So that's another moment where a lot of people would defend once and then immediately counterattack. When if your goal, we'll go back to the first attack where he attacked me and when we killed it. Let's go back and let's talk about why I didn't counterattack. Why did it not make sense to counterattack? It's very simple. We've talked about this many times. We'll talk about it again. So my opponent attacks me, right? He pokes me with 2 loaded medevacs going into my main base, and then he also pokes me at my ramp at my natural. He gets caught on a pylon. Those units die straight up. And then he goes into the main base. He actually kills my fucking tech. He kills my upgrade. This is annoying, right? This is annoying. Guys in the chat, thanks for the 13.
Sorry, the last donation was a joke. May you maintain the same passion for us and streaming that 11 has for posting in your Discord. Hope all is well.
Thank you, man. I appreciate the support, guy in the chat. Much love. So he kills my Robo, right? Like he kills my Robo Bay, and then you know that's it kills our Robo Bay. Oh my God. You know, it's not the end of the world. It means I can't build Colossus for a second anymore. I got to now rebuild it somewhere else, like over here. Like we're rebuilding it right now. We're setting it up a new one right there. It's okay. But when we get over here and we defend our base, and he tries to fight us a little bit, we don't quite kill a drop. We don't quite kill a drop, so this is definitely not the time to counterattack. Number one, we didn't kill his army. And number two, what am I doing behind this? I'm going for upgrades. I'm rebuilding tech. I'm investing into upgrades. This does not mean we have a timing to kill him right now. If these were all gateways, if this was like 7 gateways right here, I'd be like, yeah, let's go attack him. It would make more sense then. But this is not fucking 7 gates. This is 2 gates, 2 forges, a Robo Bay, a council, and a couple pylons. This is upgrades. It is not production. At this point in the game, all I have is 2 gateways. I should not attack my opponent. Like, I should not go for a counter all in. Because all that does then is it makes me open to being killed by those medevacs. Now remember this. I saw those medevacs coming from a mile away, guys. They're not even... They're a full screen length away from my base. This is huge. This is so much time to react. I'm not having to react to them as soon as they drop right here. I'm reacting to them as soon as they enter that airspace right there. Which is so fucking far away from my main base. So as he does this... I catch him, I warp in some stalkers, and I'm ready to go. But again, think about this for a second. This is where you got to make a judgment call as a player. This is a moment where you go, okay, I literally see right here that there's only 2 medevacs going to my main base. Is there 4 medevacs? Is there 5 medevacs? Is there Liberators coming here? Is there a battlecruiser? Is there Banshees? It's just 2 medevacs. And what happened with those 2 medevacs? Those are the same 2 medevacs that he attacked me with about a full minute before he did this drop now. So in that minute of time where he did that drop, and then that was it, we also scouted his base, and we're looking for a 3rd, and we scouted 5 racks before 3rd base. And this is really aggressive. This comes back, this harkens all the way back to when we scouted, and we actually learned what people do, right? We like understand what 5 racks means before you take a 3rd base. It means you're going to be really aggressive. So if I can go, okay, he's sending 2 medevacs into my main base. That's it, right? 2 medevacs in my main base. Also, we can assume without really much doubt that if he's going to play aggressive, it means he's probably going to play aggressive. Not only is he dropping me, he's doing an aggressive build order as well because it's extra production. It would be like me taking a Robo with 5 gateways before taking a 3rd base. I didn't do that. I went 2 fucking gateway into a 3rd base. I'm not playing aggressive. So he definitely has the aggressive momentum on his side. And if he's going to do that, if he's going to only invest the same attack he did a full minute ago into my main base a 2nd time in a row, means our 3rd base is probably going to get attacked as well by some bullshit. So that's why I don't actually select all army and go defend my main base. Not to mention he has a fucking army. Like, units are starting to come into my observer on the top side of the map as well that I can see, which is why it's really nice to give yourself vision on the other side of the map as well. So what I do, as a response to this, because I see him attacking me again with a drop in my main, I only warp in stalkers here. That's it. Like, I see it coming from a mile away. Again, like I said, this is why the observers are there. This is so good for defensive play. And it's something we're going to do a lot now in this matchup. I didn't do it all the time before, but we're definitely going to do it now because we're doing a more Colossus-focused style, less Immortals. And it just makes sense. It's easy peasy. And it gives us warning before we get attacked. So now I go, cool, he's got only the same 2 medevacs. I warp in 4 stalkers here to defend. And then now I pull my probes because I need a supplement to defend this. And if I just focus fire the medevacs, 4 stalkers can kill medevacs ridiculously fast. Like, watch how fast they kill them. First medevac is already dead. Second medevac is being targeted right now while my probes are helping kill units. Look at the second medevac. It's already basically dead. And finally, it dies. And now he has no healing for these units in my base, so these probes are actually fucking him up. Like, they're actually doing a lot of damage to his bio that dropped out in this, like, carpet bomb style. And now my stalkers that are still there killed the medevacs, and now they're going to kill whatever's left over. And losing, like, 6 probes here or something like that is way cheaper than running my entire army down and losing my entire third base. Because again, the Terran player, if we can understand that the Terran player is a heavy production focused Terran and a less macro focused Terran, we can predict that this guy is going to fucking multi-prong us, and it's not one attack at a time. That's how we come to that conclusion. If that third base was already done and there was only 2 racks here with a factory and a starport, or maybe 3 racks and a factory and a starport, I would be more inclined to think to myself, I am not going to take nearly as much damage from this guy's attacks because he's investing into less production, more economy. So the mentality of a Terran there would be more likely, instead of having 2 medevacs, it would only be 1 medevac dropping. And if he saw 4 stalkers warping in at this base, he wouldn't just drop the base. He would literally turn around and fly away. You have to, again, this is one of those things where you can actually tell how your opponent is going to play the game based off of how their build is setting up in the game. We know this dude is an aggressive player, so we're expecting this dude to be an aggressive player, and losing some probes while we kill medevacs and then our probes finish off the bio with no healing and our stalkers also help here is a really easy way to deal with this. We didn't lose many probes here at all, but we know for a fact that that was going to happen as well. We can already predict that it was going to happen. This is way too much fucking investment into production. Way too much. This is not a macro Terran. This is an aggressive Terran. So now the second drop gets completely shut down. And as a result of all of this, what is the final outcome? The Protoss and the Terran are about equal in supply. The Protoss is ahead in workers still. The Protoss is ahead in bases still because I have a third that's done and has full saturation on it. His third base is still being constructed. Almost done though. Well, here's the big thing. You want to know the big thing? His upgrades are currently 1-0. Okay. And he has 1 engineering bay that does not have another upgrade started yet. And he has no armory or a second engineering bay. That means that this Terran is all power early. This guy is all... He's like hitting the gas pedal as hard as he can in the first 10 minutes of the game. And we knew this because we scouted this. We already knew this. Us, on the other hand, have double invested at forges going into double upgrades. Not only that, we're going into blink and then charge. Not only that, we're going to be going into extended thermal lances. We already were, but it got canceled. We know for a fact, and we've also teched harder than he did. He literally went to a starport, and that was it. We went to a Robo Bay, and we also went to a fucking Twilight Council. So we have more tech invested than he does. I have more upgrades, more tech, more composite, more like diverse composition. My opponent has more power early. So if we just survive early, we take a massive lead late. And then how do you survive early? You identify the situation like we just talked about, where instead of chasing his army one at a time, we know for a fact that he has clearly more production for what represents more than what 2 medevacs is. Like, this guy is not going to make 2 medevacs full of units in a matter of like 2.5 minutes. Remember that. Like 2 minutes of production does not represent 20 supply of units here. That is not what this represents. This represents much more than that, because you can make 2 medevacs every fucking 30 seconds. And you can make a Marine every 18 seconds. And you can make a Marauder every 21 seconds. And he has reactors and tech labs making 3 Marauders and 4 Marines at a time. This guy can pump fucking way more than 10 supply per round, or 20 supply per round. Sorry, it's 20 because there's 2 medevacs here, which is each medevac represents 10 supply because it has 8 units inside of it, which is 8 supply, and then 2 fucking supply for the medevac. You get the point. This represents a lot more than what 2 medevacs was. So we know for a fact he's got way more than 2 medevacs worth of army because we know how to scout our opponent. It's very, very obvious once you start thinking about the game this way. So we know how to predict where he's going to attack before he does, because he's showing us he's all aggression. And now the observer once again has an amazing position. It does something amazing for us, which is it spots a fucking doom drop before the doom drop happens. Way before we get dropped by a doom drop, we go, oh, sick. That's a lot of medevacs. Now, you know what? This is more representative of his army that he would have. And I am seeing this, guys, seeing that, I am no longer thinking to myself, He's probably got the same thing on this side. Because you want to know what that means? That represents about 60 supply right there, roughly. If you had to predict what you think that is, that's probably about 60 supply of army. That is a fucking doom drop. Now look at my supply of army. I got 57. And my army, now granted my opponent is making units and I'm making economy more, but I am actually killing his units most of the time, and I'm not really losing a lot in the process. I can already, without a doubt, assume that my army is about the size of this potential army inside the medevacs, because it's 60. It could be up to 60 supply worth, and I have 57 right now. This is very indicative of his entire army. At most, if there was anything else not there, there could be like maybe one extra medevac coming here, just one medevac coming here, that could drop one medevac worth of units here. He could. It's fucking impossible that there could be 6 medevacs also right there. It's impossible. Because you cannot scale faster than me, because I'm not macroing like shit. This is why I tell people all the time, again, it's another example of saying, this is why I don't explain this part of the game to people that are like platinum or below. Because if this was a gold player, if I was a gold Protoss, I actually could be like, well, Vibe, you're wrong though. There actually were 6 medevacs there and 6 medevacs here. And I didn't have an army to deal with that. And I would literally tell that Protoss player who's in Gold League, your macro sucks dick. That's why. But if your macro is actually appropriate, this is impossible to duplicate this army right now, because he cannot play the game at a pace that is like, he can't make his units have half the build time. It's fucking impossible. So if I can macro at least to a decent degree, I know this is the majority of his army based on what has happened so far in the game. You can read the game as you play the game, and you can understand what people are capable of based off of what you're doing. It literally is it always comes back to you. It never is just a guess where it's like, I don't think you could afford that many medevacs right now. No, it has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with the fact that right now I have 60 supply, and that represents 60 supply. And even though he should have more army supply than me by a little bit, he's been losing it every time he attacks me. Like, he has been losing supply every time he fucking pokes my base. He has not been keeping it all alive every time and only doing damage to me. He's been trading more losses than gains. So I know, even though if I see this again, it's for fucking certain that there's no other medevac there. And again, to go back and talk about, even if I was slightly off, where I was like, oh, there was actually just one more medevac here. How could I deal with that if I sent my whole army to deal with this? Warp in some units, and then you deal with it. You could literally warp in like 4 stalkers, just like we did last time, and you're fine. Problem solved, right? You don't even care anymore. You can easily kill one medevac with a warp in. So yeah, I should already know for a fact that that's his entire army. That's huge. And now I already have Blink. So now he's taking an even worse fight. Because he's committed, and now all the medevacs die, and his army is just getting destroyed in the main base. And then on top of that, we blink down to low ground and save the 4th base. That was great. That was super good for us. Now I can guarantee, once again, this is another sign in the game that tells me, okay, well, my opponent is playing aggressive. He's also playing less economy than me, and I just killed his entire army. So not only am I ahead because his army just died, but also because I have more economy than he does, and I'm pretty much at that point now where I'm about done making probes. Now my army is going to no longer be on like 2 gate or 4 gate production with 1 robo. Now it's going to go to like 10 or 12 gateway production, because I don't need to make pylons anymore. I don't need to make probes as much anymore. Like, they become way less invested, and we now invest way more into gateway unit production because we can actually afford it. We're not in the developing stage of the game as much anymore. Now we're in the unit stage of the game now. We're in the unit production stage of the game. So if this guy just threw his army away, I know I'm ahead for that reason alone. That's already a big indicator that I'm ahead. Another reason why I'm ahead is because I know here's another reason, which is more subtle. We'll reference something we just talked about a minute ago. If we know our opponent was playing an all-in style and he continues to play it like an all-inner, he continues to just fucking dive and die at the same time. He's like diving and hoping for the best and loses everything. And he just did it again. My opponent in that fight has upgrades that have not changed the entire fucking time. He is still 1-0 just like he was about 4 minutes ago. He hasn't changed any upgrades. He's still on the same shitty 1-0 upgrades. My units are already 1-1, and we have the ability with all the tech here. We're gonna have charge on the way. We have 2-2 on the way, and we're gonna have and we already have blink. This is now going to guarantee that we are going to take an even faster lead than our opponent, because not only are we Protoss who can chrono boost our upgrades, but we have more upgrade investment than our opponent does. So now when these things finish, when all these upgrades right here finish, it was like, this is how big the power, like the power difference was for us right here. It was like, maybe I was like an 8 out of 10 and he was like at a 7 out of 10. It was really close. But now as soon as all those upgrades finish again, and now I'm going to be 2-2 with Storm and Charge, it's going to be like, he's going to be like at a 5 out of 10. Because he's not changing, and he's only getting weaker over time because he's playing it like an all-in repeatedly. And we're going to be like a fucking 10 out of 10. Our army is going to go so much different value-wise than his is, because we're playing for the long game with investments, and he's playing for the short game with kill you now. So that's why we know we're ahead again, because these investments will pay off in the future. And he does not have those because he's played this game like an all-inner, and he's lost 3 fucking waves of damage right now. Literally 3 times he attacked and lost all of it, like most of his units every time, or all of them. So he's falling, he's digging a hole for himself essentially, which is why this last attack with 2-2 and this last attack with 2-2 and Storm and Colossus and Charge Lot, we run him over right now. This is not even close. Terran cannot deal with this. And what are his upgrades? Let's check out a bio unit. What are we? We're 2-2. I am now 2-2. What is he? He's now 1-1. So he is starting to fix it a little bit, but let's look at this. Where's his armory? He doesn't have one. So he actually only upgraded in the last like 5 minutes of the game or 6 minutes of the game. He only upgraded armor on the same engineering bay he got weapons on eventually. And now he's capped out. He has 1 engineering bay and no armory and no second engineering bay to continue upgrades to pace realistically with me. So this is going to be a situation where now I'm going to be 3 guys here pretty soon with chrono boosted upgrades on my forges versus a Terran who's still on 1-1 because he hasn't even started an armory or a second engineering bay. That's fucking huge for power of army going to the future of this game. So again, it's all in playstyle. It's like all early, no late game. And not only that, but our opponent also has like no ghost. He has no way. He does have a couple Liberator, but it's going to be really hard for him to deal with now the addition of Charge and Storm into our army. Because before it was just Stalker Colossus and a Sentry. Now it's also Stalker Colossus and Charge and Storm. This is now suddenly way harder for him to deal with. And then his whole army just gets stormed to death and dies, right? And how did I micro that? Literally all I did. This is all I did in the micro fight. Let me walk you through exactly what I did. 1 A move. 1 A move right here. 1 A move, 3 A move. And then I go like this. Okay, he's right there. Okay. Move command some of my units in the front that are just going to die for free. Like green box them and pull them back a little bit. And now armies are close together. Once again, 1 A move, 3 A move, and then control Templars for a second here because I'm going for storms. So 1 A move, 3 move to his army, storm him. So 1 A move right now and 3 storm him. 3 keep moving towards his army. Now you can see that he's running away from my storms. He is running away from my storms. So I'm not going to just sit there watching my Templar and going 3 move, 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 move. All I'm going to do, because look what's happening as well. It's not just Bio getting stormed. There's also Liberators here. I'm also now going to go back to my Stalkers. So I'm going to go back to 1. And Stalkers take priority in group, or they don't really take, Sentry does. So I'd have to hit 1 tab to go to my Stalker group. Or I could just double click my Stalkers. That would also work. But I'm going to tell my Stalkers, while my Templars are moving towards the bio that is running away, hey Stalkers, blink at those Liberators and kill. Am I going to focus fire each Liberator with my Stalker? No, I'm not going to do that. My Stalkers are automatically going to kill the Liberator over the bio, because if I tell them to blink from here to here, they're going to be in range of the Liberator and out of range of the bio because he's currently running away from my storms. So after I tell my Stalkers to blink, I can then go back to my Templar and go move command, storm, move command, storm, move command, storm. So Stalker blink now that I stormed 1, like in this army. And I will go Stalker blink over here. And then I go Templars, go back to using them again and storm them again. I don't even touch my Colossus. I don't even touch my Zealots in these fights. I literally A-move it and just let it happen for the most part. And then all the bio dies. And now he's dead. And there you go. Nice. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. To pause. Thank you for the dono, dude. Thanks for the $1 dono, my man. Is there stream delay, or did Vive remove it for Diamond and onwards? No, I'm still using stream delay. The amount of people that I feel like would want to troll this series and make me get frustrated by stream sniping me and actually cheating against me is actually kind of high. I feel like that would happen more than I would like it to happen. So, yeah, no, I don't really want to go through that process while I'm trying to make a guide. Okay, we're against the Zerg player. We'll do an all in this game. Whatever. We'll do an all in. Or we'll do, you know, we'll do a we won't do an all in. I'll do a Templar build, like a Dark Templar build. Again, we'll give you guys variety, right? Do I have to do the same build every game? No. Like we always say before, but it's giving you options in Diamond League. I do think that this build is it's got a higher chance to be more vulnerable though. Like you could fuck this build up more often than a Stargate opener. The reason why you see most Protosses go Stargate nowadays in ZVP is because Stargate is the most solid safe opener you can possibly do. It literally defends almost every type of all-in you can deal with, like with high consistency. So it's a more consistent build, which is why people do it so much. Okay, let's go ahead and send a probe down to send a probe to our gas and then do our natural. We'll see if this guy's 12 pulling us. Let's now send a probe to the natural. He is not 12 pulling us. You can tell because he's already expanded. And there's his spawning pool. He does not have gas though yet, so he might be playing a gasless style. Let's take a second, just for a second, and let's wait and see if he actually does go for a gas. Are you taking a gas? It's got one more time. There's no gas. So this could be gasless. And I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing that this build is afraid of that I'm doing is fucking people who all in you with gas builds, like Ravagers or a big ass fucking Baneling attack with mass speedlings. Those are the things you should be afraid of. But if you scout your opponent is gasless, I'm not afraid anymore because I can't be attacked by anything besides slowlings now, and it's not actually hard anymore. So now I have a remember how I said the chances of a Stargate build being higher? Now it's kind of irrelevant, and now both builds have a high chance of working because my opponent has no investment of early gas. So let's go for a council first. Let's go ahead and get my natural starting to go. Let's get our Stalker started on our gateway with a Chrono Boost. Let's go ahead and get another gateway to seal off my... Or actually, you know what? Not yet. We don't need to worry about anything right now. Let's get Warp Gate now. He's going to scout my base, which is fine. Let's go ahead and start one gas here pretty soon at my natural. Like, honestly, right about now even. Like, right about, like, a third of the way in. Let's just get a gas going because we need more gas for this build. It's really gas intensive. Okay, and as soon as this Overlord dies, we're going to make a Dark Shrine in my base. Okay, Overlord's dead. Now let's grab a probe and make a Dark Shrine. Let's make one more pylon here just to make sure we don't get Nidus, like, later on in the game. Again, we're not even worrying about a Nidus now, but it could definitely happen later. Make a gateway there. Get this gas saturated. Let's go get a Robo as well. As soon as we can afford it, which is going to be very soon. There we go. There's a Robo right there. And now let's go ahead and make a shield battery in case this guy now decides to have taken a gas later after we left. Because he could always take a gas after you leave. So we're making a shield battery just in case he attacks us. And now let's make 2 more gateways. Save for 2 gates right now. 2 gates. Just 2 gates. Okay. And the reason why we're pacing it the way we're doing it is because we're prioritizing Council first because Dark Shrine is the longest thing to get. And then we're getting a Robo second and then Gateways third because Robo's the second longest thing to get with the warp prisms across the map. And then Gateways are the shortest thing to get because we can literally warp in DTs across the map. So we did it in order of priority of what it should have been in terms of what's going to be the fastest and what's going to be the slowest. So now I'll get a prism and start chrono boosting this bad boy. We got warp gate as well, finishing right now. Our dark shrine is also finishing right now. If this guy were to all in us, we could make DTs right now to defend ourselves. Our pylon's about to finish, which is going to open up our supply. And now our last 2 gateways are about to finish. So let's go ahead and warp in a couple DTs right here. And the last 2 DTs are going to, or the last 2 gateways are going to finish in a second here. And now we can go ahead and go into 2 more DTs and pick them up with a prism right now. Pick them up in the prism. And let's go. And now behind us, let's go ahead and make an observer. Follow our prism. Let's take a 3rd base. Because again, this doesn't have to be an all-in. This is more of a poke. And let's go ahead and make a charge upgrade as well. Get a couple pylons here at the 3rd. Get our prism ready to drop his base. And here we go. And drop it on these queens. Hey, queens, what's up? Fly away for a second. Queens are dead. And now we can get in the mineral line and just be super annoying. He's got a spore crawler there, so let's run away from it and kill the 3rd base. Okay, now we can start making immortals. And zealots. And he's attacking us with a big attack on our 3rd base. So here's what we can do. We could have actually warped in DTs here to defend that, but we just actually burned our cooldown on fucking zealots, so we can't do that now. How about we just let the 3rd die, and we try to poke this guy's main base? What's going on in the main? Okay, he's got a new thingy there. So let's warp in some DTs here now, defensively. And let's have these DTs run down to our 3rd, go attack towards the 3rd base, DTs. Take these DTs and land them, and let's make some Archons with these bad boys. And now we're pushing them away from our base. Let's retake our 3rd, retake our pylons. Let's now start a forge for upgrades. Keep making immortals, and load up these Archons, and now we're just going to fly around his base with Archons instead. Okay, let's fly around his base with Archons. Try and kill drones and shit. Like, hey, drones. Hey, drones. Load up that 1 Archon into the prism. Hey, drones. Hey, drone. Load up in the prism and run away. Make a couple pylons. Keep making probes. And let's kill creep as well while we're at it. Like, kill that creep tumor right there. Okay, we killed the creep tumor again. And we loaded it into the prism. Let's go over here. Let's kill anything on this side. We can also chrono boost our probes while we're at it to make sure we keep making units at an effective pace. Keep making zealots. Get weapon upgrades. Come over here, kill creep. Make more zealots because we need to make more. We can make some gases here. We can even make gateways here while we're at it for a second. And 1 more gateway. There we go. Drop on that fucking creep. Drop on the creep over here. Kill that overseer. Oh, my Archon died, so that's a little bit of a blunder, right? We're like, whoops, I lost an Archon. Obviously, you don't want to lose Archons, but if you do, it's not the end of the world. It's okay. Let's drop on that queen. Start poking that queen. If queen runs away, let's kill some drones. Load into the prism again. Yeah, let's get away. The Archon actually almost died. So let's just stop pushing our luck, and let's just say, you know what? Let's stop. You know, let's go back to now going. Let's just focus 100% of our time on our build now, because we just slowed the Zerg down. And now all we should do from this point on, instead of trying to push drones out and queens out, let's just go ahead and only pressure the Zerg's creep if he has creep out in the front of his base. Otherwise, we'll chill. Let's also get a Templar Archive so we can go into high Templars with Archons now, which is cheaper than DTs. Now, if you noticed, our opponent was also pushing our base for a second there, so that's important to know. So we can take our whole army, put it on control 1, and make sure we take these out of control 1 so our army can now defend our base properly if he attacks us. Okay, we can take 1 probe and go mine out these mineral patches and take another probe and go over there to get ready to expand again. Meanwhile, okay, he's attacking us, so group 1, go attack towards this Zerg right here. And now we see he's flooding us. We can even land an Archon on these Zerglings. Or we could just kill creep. Either way works. Do I need to chase that Zerg? No. I don't need to chase him. I do not need to chase him. You know what would make more sense? What would make more sense is if we keep killing creep. So look at the creep here. It's abysmal, right? That creep is non-existent. Take some more take some more supply. Run the prism away for a second. And make more Archons as soon as we can. Get more upgrades. Get another weapon upgrade. We can even kill that fucking Overlord in my base. Tell my stalker to go kill that. And now let's fly to the north side. Is there any creep up there? Meanwhile, let's make Archons and get ready for more production of our army. Make all these guys into Archons. What's going on up here? There's another base, but there's no creep connecting it. This is good for us. Creep is easy to kill. And if we don't let Zerg have any, Zerg is going to be just blind all game about what we're doing. Okay, let's go to the next area. And now I have a choice. Do I want to go for a conservative transition or do I want to go for an all-in? Let's go for a big-ass attack. Let's literally invest into a second robo and like 7 more gateways or 6 more gateways. And why does that make sense? We have a great opportunity right now to kill him because he has no fucking creep. This is super good opportunity for us. And we can kill even more creep again right now. Kill that tumor too. Okay, well, he showed up so I couldn't quite kill it, but I killed the active one, which is really nice. And now, let's go ahead and make another round of units. And we're about ready to go attack his base. Chronoboost out another upgrade. And let's get ready to go. Grab these immortals. Put a couple of probes on that gas. And probe count. We actually need a few more probes, to be honest. Okay, he's attacking this mineral line right now. We'll go back and defend it. And now we're maxed out, guys. We're actually maxed out now. So now let's actually go attack. Get rid of these 2 little attacks attacking us right now. And now the Zerg is actually counterattacking us. So what can we do? Well, first of all, let's just attack towards his army. This is all good. Pull these zealots back so they don't die by themselves. And now let's go. And while we go, let's go like this. Cannon, cannon, battery. Cannon, cannon, battery. Cannon, cannon, battery. Cannon, cannon. Oh, I can't make any more, so we're tapped out. It's all good, though, because cannon, cannon, battery, you know what that does for us? Makes us not get fucked by future attacks of Zerg that are countering us all day. Cannon, cannon, battery, right here. Boom. Let's go expand again. Let's get my army grouped up one more time really fast. Let's take another base really quickly. And let's get ready to push this army right here. Behind us, let's go over here. Let's reinforce this army. We're losing some zealots. He's backing up. Let's go ahead and back up as well. Let's land right here. Let's make this a prism for phase mode. Let's make a bunch of fucking Archons. Why does that make sense to make Archons right now? Because we just lost a bunch of zealots and we have so much gas because we're making cannon battery that this is now going to be an even bigger problem. We just increased our army by like 8 Archons. We're being really aggressive and we're just killing the Zerg's expansions first and then we'll prioritize his main base after. Okay, group my army up. Don't let my immortals die. Okay, now we can push forward. And now we can use the prism by itself to now launch counterattacks. Over here, we can get ready to set up cannon, cannon, battery as well. Over here, let's go ahead and drop a wave of zealots at this base. That'll kill that base right there. Group my army up again. Let's kill the expansion. We don't need to chase them all day and let my army spread out. Kill the base. Pull back for a second. Because these zealots are also killing a base. Let's regroup our armies together while we pull back. Get them off creep. And suddenly, now all these units we just had that could have died for a second there, we just reinforce the power here by making another round of Archons and another round of Zealots, and I'm maxed out again on a fucking like a deadly ass army right now. This army is now once again super scary, and now we could now take the prism, go up and around, go like to the main base, and now push this fucking natural with our main army. And anything that dies that opens up my supply, instantly remade into Zealots in the main that now poke the main base and the main mineral line. So this game we definitely did an aggressive style, for sure. And again, this is an option you have. You can play like this if you want to, but make sure whatever you do makes sense. Why did I get so aggressive and why did I try to kill the Zerg here? Because I killed all of his creep in the early game. I was focused on not letting him have any creep with my build, and any damage I could do on top of that was nice. Secondly, I made a bunch of fucking gateways in the mid game before taking like my 5th base. I literally made a shitload of gates and a second robo so that I could remax.
3 months. Wow. It feels like just yesterday that I watched you almost become a full-fledged GM Terran, taking down that 5.7k MMR Protoss. Then you kept playing. Thanks for improving my game with the series, though.
Oh yeah, thank you very much, Banashi, for
Get coins at rally.io.
Yeah, Ether dude, thank you for buying $1,000 worth of Vibu coin again. Oh my, good God! Thank you very much, dude. My man, it's a fucking lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a fucking boss. Super Cows and Joshy Man, Josh Inman, Josh New York, man. Josh man. Thank you guys for the 3 and the 1. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I have a TTS bound to 5+ just for now for B2GM. So I apologize that your guys' donos didn't get read on stream. But thank you very much for the support, though. It is appreciated. And it's Protoss. I'll do an all-in again this game because I haven't really been able to do an all-in with the last build I was talking about. Every time I try, I get disrupted because my opponent also all-ins me, it feels like. And then I'll read what the questions were in the dono. One of them was, Vibe, how come you don't go for tanks and Terran? I do go for tanks and Terran. Marine seems kind of hard for me to control, thanks to the series. So I don't know what league you're in, but I would assume you're probably Platinum or below if you think I'm not going for tanks aggressively. But it's not about... I'll say this. This is my recommendation to you. If you don't like bio in 2021 B2GM, and all your goal is to get to Diamond League or anything below that, if you're like, I just want to get Platinum vibe, that's all I want. Watch 2019 B2GM Terran. I even said it multiple times in the Terran series. If that's what your goal is, you'll have an easier time doing it if you do that. But I do use tanks in Diamond Plus, like actively, aggressively, and I use tanks every game defensively. So I still use tanks. It's just... Yeah, I don't want you looking at your army because tanks sieged are great, tanks unsieged are terrible. And I don't want you staring at your army to always go, I need to know when to siege them. That's fucking really bad. And Super Cows, thank you for the 3. Just won a game with someone who did a 1 base push against me. I had 3 bases, slightly more than him. Efficiency, baby. Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. Why am I expanding again? God damn it, dude. Fucking Jesus. Okay, so our opponent's going double gate. Core, we're going double gate core. We will now set up a proxy robo and a gateway. Again, we're doing a super all-in build here. Alright. We fucked our build up a little bit this game. Because we didn't take our gases fast enough and shit like that. But it's okay. It is what it is. Okay, let's leave our probe at my doorway. This is a new probe. This is not one of my existing saturated probes. We have full saturation here. This is an extra probe. I don't know if this guy is going to open a depths first. And if he does, I need to block that with a battery. If I don't block that with a battery, that could own me really badly. Okay, he opened up Stalker first. Just like we did. So let's make another pound here and back the probe up a little bit so it doesn't die. Go to his base right now. Go defend our base right now with the proxy. Let's start chrono boosting out an Immortal. And we could even chrono boost out our warp gate right now, just because it's almost done, and it would reinforce our army really fast. Okay, and then warp gate's almost done. It's going to be finishing around the same time as our Immortal will. Group my Stalkers together so we don't lose the Stalker by itself. And now let's go, go, go. Immortal's going to pop out. My Stalkers are here, and we're going to pound his army really hard right here. He might kill the Robo, but he's going to lose a lot for it. So even though he killed the Robo, he's losing Stalkers really fast. Let's just rebuild that Robo. And let's go into the main. Okay, group my army up again. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and back up. And the reason why is because this guy actually did a pretty decent job of defending that. Not gonna lie, he did a pretty decent job of defending that because now he's making sentries. And he actually has a really high amount of Stalkers. So we have a choice now. Do we want to continue to all in him? Or do we want to expand? Oh my god, we also missed that. So now we have to recall. We actually have to recall or else we lose the game. Okay. We can try one more time to see if we can make this work. And if we fail this, just know that we have to make the choice right now, right? We can't hesitate and be like, I don't know what I want to do. If I was gonna abandon my all-in, I should have canceled the robo. But if I'm gonna commit to the all-in, I should let the robo finish. So I let the robo finish, and we're trying to make the all-in work. And he's killing the robo again, so it looks like it's not going to be up for very long. But at the same time, we're warping in new units, and we're going to try to cut him off again. So we're trying to punish him when we're stutter stepping towards him as he runs back into his base. We're killing units like crazy. And let's try to get into his base again. Let's focus fire that sentry so he can't make a fucking force field. He still made one anyways, that sucks. Get our immortal down there to help. And again, do we want to make the choice of all-inning him, or do we want to go into a fucking expansion? I would say at this point, we should probably fucking expand. And if that's going to be our goal, or actually, you know what? Take it back. We're actually breaking through. This is, again, it's a judgment call right now. We're focusing his stalkers, focusing his stalkers, focusing his stalkers, focusing his stalkers. We're not trying to kill probes. We're trying to focus his stalkers. But that is all judgment call right there, where you have to make a choice and go, should I turn around and go back home now and just take a natural and just play that way? Or, and we were both fucking moralling each other. Like literally, he was proxy gating me and I was proxy gating him. Like this is what happens where the game gets chaotic, like I always keep talking about, when you both play aggressive. It gets fucking wild, and you have to make choices on the fly, like, okay, do this. If I actually was going to take a Nexus and not rebuild my Robo, I should have not been so aggressive. However, instead, if I was going to continue to be aggressive, I should not be expanding. Like, I need to pick one or the other. And the only reason why we committed to that so hard is because our opponent actually exposed himself a bit harder than he would have liked by how long he committed to killing the Robo. Like right here. He did it twice. But he's staying here to kill the Robo, right? And he's really trying hard to kill the Robo. And we're peppering damage into his army right now. We almost killed a sentry. We almost killed a stalker. And my army is currently cutting him off. So now I arrive, and I just killed another one of his stalkers. And now I'm killing his sentry. And now I'm killing his stalkers again. So we kill another 2 stalkers again while he runs up the ramp. And now we have a supply lead because he overcommitted to kill the Robo. Yes, he denies the Robo, but he loses too many units in the process. So that could be a judgment. And we also see he's trying to expand. That could be a judgment call to go, you know what, we should push. So that is initially why we could decide to push up the ramp. But again, it's up to you and the moment, in the heat of the moment, to go, should I or should I not commit to this? Because another thing that makes us maybe not want to commit to it is that Adepts actually got into our base, killed a couple probes, and pulled us back for a while. That definitely sucks. That's good for him. But him overcommitting is good for us, bad for him. And then, yeah, we end up just having enough when we break through. And if we didn't focus fire right here, we would have lost. Because if I didn't focus fire, and he would have let his probes get on top of me, and I would have been shooting probes while he shoots my stalkers with stalkers, we would have lost this game. Because although I would have killed some more of his probes, which would have been okay, the only way that would actually be worthwhile is if I had a better economy than he did, and I was going to play defensive. But if I'm going to continue to play aggressive, and now I just let my army get reset, I'm just dead. I will just die. So the fact that we focus fired means that we not only kill his army with our superior army that we have right now, but we also progress forward and kill them. It's awkward that he didn't have a battery. Well, he didn't have a battery because he went for 3-gate as well. You have to realize, a battery is what you're going to make when you're wanting to hold a position defensively. And the opponent did not make a battery because he was confident that he could push me aggressively. And why was he confident that he could push me aggressively? Because 3-gateway opener with no robo sets up a little bit faster than 3-gateway with a robo, because my opponent is making stalkers more often, constantly, and he even scouted it first. Like, he set up on me first. He was confident that he wasn't going to need a battery because he had the advantage of defender's advantage. So I make a pylon proxy, he makes a pylon proxy. We both blindly proxy each other. He proxies a gateway, I proxy a gateway and a robo. But here's the problem. He scouted my proxy, And then he killed my fucking robo, guys. Like, at this point in time, he killed my probe sorry, he didn't kill my probe. He was attacking the pylon. But he kills my robo. And the robo does die. My immortal barely comes out in time. If we didn't chrono boost it, it would have died. Now, this is looking good for us to a degree. But the robo dying is also not so great for us. And then he pulls back, and he pulls back to a lot more stalkers defensively. And if he had a battery here, all that would do, I mean, I'm not going to lie, it would definitely help, okay? It would definitely help, but you have to realize that if he makes a battery here, it means he wants to fight here, which means he wants to play defensive. And this dude's build is more aggressive in terms of how it's being played, because he's going for three gateway right off the bat, and there's no other investments. So he's able to mass out stalkers faster than I can, because if I'm also mixing in immortals in my build, I cannot make stalkers as quick as he can. So he has more mobility than us, and he's trying to play that to his advantage by not playing defensive. It would make more sense to have a robo if you're going to play defensive or something like that. But he doesn't have a robo. He has a proxy the third gateway. I feel like this is one of those things that people may or may not understand. And again, the way he overcommitted on the robo definitely made him lose more stalkers, right? That kind of sucked for him. But at the same time, the way he's controlling the ramp is already really good as it is whenever I do attack. But his goal is not to just defend his base. His goal is actually to attack my base and be chaotic. So if he makes batteries, it decreases the amount that he can actually use the gateways, because it invests money into batteries. That's why he does not want to make batteries. Because if you make batteries defensively, and I have immortals, I could actually pierce through battery healing with immortal damage. Or, if I see that he's making a bunch of fucking batteries, I could just guard the natural while I take a natural. Like, that could also be a problem. It's one of those things, again, this is the last way I'll say it, and then I'll move on from this. If you're going to play an aggressive style, generally speaking, you don't really want to play defensive with it. Like, this would be like saying a Terran player is going to proxy fucking 4 racks Marine all-in somebody with bunkers aggressively, but he's also going to take his first SCV, or like one of his SCVs that when the barracks are done, he's going to take an SCV and build a bunker in the middle of his mineral line at home. Like, if you're going to play all-in, you're usually going to commit to the all-in. Now, would a battery have lost the game for him entirely? No, but it would have lowered his aggressive potential a little bit. It does happen that way, because the more you invest in defense, the less you're investing into offense. And his build is an all-in, just like mine is. So his goal was to literally do this shit and try to be aggressive. He just felt confident that he didn't need it. So I hope that makes sense. Did he need it? Yes, because he overcommitted a few times and got fucked. If he had one, it definitely would have helped here. But he didn't have one because he was confident, because he was also doing it all in. That's why he didn't build one. And again, guys, I'm not trying to tell you that he played perfect. This is where Twitch chat always... this is why usually I don't read Twitch chat. I'm not telling you that he played perfect. Yes, if he had a battery there, it would have helped him. But his general idea of the game was not to play defensive that game. It was to play aggressive. So all he was doing was trying to stick to the plan. He was trying to play aggression versus aggression, and that's when the game gets way more chaotic. And then, yes, a battery would have made sense there for him a bit more than otherwise. Because even though he was playing aggressive and I was playing aggressive, he did find himself on defense more often, because he went for a council and I went for a robo, and a robo turns on immediately and a council turns on 100 seconds later, because you have to wait for the upgrade, or you have to wait for a dark shrine. Whatever you're going to do with it, right? And a dark shrine wouldn't make a lot of sense there because I have a robo which has observers. Okay, this is random again. A random player. Take our gas. Oh. To be honest, we should have scouted after the gateway. We should not have built the gas first. That was stupid. I don't know why I did that. I did not know why I did that. That was bad, though. Okay, it's a Zerg. So, worst case scenario, right? You're like, ah, dang it. This is every Protoss' nightmare. When you don't know what race your random opponent is, and they just happen to be Zerg, and you walled the high ground. This is the worst situation that can happen for you, and it's not even that bad. And the reason why is because you can just make a fucking Stargate. Okay, so he built a hatchery in our base. Are we going to forget about that? No. No, we're not. Either dude, thank you for buying another $500.
Get coins at rally.io.
Thank you for buying another $500 worth of Vibu coin, man. Hell yeah, dude. And there's the pool. Look at the pool, guys. It's not even close to being fucking done right now. Am I freaking out about this? No. Not at all. Do that all day, please. Waste all your money. Okay, let's go ahead and make a Stargate. And now when this probe comes home, let's have it build a wall in front of our natural. Build a pylon over here. Stalker finishes and can kill the hatchery. Let's make an adept now and a warp gate upgrade. I hope he lets that finish, because it will do nothing. And it's a waste of... Oh, good, good. It's a waste of his money. That's a big-ass waste of money right there. Okay, let's go ahead and build a couple gateways here. We're now going to make a new wall. It's going to make our Void Ray as a priority, though. We can Chrono Boost out our Void as well. Okay, he's got Zerglings. Hi, Zerglings. We should actually have the Adept chase the Lings and the Stalker chase the, or not chase anything. Just kill the hatchery with the Stalker. Okay, do not let him make a Creep Tumor right now. Do not let that Creep Tumor go down. That's the only reason why he let this finish. And we didn't let it go down. So we're good to go. Now let's go ahead and... Okay, well, look at this, right? You're like, oh, dang it. Oh, no, Vibe. Oh, no. Tell your probes to right-click on your hatchery. Look what happens. Hi, probes. You're just hiding up there, right? Ah, hey, ho. See, our opponent's trying to be so fucking cheeky about his whole build, and it's not actually doing much at all. Tell the probes once again to mine the mineral line at the main base. Void Ray is just demolishing everywhere here. Now let's go back to the mineral line. Keep making voids, keep making units. Am I freaking out right now? Definitely not. No need to. Okay, run the Stalker around for a second so it doesn't die. Cool. Keep making units, keep making Chrono Boosting our probes and stuff. And now the hatchery is just about dead. Let's make another Adept. Let's make another Adept out of that second gateway in a second here. And now he's Baneling all-inning us. Okay, go ahead and kill these Banelings. Okay, he's getting in my mineral line a little bit. Run around a little bit. Try to run away. And keep making probes, guys. Let's put a shield battery in our main base. Keep making Adepts. Keep making Void Rays. attack these lings with our probes. Let's go down to the natural. Keep making probes. Keep making probes. Again, people would be freaking out like crazy. And this guy's doing this because he's a random player and he wanted to abuse the fact that we don't have a wall at our natural. But do you have any idea how many fucking probes I have right now? It's not even close to how many drones he has. It's actually a one-sided match right now. Which is why he just quits the game, right? This dude probably has fucking like 17 drones right now. Let's look at his drone count. He's got 24. He's got a bit more than I thought. I keep underestimating what people are doing. But you get the point, right? This dude's fucking ridiculously all in. Notice how when we made a Stargate, it became so easy to deal with that. Did I know this was going to be Ling Bane? No. What if it was Roaches? What if it was Ravagers? Would it have mattered? Nope. Because Voids are fucking good. So, worst case scenario, if you put your wall on the high ground against random and it happens to be Zerg, just do a Void Ray build. Do a Void Ray opener with like a Stalker and a Adepts with Voids. And then you'll be able to defend all these random bullshit all-ins Zerg can do to you. Because, and here's the reason why a lot of people are like, well, Vibe, whenever I play against random, I like to just wall the natural. I don't know why you don't do that, but that's what I do. Here's why I don't like that. If you wall the natural and your opponent's build is literally what I just did last game. If it's like Immortal Proxy, or if it's like 3 Gateway Proxy Gate Mass Stalkers. If it's Proxy Double Barracks Tech Labs with Marauders. I don't know if I just said that, but yeah, like proxy builds with lots of ranged attacking units that can kill your buildings really fast. Proxy Stalker, Proxy Immortal, Proxy Marauder. If it's anything like that, and you have a fucking door that is a 1 grid spot for you to walk in and out of, and he's standing with like 6 units in a line shooting your wall down, do you want to know what happens to that? Every time you want to take a fight against his army, you have to walk out of your base one by one by one by one by one by one, which buys him time with his entire concave to shoot you as you walk out one at a time. It's like walking into a fucking firing line of like a full squad of guns. It makes no sense. You will literally die. And if you don't walk out of your base, if you go, all right, well, how about I just don't walk out of my base and die then? If you stand in there, you die as well. And why does that happen? Because you're building all of your production in your fucking wall. And if he kills your gateway core and your wall, you won't be able to make units, and he's flooding you with proxy the entire time. So it is so vulnerable to Protoss and Terran cheese when you play like that. It is scary. You will die a lot versus Proxy Immortals and Proxy Marauders and Proxy Stalkers. You will fucking die every time. It puts you in like a lose-lose situation. But if you put a wall here, the only position it puts you in a good position against Terran and a good position against Protoss because your natural is now normal. It's normalized. But if you're against Zerg, the only thing about Zerg that's annoying is if they flood you. And that's exactly what this guy did. And even though he flooded me, you make fucking Stargate, you win. It's so easy to win with a Stargate versus a Zerg who's going to cheese you like this. So you can see, he's like, I don't want you to expand here. Or I mean, not expand, sorry. I don't want you to build here. And then he builds a hatchery. And he's over here laughing like, hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. I'm a Zerg player and I just blocked your natural. And he made his 3rd hatchery before he even made his fucking pool. And we confirmed that with our probe. And our stalker pops out. I started shooting his hatchery. Notice how I don't even need to pull my probes. I could have pulled probes. I could have actually pulled probes. But again, is that the priority? Is that what I'm freaking out about? No. Why do I need to be worried if I have fucking Void Rays coming out that are going to deal with this really easily? And now we kill that creep timber so we can't have permanent stealth creep in my base. And now every time he attacks my probes, all we do is we tell the probes to right-click the mineral line. And what they do is they tuck themselves into the fucking door here. So none of them can be hit. Look at this. They tuck themselves in. Only one Zergling at a time can attack that. And meanwhile, my Void Ray is over here just grinding Zerglings to death the entire time. And his hatchery is dying because we're also not just making one Void Ray and stopping. We're continuing to make Voids. We should be... I think I somehow fucked up my gateway. We should have a 3rd unit being made here, but we don't. So that's bad. That's a bit of a fuck up by me. But we should definitely have another unit being started out of the gateway because you can see my money is higher than what I can afford. I could easily afford another unit. But yeah, we just keep making units, and there's no problem here. Yo, Hannah, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. And now he pushes in with Banelings. Now this is the scariest point of this whole game. How did I deal with the Banelings? Again, this is all you got to do to deal with Banelings. You grab your probes like this. Like, Banelings are coming to mineral line. How do I micro this? Like, let me watch my mouse. Okay, watch my mouse. And this is exactly how it would go. I'm like, oh, fuck. Banes are coming. We need to deal with this now. Okay, otherwise, all the Banes are going to walk in the mineral line and all my fucking probes are going to die. So, all I do is I go like this. Do I tell my whole mineral line to run away in a big clump of probes and run around my base in a circle? No. You will probably see people doing that in lower leagues, but in higher, now that we're getting close to Masters League, no, we're not going to micro like that anymore. This is what we do. Like this, okay? This is the idea. I take these probes right here. I literally go like this. Green box. Not my entire mineral line, a chunk of my mineral line, and I go like this. Right click. Right up here. I then go like this. Green box. A chunk of my mineral line. I right click over here. I then alternate it and I go back to this side of my mineral line and I go like this. Green box. A chunk of what just moved up there and move them over here. I go back down to here. Green box, a chunk of what moved down there and move it over here. Green box, a chunk again and move it somewhere else.
What's your least favorite style to play against?
People who don't ever go beyond 2 bases and just all in you the entire game, because I think it's kind of boring. Personally. I think it's like people who play like this, for instance. People who just do something off of 2 bases and never take a third for any race. I think it gets kind of stale when you play against people like this, because all you do then is you just play defensive and you just sit there and watch them literally attack you, and it forces you to play defensive, which is what we had to do here, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is, right? It's not, I don't hate it, but it's probably the least fun play style to play against because there's no depth to it, because it's the same answer every time. Play defensive and you're fine, honestly. You play defensive and you're fine. That's really all it is. So look at our probes. We just run probes up and around. That's all we do. So we run probes up. I run probes to the right. I run probes to the left. And then we literally grab chunks of our probes and send them to the other way. So again, like these probes, for instance, would I click all these probes and go, hey, you guys all go there now? No. I would click some of them and tell them to go over there probably, because I already have probes over here. You literally just, you continuously try to grab some of the clump and send it somewhere else. Some of the clump and send it somewhere else. It's all you do to split your probes. Notice how I didn't grab every probe. I sent some of the clump. And now the banelings are all dead. So now, once they're all dead, I can hit Control F1 and I can say, hey, all probes, go back to the mineral line. Yo, Flying Otters, thank you for the 50, by the way. Thank you very much, dude, for that. I do appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for explaining how to handle a random player who rolls Zerg against a toss who walled the high ground early.
That's easy. You just make a fucking Stargate, dude, and you're like totally fine. Mo Capitan, thank you for the 5. Much love. And now look at this, guys. Look at our supply and look at our income. Yes, his current income is better than mine, but it's because I just had to pull off the mineral line to avoid getting hit by Banes. But my probe count is still bigger than his, and he has nothing to stop these Void Rays, and we're about to be going up to 3 Void Rays. Because I already have 2, and all we need to do is start another one, which will happen pretty soon. So there comes another Void Ray, and now we're going to 3 Voids here in a second. We can tell our probes to attack towards these Lings, just to get them out of the mineral line. And we're still maintaining this fat, juicy probe lead. And we're still making probes the entire time we're fighting. And like I said before, this guy is still flooding Lings. And now the Void Ray count's getting higher and higher and higher. And now not only that, but now that we know how our opponent's going to play fully, like I didn't know if he wanted to just be annoying or what, but now we have a battery going up in our natural. And we're going to put a battery, or in our main base, sorry. And we're going to put a battery in our natural, because what we can do then is warp in an Adept next to the battery. And then all the Lings can't do anything. Like, it becomes really hard for Lings to get any damage done here. Just like this. This battery's going to heal like a fucking boss. And it's going to out-heal all these Lings' damage. And the Void Rays are going to continue to kill everything. And then the Void Ray count's going to be at 3, and then it's going to be going up to 4. And then it's going to be at 4, and it's going to be going up to 5. And before we know it, once I have like 3, 4 Void Rays, I'm able to easily relocate, re-establish a defense at our natural. The only reason why we didn't establish one in the first place is because he literally walled me out of my natural for a long time when I was building the Nexus. So the only probe I had that was not on the outside of the base was literally the probe that was like over here. A cool thing we could do as well, though, check this out. This is something we could have done. That's pretty cool. And I want to show you this really fast. I hope I can take command. Can I? Yes, I can. Okay, watch this. This is pretty sick. If I'm not mistaken, it will work properly. In one of the two locations. It might not work, but I think it will. Okay, watch this. Like, what if the Zerg blocks me and I don't have any probes here to go build a pylon at my base? Because my probe, like I said before, is scouting right now, right? And like my probe cannot get out of the base. Watch what you could actually do. I'm pretty sure it'll work. Watch this shit.
Invite your coin from rally.io.
So unfortunately his hatch got canceled. But yeah, pretend it's still there. You could go something like this. Okay, that didn't work. I want to see if this one works. No, this one wouldn't work either. Okay, you wouldn't be able to do it. I take it back. You wouldn't be able to do it. Would you be able to do it with a gateway? Yeah, you could do it with a gateway. You could do it with a gateway. So if there was a full-on block here, and you were like, "Fuck, dude, I can't get out of my natural. I really want to build a pylon there." In the future, if this happens to us, we will literally just build a gateway, like that, and go poof, right through the fucking wall, and be like, "Cool, now I can build down here." Because this was a problem when my Nexus was only like at 30% of the way done, or like 40% of the way done, and then we could have got a wall down here way faster. And now suddenly all those link reinforcements that were hitting us could have been walled out by faster gateways in the natural. So you could do shit like that as well. Super cool. Want to make sure I don't save both of those replays. I only want to save that one. Protoss OP. Yeah, you can push your units through walls. Workers, that is. Well, if you displace a unit, you can push them through walls. Alright. I think this is one of those points where I'm going to stop talking to this guy, because I feel like sometimes when you get a troll, it can be kind of funny, but it's getting to the point with this conversation where it's no longer actually trying to be funny. It's just stupid. So it makes no fucking sense to continue. Because, for instance, like, I could be, like, defending myself with him and be like, don't play my main account. It would just be assuming that I play B2GM every day the whole year, and I haven't made this fucking series for almost 2 years. Up until recently. So it's getting stupid. I'm just gonna fucking leave it at that. He's a troll. Okay, so my opponent is another player who looks aggressive again. He looks aggressive, guys. And how do I know that? He double fucking depoted early, and his barracks was not done yet. This is hiding some bullshit in his base, right? He's literally hiding shit. Now, am I going to freak out about what it is? Not entirely. I'm just going to do my build as is normally, and I'm going to just prepare a overall well-rounded build. That's all we're really going to do. We're also going to take a fast battery just to be safe. And we can chrono boost out some probes. And we're playing a nice standard build. Okay, let's go ahead and make our robo. Let's make another stalker. And the reason why we can't make the gateway right away with the robo is because we had a battery first. So it throws the build off a little bit. But again, we're playing safe because he looks like he's playing aggressive. Okay, now let's make another pylon on the right side. So we can spot for like reapers and shit running into my base or anything random over here. We'll see what this guy wants to do in a second. But we'll definitely play a defensive game here and just play a nice safe game. Okay, let's go ahead and make a hallucinated phoenix. Go scout his base with it. We have a third stalker. Warp gate should be done in a second here with our second warp gate soon after. He's owning us with a mass of marines, which is fine. Let's make a second pylon right now. And let's get our probes ready to defend our base. So get our probes up here right now. Go attack. Overcharge that battery right now. Okay, let's go ahead and fall back. Let's kite backwards against these marines. Keep making probes, by the way. Do not stop making probes. Keep making stalkers, make an immortal. And now pull the next wave of probes. Hey, probes, move command towards the marines. Get on top of them, and now attack them. And now go back to mining. Okay, keep making probes. So now rally to the natural. Pull this one stalker back because it's almost dead. And now let's kite backwards. Poke him, like, attack him and then back up. Attack him and then back up. Attack him and back up. Keep making probes. Attack him and back up. Make units the whole time as well while we're doing this. Don't stop making units. Make another stalker. Don't stop macroing. We don't have to do this for very long, guys. Here pretty soon we're going to have way too much and he's not going to be able to handle us anymore. Okay, our immortal's done. Grab our immortal. Keep making probes. Back up. Move forward. Back up. Move forward. Back up. Move forward. Keep macroing the whole time. And now we can just go forward. He quits as well, right? Because he knows he's dead. Now we can just go forward because he's dead. So, what am I watching? You're watching a guy who is salty. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Let's talk about how this game went. Really fast. Don't forget to BM him. I'm not gonna BM him. Like, he's a fucking barcode. He's literally a barcode that talks shit. It's not even a big deal. It's like the scum of BattleNet. Alright, so he has a, like I said before, he's got a super fast blocked off base. But look at this, right? We need to pay attention to details like this. Pay attention to details like this. We get up to his base, and what do we see? We see a almost finished racks with a double depot already. And we have a almost finished gateway. So that means that he still went depot racks just like we went pylon gateway. Same build order, but he went for double depot really fucking fast. Really fast. Right? Not that crazy. We just know he went double depot. He's hiding what the fuck is going on in his base. And for all we know, it could be double gas really early. But it probably isn't, and here's why. Here, let me tell you why. Why is it not probably double gas early? Because if someone wants to go for a tech build and go double gas early, they're probably going to go gas before they make a Rex, and if they do that, this would be deviated. But it's not. So we can already tell for a fact that even if this guy did go double gas, based off of the timer of his building, that if he was going to go double gas, he would have made double gas after the barracks was started. So it's already a little bit less all in the tech department if that's what he was doing. We already know that. Now, here's another thing it could possibly be. It could be gasless, which is what it was. For all we know, he could have, instead of taking a a gas at his main base, one of his gases, he could have taken a double depot. And then build his barracks, and then he might be having no gas, and he might be going for a super early command center, or he might be going for more barracks. He could also do this with one gas. Like there's a lot of options. He has options here, but the only one we know for a fact that doesn't exist by now is that it is impossible to have a gas before his barracks. That's the only one we can rule out. So if there's like 100 builds that our opponent can do, like again, if his build range is like 100, just because of the fact that the gateway is finishing at the same time as the barracks, and we know what our build was, which was pylon gateway, which means his build guaranteed now is depot barracks. Like you could literally be like, just like condense the builds a bit and be like, cool, now we know if there was a potential like 100 builds that could exist, because there's like 20 variants that could have happened off of the fact that he could have gone gas first and then barracks. It could have gone into quick battle cruisers. It could go into fast cyclones. It could go into proxied fucking Thor. It could go into banshees really fast. It could go into range liberators, whatever. All these builds that could be super fast. Does that mean he can't make those units anymore? No.
Oh,
But it does mean he didn't go gas first, so there's not as much of a priority to do it.
Go B2GM in going strong gold ladder and climbing slowly. Played 100 plus games with Protoss. Love you vibe. Thanks for SC2 content.
Thanks, Rabbit Assassin. Appreciate the resub, man. Much love. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, we know he just didn't go gas before barracks. That's all we know. And that's a humongous amount of information because it rules out some of the potential really crazy tech builds he could be doing. And what does that mean for us? It means that if we just play a standard, safe style, we already feel more confident that we're not going to die. Because the only thing we're really, like, one of the few things we would be afraid of playing standard safe would be something like a guy who's going for some ridiculously fast tech build, and it's a unit we didn't quite prepare for because we're making Immortals versus someone who might be making Banshees.
Hi vibe, could you briefly talk about where to keep your eyes in a StarCraft game? I think I might be getting motion sickness because my eyes move around too much when I play. Mungers. Yes, I come from an FPS background.
I've talked about this a lot already, and it's one of those things where your eyeballs should be more fixated in a game like RTS and not constantly moving around. Like if you're microing something, yeah, obviously look at it and micro it with your eyeballs in this area. But if you're not microing, your eyeballs should a lot of times should be in the bottom middle of the screen, the top right of the screen, like checking. It's like checking your mirrors when you're driving. Like you're literally checking these repeatedly to make sure. Like for instance, are you fucking crazy? And when you drive a car, do you just stare at the road and go turn the wheel and then you just cross your fingers hoping for the best that you're not going to get a horn honked at you or you're not going to run into someone else's fucking car? No, when you turn the wheel to the right, you go like this. You check your fucking mirror and you also check like your blind spot, right? So no one's right there. You're going to look around yourself and be aware of what's around you, right? It's the same thing in StarCraft. Are you just going to do a build and just stare at the fucking middle of the screen the whole time? If you do, you're playing sloppy as shit. You need to check the fucking supply, check your resources, maintain being on top of that. You need to check the bottom middle, maintain production at a bottom middle, like we always talk about. I talk about this a lot. And then, so yeah, you're looking at the bottom of the screen a lot, which goes to the bottom middle here and bottom left to glance at the minimap. You're also glancing at the top right of the screen a lot. And then periodically, you'll check the middle of the screen when you micro shit. If you're looking like this around the screen the whole time, yeah, you're going to get neck problems and you're going to have, your eyes are going to get dizzy and you're just going to make it way more complicated than it has to be. Because here's the thing. In an FPS, you actually turn your entire camera like this. This is if I wanted to turn left in FPS, this is what it looks like. You literally turn your camera. But here's what it looks like in RTS when I want to, you know, move my eyes to the left. I want to move my eyes to the right. Right? And now let's say I want to go really far to the left. I can drag this, instead of having to like turn my head and like look all over the place, you can go like this. I want to go to the left a little bit more. Cool. I want to go left really far. Cool. It's like a picture book. It's like you're turning a page and now you're on a different page entirely. You're not having to you don't have to go, if I want to go to the Protoss base, or if I want to go to the Terran's base rather, I don't have to go like this. I literally can do this. I'm there, now I'm back. I don't have to go like this. I want to go to Protoss base, or the Terran's base. I'm here, go back to Protoss base. Like you don't have to do that shit all the time. It's not necessary. You can use the mini-map, right? You can also make camera hotkeys like we talk about. Shit like that. Yeah, your eyeballs should not be fixated all over the middle of the screen like crazy. Only looking at things that are relevant, like your resource saturation, when you're going to build a building, is it properly placed in a location, stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, the barracks and the gateway, that's the same build, right? So far. So we already know it's nothing tech-wise, so we can play standard safe and we have a good chance to defend against this. Let's go forward a little bit, because now we're not scouting anymore. Now we're playing standard safe. That's all we're doing. We're playing battery early with standard safe build. Thank you for the 200 bits, Volsum. And now we're scouting with a hallucinating Phoenix, and what do we see? What did I see with the hallucinating Phoenix? What did I see with the hallucinating Phoenix? I saw a Terran who is all-inning us. And what is he all-inning me with? This is why standard safe is very good. Because I have 2 units, guys. Right? I got 2 fucking units. That's it. I got I got 3 units. I have 2 stalkers and a sentry. I got 3 units, and I'm waiting for my warp gate, and I'm waiting for my robo and my second gateway to finish to go into more units. I have 3 units versus this. Am I going to die right now? This is 15 Marines. I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think I'm going to die is because, you know what this tells me already? It tells me that I have a fucking humongous probe lead over SCVs. That's what it tells me. So what's in production right now? 4 Marines and 2 probes and buildings in general. Okay, we're making probes still, and he's not making any SCVs. Now, what is the current worker count? I've got 33 to 16. So that tells me that even if I lose all these probes at the natural, if they weaken his army a little bit, even if all my probes die, I'm not even in a bad spot. That's what it tells me. Yo, Uncle Toby, thank you for the 5 again.
One more question.
Okay.
What B should my mouse be? If I'm scrolling across the screen, wouldn't a hard P be better?
Whatever you're comfortable with would be my answer to that. There is no number that is like what everyone suits best. It's like it suits best for everyone. My DPI is 1800. You also don't have to have DPI to go across the screen fast. You just got to go to... like, I literally did this in the intro to B2GM series. So go watch that video. I highly recommend you go watch it. I'm not going to go into super detail about it. But go to gameplay, or sorry, mouse and keyboard, and look at your mouse scroll speed. Notice how if I turn this really down to 1% and I want to scroll my mouse around, look at that shit. It's like watching a cinematic. It's fucking terrible, right? I don't need DPI for that. But now if I want to go here and I go to it again and I go to 100%, now look at it. It's going to be like fucking the Flash. So, get something that makes you feel comfortable. I recommended to everybody in my video already back then to do 50% because it goes fast, but it's not too fast to like not see what's going on. Go watch that video too if you want more ideas. But yeah, thank you again for the 5, Uncle Toby. It's one of those things again where I've kind of already talked about that, so I don't want to go too deep into it again in more videos. Okay, so he shows up and he's got a bunch of SCVs and he's got a bunch of Marines. This is a lot of units, guys. He's got 26 units. He's got 26 fucking units in this attack. Okay, that's a lot, right? And what do we have? I have 16. So he's got 10 more units than I do in this fight. But I have defender's advantage, which means I have a shield battery because we played standard safe play. So what do I do here? I tell my probes to go attack within range of the battery, and I tell my stalkers to attack within range of the battery. That's all I do. I'm not even focus firing right now. I'm literally not even focus firing. My units are attacking whatever the fuck they want. And now my battery's dead. And what happens now? I don't run away. I kite away back to my main base. And what is the kiting based off of? Should it be based off of my sentry that has a 0.71 attack speed? Fuck no. Absolutely not. This sentry sucks dick. I should not base my kiting off of the sentry. I should base it off of the stalker, which has a 1.34 attack speed. So that creates more distance between my stalkers and his Marines. And we're not basing my damage off of my sentry, which is garbage. We're basing it off my stalkers, which not only has more of them, but they do way more damage than a sentry does. So I'm trying to run away at maximum distance and shoot whatever chases me as much as possible while I make distance. And what happens if I make distance? I run back to another mineral line and more units. And I kill units as well while I run away. Okay, and then he kills all my probes in the natural. And now he's pushing into my main base. But now look at this. Look at this now. How many units is this in this fight? This was 26 for Terran earlier. Remember that. It was 16 for us versus 26 for him. Now he has 22. He just went from 26 down to 22, right? That's what he's down at. Yeah, that's what he's at now. He's lost 4 units. And not only that, the first time he attacked us, every unit was full health. Nothing had taken damage yet. And now he's got 3 Marines that are like literally dead. He's got 2 Marines over here that are pumpkin boys, 4 Marines that are banana boys. He has a lot of fucked up Marines. And look at his SCVs. 2 of them are pumpkin SCVs, and then he's got 4 green ones. 4 green apple SCVs. Or no, he's got 6, sorry. He's got 6. He's got 2 more right there. So, alright, thank you guys for the donos.
How do I stop the delay on my mouse scrolling and clicking? Thanks.
What?
Vibe.
You're clicking. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to lie, dude. I would say watch the intro again if you're like if you're talking about your repeat delay of your keyboard, but if you're talking about your fucking mouse click, that has nothing to do with your mouse keyboard or your mouse movement on the screen like this, your mouse scroll speed. Okay, it has nothing to do with that. Like clicking and scrolling your mouse are 2 totally different concepts. You shouldn't be clicking your mouse while you're doing this. So I'm not really sure what you mean. But yeah. Hopefully I answered your question. Hopefully the video answers your question as well. I don't really know what you mean. Sorry. Thank you for the 5 though. Tofu Hundred. Anyways, so again, he's got less units than he did initially, right? He's got less units than he had initially. Okay. That's just good for us. And we had only 16 units. 16. 3 of those were damage units and 13 of those were probes. Now, suddenly, he's got less overall stuff and a lot of fucked up things. Look at our stalkers. Not one of them has taken damage yet. Look at our sentry. It's taken a little bit of damage, but the sentry is fucking worthless. We don't care about the sentry that much anyways. It's a piece of crap. It's good for scouting, and we scouted, and it was the worst time ever because he was pushing right as we used all of our energy, so we could not put a force field there. Okay? So, yeah. We couldn't. The sentry is kind of useless now until it has more energy, and it's not ever going to have enough time to do that. So our stalker count doubled essentially from the previous fight. So now we're stronger than we were before. Not only that, but in the last fight we had 13 probes. Now we have in this fight not 13 probes, guys. We got 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 probes. We have more probes, more stalkers versus less SCVs and less Marines. Our chances of winning this fight just went really fucking way up. So now how do we deal with this? How do we micro this? I can't micro any further back. I'm at the wall of my base. I've kited back as much as possible. I've killed a lot of Terran in the process. Terran's killed a lot of my probes in the process as well at my natural. But look at this. I tell my probes to come off the mineral line. I do not A-move them off the mineral line. I want you guys to know that. I do not A-move. This is the only time I would say you need to have finesse in your worker micro. It's not that hard, but let me explain why this makes sense. If we're attacking with our stalkers, like this, and our probes are on A-move, if our probes are on A-move, you know what's going to happen? They're going to run at the Marines, and all my probes are going to die on their way to attacking the Marines, because what it does is it makes the probe a hostile unit. It makes it a hostile unit. So my probes will literally die, while my stalkers are killing his SCVs. That would be a terrible way to fight it, because it would mean that Marines are going to hold their ground here and just pop my probes like crazy. I don't want that to happen. That's bad. However, if I move command my probes, do you know what that does to them then? It makes them have a neutral category that makes them a lesser priority than hostile units. And now if the probes are on move command, my stalkers are the hostile unit. So if my stalker shoots anywhere near a Marine, it means all the Marines are going to aggro onto my stalkers, and my probes can they can close all the distance in the world here and fully surround the Marines. And after the Marines are shooting my stalkers and the probes fully surround the Marines, I then A-move the Marines to where they don't die trying to get there. They're already there. And also the Marines are currently in the middle of shooting the stalkers. So they're going to keep shooting the stalkers while the probes just drill their asses on the sides of the Marines. So this is huge, understanding the concept of a neutral, of making your worker be neutral or making it be hostile. So notice how he doesn't really attack my probes once he starts aggroing the Marines, and I move him. I move command into him. I move around him with my probes. And he's trying to kill my stalkers right now because my stalkers are shooting the Marines and it's aggroing them. It's like tanking them. It's like my stalker is casting Sunder Armor on the fucking Marines right now. It's aggroing the Marines. My probes would die first if I had them on A move, but I do not have them on A move. The second he aggroed onto my stalker, all of his Marines are trying to attack the stalker. So now my probes run around him. I get a full fucking surround, and now that I have a full surround, what is he shooting? He's shooting my stalker still, and now my probes attack. Because look at this. It's no longer trying to engage down a fucking hallway. It's full fucking surround in his army. Alright guys, I'm gonna probably turn off the
when my mouse moves across the screen and it blurs. It's really annoying. It seems like it slows down my gameplay since getting to Diamond 1.
I don't...
Thanks again.
When you scroll your mouse across the screen, are you talking about like this? That could be a graphics settings for you. I don't know, dude. I'm honestly not sure. That could be your graphics card. That could be your graphics settings. That could be your drivers. If you're moving your mouse and you just can't see it, that also could be you, and maybe you're not comfortable with it yet. But yeah, I don't really... there's nothing that I can tell you about StarCraft that is going to be like, oh, change that option and suddenly your mouse doesn't blur when you move it around the screen. Maybe it's your eyes. Like, I'm being serious. I'm not being a troll. I'm being honest. Like this right here, what you see on my screen, does that look blurry to you? Does that look blurry to you? And I'm going to tell you right now, when I fucking look at my mouse, I don't stare at it and then stare at it and then stare at it and then stare at it. I literally use my peripheral and I have feeling. So like if I want to move my mouse to right there, okay? Or like let's use the Marine as an example. If I want to move my mouse to the Marine, I am not going to make my eyeballs go like this to the Marine. I'm going to literally guesstimate with feeling about moving my mouse to the Marine really fast. It's like a snap movement. So I can move my mouse to the left right now, and I'm going to try and do my best to get it to the Marine, right? So I can go like this. There. Did you see that? It was fucking instant because I felt it. It wasn't something I looked at. You don't have to look at your mouse the entire... Like, you can literally stare right there, and you can see your mouse moving around a lot.
Oh,
and am I telling you to only stay there forever? No, but you shouldn't be... your eyeball should not be going with the mouse. We just talked about this, right? You should not be fucking staring at the mouse the entire time. You should not be staring at the mouse the entire time. Like, you should be fixating a bit more on things that are happening, and your mouse should be like a second, like another fucking limb of your body, like a third hand that you can just feel to use. Right? I do appreciate the support. Thank you for the 5, Topher Hunden. But I don't really know how to give you a good answer here, because I feel like it's your eyes or it's your graphics or some shit, and it has nothing to do with like what I can tell you in B2GM series. Yeah, I don't know. I tried my best right there. I hope that helps you. I'm sorry though. If it doesn't help you, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry, man. All right. I think I'm gonna turn off the alerts for now, guys, just because I wanna not. Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, I had my probes run around the Marines, right? And again, they're aggroed on the stalkers, and now suddenly the probes got good surface area here, and then we just fucking we attack. And then none of my probes... Notice how my probes don't just die in the process? And why was that? Because the stalker was getting shot the entire time. Look at the stalker still getting shot. See that stalker? It's still taking damage the entire time. All of the Marines were aggroed onto it. And now what are we doing here? All I'm doing here is I'm literally A moving, backing up, A moving, backing up, A moving, backing up, A moving, backing up. That's right. Yo, Tofu Hunted, don't worry. I see what you're saying in chat, and you say it's not you, and I totally believe you. I am 100% confident that someone is trolling and pretending to be you with those messages. So yeah, no, it wasn't you. It's fine. It's someone else who is laughing their ass off because they're distracting the shit out of me while I'm trying to explain shit, which is why I'm literally turning the alerts off, because I feel like people are literally just abusing TTS, which is text to speech. Anyone who doesn't know what that means, and they're just trying to constantly pull me out of a way to describe something in the game by making me talk about random stupid shit. Like, I appreciate the support a lot, I really do, but it ruins the fucking series when people just don't stop doing that the entire time, which is why I have raised it throughout the series, and eventually now I'm just gonna mute it because yeah, it's just fuck. It gets to be too much because you'll get one guy who feels like for 3 hours like he wants to do it over and over and over and over. It gets to be fucking excessive. So again, all I'm doing here, guys, is Stalkers have more move speed and more attack range than Marines do. And Stalkers can also regenerate and Marines can't. Stalkers are better in every way right here. All I got to do is move into the Marines, attack them, and back up. Move into them, attack them, and back up. You literally want to back up as soon as the fucking the attack animation is over. That's all it is. You just attack into the Marines, and then you back up as soon as the attack animation's over. So you try not to get shot as many times as possible. And you'll thin out the Marines if you do this properly. And then meanwhile, are we just only attacking? No, I'm still fucking making probes. And I'm still making units whenever I can. I'm warping in units whenever I can. I'm spending my money. And then he just doesn't have enough and he dies. So that was a moment. That was a moment, right? When you'll have a player who even though we don't know exactly what kind of an all-in he's doing, we defend it by playing standard safe play defensively, right? That's all it is. Alright, we need to go to 43:20. Alright, I think what we're going to do, guys, I don't think I'm going to finish this today. I do not think I'm going to finish this today. I think this is probably going to, for Twitch, I think this is going to be the last game today I'm going to do on this. And then I'm not going to turn my stream off, but I'm going to take a break and I'm going to do something else. And we'll finish this tomorrow for Protoss. Okay. What can we do this game? Also, guys, don't feel bad. Anyone who like trolls me and shit, I just want you to know, on a normal day, I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me at all. When it's like, you know, when I'm just actually streaming and having, like, you know, just having fun doing random shit that I don't care about. Like, if I'm just literally, if the goal of the stream is to hang out with the chat. But I am getting kind of tired of how much trolling is happening in this entire series. Because again, I feel like it just kind of ruins the series. That's how I feel. So yeah, am I mad about it? No, I'm not mad about it. But yeah, I don't want you to feel bad about it because I don't normally on a normal day I wouldn't care at all. But I kind of want to make the series less stupid. And I feel like if you're someone who actually wants to improve in the game, and you're like, all right, Vibe, tell me what this means. And I'm like, all right, let me tell you what this means. And then I get trolled for fucking 10 minutes straight. And I'm still trying to tell you what it means because people just keep interrupting me over and over and over and over. It makes for like a really shitty guide. So yeah, it's okay. It's fine. It's just, yeah, I'm trying to like finish it off strong here. I think people go a little too ham on the disruption side of things. Also, thank you guys for buying Vibo coins. Much love it. Enjoy your Vibo coin, everybody. Let's make our Nexus. Let's make our core. I think we built our wall a little bit fucked up. It's okay. We'll build it there. And then we can build a gateway like right there. Is that going to work properly? Yeah, it does. Okay. It's a little bit of an awkward wall, but it still works. And he did go early pool. Even though he's not going crazy early pool, he still did make a relatively early pool. So we're going to actually make a zealot this game. Just because he did make an early pool. And we're going to go Stargate as well. So we made a Stalker just to be extra safe in case he pushes us with Lings just like that. Let's go to make our gateway. And our Stargate. Also, you guys don't realize... Okay, I'll explain this one more time. Dude, I get really tired of explaining the same thing over and 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 over. I think this is what's making me have a mental breakdown when I'm making this fucking series for you guys, is having to repeat myself 5 million times. Guys, I don't want to turn my alerts off. I am doing it because people are abusing the shit out of it. And I will turn it off now because it keeps getting abused like crazy. And it's okay. It is what it is. But I don't want to turn my alerts off because this is my fucking job. And turning my alerts off, it literally means I'll make less doing my job. Imagine if you were someone who worked at a job and you literally proposed this to your boss. Hey, so I thought about a project that I could do. And it means I'm going to put in twice as many hours every week as I normally do. But I tell you what, I want you to pay me half as much. Sound good? Your boss is going to be like, fuck yeah, that sounds good. I got to pay you less and you work harder? Fuck yeah. So I don't want to fucking turn the alerts off because all it means is it's going to de-incentivize people to want to support the channel, which is, it's how it goes. It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, I only do it because people just cannot fucking resist abusing it. Okay, so we're getting all in like crazy right now. We're trying to hold the door. We're trying to Hodor. Let's go ahead and kill those Ravagers first because they're really annoying. Okay, we can run our probes back to the main base. We can even make a battery near our main base mineral line. Chrono boost out of Void Ray. Okay, grab our probes together, get our probes all together, nice and neat. Have our Void Rays defend our base. And now have the probes overpower the Zerglings. Keep making probes, guys. Don't stop making probes. Now let's overcharge our Voids because all the Lings are dead. Okay, now let's go try and defend our natural with it. Okay, grab our probes again. Tuck our probes into either the shield battery or the mineral pocket. Either way is fine. And yeah, it looks like we're pretty good. So let's resaturate our mineral lines. Or our gases, rather. And now the Zerg leaves. Right? Fuck yeah. Okay. This is why Void Rays are really good against Zerg. Like, we just got all in like crazy, right? And we just defended that like a champion. That didn't do shit. That didn't do nothing. It didn't do nothing. Alright. And now we have our doorway, which can be sealed off again. Let's go ahead and let's leave one Void Ray at our third base to guard it. And let's leave an Adept at our third base as well to guard it with our probe going there. And let's leave one probe in our doorway to guard our main base. Meanwhile, let's take our gases. Let's take our third at this base. And let's try to poke him now with some voids. See what we can do. Behind this, we can do really a lot of things. The sky is the limit. How about, just because we can do a lot of things here, let's go for straight up sky toss. Let's actually make a forge and a fleet beacon behind this. Again, sky is the limit. We can do so many things behind this. We don't have to go robo or something like that. It's not required. Okay, run away. Run away. Put some probes on the gases. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Twitch sometimes. Not everybody. Obviously, I'm not talking about everybody, but I feel like there's a cancer on Twitch sometimes where you guys try to fucking sabotage everything. Now my chat's literally raging about how they're gonna leave and stop watching it. It's fucking fine, dude. It's not fun anymore. Sorry. Don't give a fuck. Okay, so we're going into, now we can go into, we have a lot of voids, and now we see Our opponent's going into Hydralisk, right? So we can go into more Sky. We can now go into like carriers. We could even try to kill the main. Just be super fucking annoying with our units. And there goes the main base. We can now get out of there. Kill some more drones. We're just being super annoying. And the reason why this is being so annoying is because our opponent went for this like incredibly aggressive opener. Super aggro. Okay, we're going in again. Now we can go into level 2 weapons on our Stargate. On our core, rather, for our Stargate. Thank you guys for the support. Much love. Sorry I'm not going to read it all. I apologize. I do appreciate it, though. And now my opponent leaves the game, right? He leaves the gameola. So that was a game right there where it was a situation where the guy went super, super, super all in. And then we defended with Void Rays. He was really, really far behind. And, yeah. We just got really far ahead. So that's why this is a huge reason why this is so fucking important. Why Stargate is so good. Because it fucking owns, dude. It literally owns. So we back up away from the Corrosive Bile just a little bit. We overpower our battery. We try to hold the door as much as possible with the Stalker. This is the power of a shield battery overcharge. It's amazing. It buys so much fucking time. Early game. Maybe a little bit overtuned, if you will. And then I would say right now we have a choice. And our choice is we can either kill the roaches with an overcharge on my Void Ray, which would have been okay, or we could kill the Ravagers with... this is the only thing I really focus fired, was we either kill the roaches or the Ravagers. If I kill the roaches, I should have turned on Prismatic Alignment. And if I kill the Ravagers, I don't need to turn it on. I shouldn't turn it on because it does nothing to do more damage to Ravagers because they're not armored. So I chose to kill Ravagers first, which is totally fine. And the reason why is because if Ravagers are gone, it puts way less pressure on us because we don't have to worry about Corrosive Bile anymore. And we don't have to worry about getting like bombarded by Corrosive Bile on our mineral line, right? We don't have to lose our fucking probes. Okay, and then we have more voids coming out. We lure him all the way back to the mineral line. Do I pull the probes over here? No, because if he wants to stay there, he'll never kill a Nexus in time before my Void Rays kill everything. So like he wants to kill probes, right? And if he wants to kill probes, let's lure him all the way back to the main mineral line, which is where closer to where my Void Rays spawn. We're making a new battery here as well, and we can, if we draw him into the mineral line, we can mineral walk through him and surround his units and attack him that way. Give ourselves a better chance for probes not to die so easy. And then now the Lings are dead, we overcharged our Void Rays to kill the roaches super fast. And look, like now the battery's done, and he's got more Lings flooding in the mineral line. But look how many units I lose here when the battery's done. I lose literally nothing because the probes run into the range of battery overcharge or battery healing. It's not even overcharged, and it will never let a probe die. It'll heal so damn fast, and the Lings just get like dismantled by the voids. And now rush is over, and we're totally good. So the only thing we marked there is we had to make a choice. Do we want to Prismatic Alignment Roaches down first, or Focus Fire Ravagers and then Prismatic Alignment down Roaches second? And now we can send all of our voids but one to go attack, and the reason why we want to do that is because if this Void Ray, if we happen to get a hit again in our natural, this buys us time initially while we can bring this one down if it's a little bit of a poke. Otherwise, if it's a massive poke, I always have the option, like if it's like an all-in level 2 essentially, I could actually recall my Void Rays home with my Nexus and we'd be fine. That's not a big deal. But if he does not all-in us again, having this Void also helps defend the third base that is super exposed right now. Before it's set up, which could deal with like 8 Lings that show up here. If I don't have an Adept here, if this Adept would, or if I don't have a Void right here, this Adept would easily die, and then he could kill my Nexus. Or like a 14 Ling show up. Like that could suck. But now if a Void's here, it puts a lot more pressure on the Zerg where this could be super annoying. Like this Adept can walk into like a mineral pocket or something, or like a pocket between buildings, and the Void just owns Lings again. Like crazy. Meanwhile, these Voids, I don't need all my Voids to defend myself because I know that we're in a great spot. I'm still making more units as we speak anyways. And these Voids have the opportunity to do a ton of damage to the Zerg's base. And then, should we fight Queens right now? No. Again, we're not trying to kill Queens. We're not trying to kill them right now. If we were trying to kill them, we should have had 2 Stargates, and we should be going all in here. But we're not obviously trying to all in him. We're trying to slow him down. So any damage we can actually get done, all the better. And then, since there was only 1 queen there and his creep isn't even connected to his bases, this just seems like a good opportunity, right? This is an opportunity that you can take advantage of. Do I have to get this done? Not necessarily, but this is massively good opportunity here. So we did it. And now the queens arrive after the base dies, and we can go down here and try to kill this base too if we want to, or whatever. We end up backing up. Hydras are out now, so we just pull back to our base. And behind this, again, we chose to go for Forge with Sky Toss. Do you have to do that? No, it's an option. So we made cannons and batteries at our bases to guard ourselves from a potential counter all-in that he might do, because I'm not making any gateway units. I have no charge lots. I have none of that crap. So, yeah, cannon battery is going to help supplement the difference of not having enough minerals. Or I would have had way too much minerals if I didn't do this. And then he sees cannon battery, and he, obviously quits the game because he's pretty fucked here. Like, there's not much he can do. Like, look at the Zerg's economy. He's got 48 drones, right? He's running with slow Hydras into cannon battery, and I also have a bunch of Voids still, and I now am making carriers behind this. My first carrier is about to spawn. Also, our upgrades for air are already level 1 weapons, and we're going on level 2 weapons with level 1 shields on the way. So we had a lot of options. I don't have to do anything that I did this game. I didn't have to do any of it. It's just options on how you can play the game. And again, this is ultimately why, like I said before, why Stargate is so fucking good early game versus Zerg. It's amazing versus Zerg early game. It's super good. Because you just hold all-ins like a boss. It's so easy to hold all-ins with Voids. This is why every Zerg hates Void Rays and Shield Battery Overcharge. It makes it really hard to break Protoss. But anyways, guys, sorry, people on YouTube, and I also apologize to people on Twitch chat that are just, chilling. I do think this series is getting really, really trolly. It really is. Like, it's getting exhausting sometimes, and I'm trying not to let it go down that road very much. So I'm sorry if it does every now and again, but I feel like I have like someone is like it literally feels like someone's trying to troll me every fucking 5 seconds. It's like a test of patience to the extreme for me. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the series. I hope this was informative. I hope you guys have liked it. And I will see you guys in part 2. So until then, people on Twitch, thanks for hanging out on the B2GM series. And people on YouTube, I'll see you in a couple seconds. Yeah, welcome back. Hey, yeah, it was only been a second, right? Well, welcome back. We're going to part 2 of the Diamond 1 to Masters 3 Protoss video. I did not change this fast. I can't change the snap of a finger. It is a new video entirely. So here we go, boys. Protoss motherfucking Diamond 1 going to Masters 3. I honestly can't remember the last game what we did, but I think just for the sake of it, I think we'll just start off with macro and go from there. Just so again we're not, because I do want to show you guys all-ins here and there, but I don't want you guys to abuse all-ins and think to yourselves that that's actually how you get better at this game. It's a trap. All-ins are good because they give you variety as a player and they make you less predictable. But if you abuse all-ins so much and you think it's the only way you can improve at this game because it's too hard to macro and you become predictable as an all-inner, well, it's really bad again because you're still predictable and now suddenly all-ins suck. So Again, the main reason why I wanted to teach you all lens is because I want you to be able to have variety as a player. Okay. This game, perfect. It's a Zerg player. Super easy peasy. What we're going to do now is we're actually going to go for a Stargate opener. Stargate openers are just really solid. We'll do a Stargate opener, and we'll go into a Charge the Archon Immortal style. One of the most standard builds you can ever do in this matchup. This is going to be incredibly standard. Super duper 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 standard. Okay, let's go scout his base. Let's try to boost my Nexus. Start a probe. Okay, get another probe on our gas. Scout the Zerg. Let's take our natural. Thank you, T-Sandwich, for the 5.
Just ordered delicious food and I can't wait to eat it and watch some of this B2GM. Holy fuck.
Oh, baby. Nice. Enjoy your food, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for the 5, man. And I'm jealous. I'm kind of hungry, so I would love to be eating something myself. I just ate a yogurt to power through. Okay, so guys, he went for... This is what's happening, okay? We're going to leave our probe here a little longer. And the reason why is because we wanted to see if he was going to make Zerglings, because he went pool first. This is going to tell us if we should make a Zealot or not. So it looks like he did make Lings because he got 3 eggs all at once, so I'm not going to be surprised if I run away. And those are Zerglings. Okay, so yeah, like to see how long those eggs are, that's Lings. So now that we know it's Lings, let's go ahead and make our Zealot. And let's chrono boost that bad boy out right now. Let's also get these probes off of that gas and build another gas. And let's get our probe down here to the natural, that is. And let's build another gateway so we can wall it off. Now we have a Zealot that's going to guard the door. And we're good to go. So we just protected ourselves from an early pool build, which is, it's a deviation, right? This build is a deviation. And now it won't do anything to us. We can poke the Lings and back up. Poke the Ling and back up. And then we were chilling. Go into a Stargate with our probie. And keep making probes out of our natural now. And now, again, poke the Lings back up. Poke the Lings and back up. And we're chilling again. Let's make a battery. Let's make a second pylon down here in case he goes for an all-in behind this. And let's start making adepts now with Void. Okay, so make an adept. We'll get Warp Gate. Make another adept in a second here. Our Stalker can kill the Overlord in our base while we still make probes. Fuck. That yogurt, man. Made my throat congested. Now, again, I'm not going to be surprised if he shows up with the big all-in a second here. I will not be surprised. I mean, is it guaranteed going to happen? Not necessarily. But, I mean, he did go pool gas early, so... Interesting build from our opponent. Let's get our Zealot out of the door now and put our Stalker in the door instead. And the reason why we're doing that is because his Stalker has better armor type than Zealot and Adept. So, if, for instance, if this guy Baneling busted us right now, Stalker would tank way more damage than an Adept or a Zealot would. Adept or Zealot would both die super, super, super easy. So we're playing with the assumption that we might get all in, but we don't know for sure. We might, but not for sure. And now we have our Void Ray. Let's go ahead and take our third, send our Adepts to our third, and send a probe to my third. Am I afraid of that? Not at all. Not one bit. Let's go take our third. Make a couple of pylons around this Nexus. Okay, we got another Void Ray on its way. And we're about to make another double Adept from the Warp Gate upgrade that's about to finish right now, so we'll just let it finish. Let's start a shield battery at this base. And let's warp into Adepts. And now that we have a shield battery started and we have more Adepts here, now we can, by all means, take our Void Rays aggressively on the map, and we can go poke our opponent with our Voids. Okay, let's transfer probes to the third now. Put probes on the gases in the main, And while we're moving out with our Void Rays, let's take a Robo and a Forge. And a Council as soon as I can afford it. There we go. Another pylon there as well for good measure. And let's poke the Zerg. See what he's doing. This is really a scout. If we get damage, that's great, but it's really just a scout. We see a lot of queens. A lot of queens, some creep, and spore even. Cool. We also saw no gas. Oh, there's a base that's going to start here because the drone's running that way, so let's go ahead and kill it. Then turn on the overcharge, pop that. Now run away. We don't want to lose our units to we definitely don't want to lose our voids to the Zerg, so it's okay. We'll just fall back. Let's go ahead and make a Templar Archives now. Let's get charge on the whatever it's called, on the council as soon as we can. And let's also get, now that I can afford it, let's get our gases and get ready really soon to, and we're currently missing probes still. And let's get ready really soon as well to take our gateways at our third base. And again, does it mean I'm going to all in him? Not necessarily. It just means we need a little bit more production because we're going to be able to make a lot more shit with Zealot Archon. Because it's divvying up our money in two different ways. So we make a gateway, fill up the gas, fill up another gas, make a gateway again, and maybe make one final gateway on the side of it. And now the Nexus is covered really well. We can now get ready to set up a fourth base. While our Void Rays continue to try and find any damage they can, and if they can't do damage, at least they're containing the Zerg. Okay, get charge. We can try and overpower down that hatchery right there. Make our Nexus. Okay, let's run away. Again, if we killed the hatchery, that would be great, but I'm not going to do it at the cost of letting my Void Rays die. Our Void Rays are what's important here. Way more important on the Voids. Okay, let's get a couple more pylons in the main base just so I'm not going to supply block. And let's just poke this. We see a Baneling Nest. Cool. We see a gas here being filled up with drones right now. We can kill, if it's one queen, I'm okay with killing one queen. One queen's not a big deal. We're just doing damage, right? This is super nice. Now don't tunnel vision it. Let's make units while we're doing this. Make Immortals, make Archons, make Zealots. Make probes still. We're not done making probes yet. We're almost done. Here we kill the gas. That's really nice. Now his queens are here, so let's run away. Run away from those queens. And now we can go up here and kill whatever we can kill up here. What's up here? We're also at 80 probes now, so we're looking a lot better. Yeah, let's go ahead and run away again. He's got queens over on the side. Maybe they're not going to be here, so let's try and kill this hatchery from an outside perspective. He's going Hydras. And yeah, it looks like we're not going to kill it. A lot of Hydras are coming. Run away. Again, am I worried about that? Am I like, oh man, I didn't kill the hatchery? No, not at all. And why am I not disappointed about not killing it? Because we have a lot. We're focusing on macro. We're not focusing on trying to all in him. So we're okay with how this is going so far. Let's go ahead and make a few more gateways now. We'll explode the gateway count a lot right now. Take double gas here. Let's even get ready to start a Nexus here. And the reason why is because we have money that's going to start being oversaturated and we need to transfer it somewhere else. Go back into another round of Archons. And now our army is ridiculously strong. This army is monstrous in how it is set up here. So the Zerg is going to have a hell of a time trying to break this. Somehow 2 Lings are in my base. Let's go ahead and kill those. Get them out of here. And now we have, again, constant Immortal production. We can start missing the Immortals. And now also with the Forge upgrade because we're done making probes. And yeah, we're about ready to move out and attack. Let's make another pylon over here. And now he's poking us again a little bit with more Lings. So he might continue to do that. So let's just at least... Yeah, he's doing it over here too. Let's make like at least one cannon per mineral line. Just at least one. That way we can actually have some type of a defense if this guy Ling counterattacks our base repeatedly. And now let's move out. Let's go for it. Let's actually go for an attack right here. So what are we going to do? We're going to hit the newest base he has, which is his middle base. It's easiest to kill because it's in the middle of the map. And it killed those fucking Lings really fast. They're annoying. Yep, there we go. Get a probe over here and make a couple cannons and a battery. Good, good, good. Now let's go. Now what did we see? Here's a cool way to micro against this. I saw a bunch of Banelings, guys. So I'm gonna click my Zealots and go Control 2 on Zealots only. Just Zealots. And now here's what I'm gonna do. 1, A move. 2, move backwards when I see banelings. So get my army out and about here. Get them all spread out. A move this area. Now watch when the banelings engage. Watch when the banelings engage. Right here. Ready? Are you ready for this, boys? Hey, banelings, where are you at? Group 2? Well, I don't need to run away because there he is now. Run away, Group 2. Now go back in again. Now let's make a bunch of zealots again. Let's make another immortal. Probe count, we need to make a few more because a couple just died. How's this going? Pretty good. So the hardest part of this game was genuinely the phase of the game that was the build-up with using my Void Rays and macroing as well as we could. Now we have a bunch of Archons coming. We just made 7 Archons. What's going on over here? Okay, another Archon somehow. I don't know how those Templars are over there, but cool. Okay, let's group up a new army. Let's just fall back for a second. If we can. Back up to our new units, like right here. This is fine now. Now we can fight them again. GG. GG. And, you know, because again, why would I, like, think about it for a second, right? Like, why in this position, if I just killed this base and I just killed a lot of Zerg, why, and I know he's got more units over here that are currently killing me, why on earth would I go, hey, Immortals, let's just go for it? Because these Immortals, excuse me, sorry. These Immortals, if they die, it doesn't mean I lose the game, but it does mean they take a while to replace. Because one Immortal builds every 39 seconds. So this already right here is 2 minutes and 36 seconds right there. 39 times 4 is 2 minutes and 36 seconds. That is a lot of time that would just be fucking wasted, right? Now, obviously, if I chrono boosted it, maybe you could take that down to like just 2 minutes or like 1:45 or something like that if I'm constantly chronoing. But that's still a lot of time we'd waste to have to rebuild Immortals that just don't necessarily need to die. So, again, the rule of thumb here is learning how to have patience. We just did damage we were looking for. And think about it, the concept here. Does it make sense to potentially throw away my expensive units here? Zealots are negligible because they're so easy to replace. It's just round of Zealots super fast, and it doesn't have a long cooldown either. Mass Gateways, really easy to replace Zealots. They're very replaceable. But Immortals, and even Void Rays, but mostly Immortals here. The Immortals are the thing we care about more because we're not going for a Skytoss build. We're going for a power build of ground, which is Charge the Archon Immortal, with emphasis on the Archons and Immortals there. If we lose our Immortals, what is the result? Think about it for a second. If I just killed an economy and I just killed a base, what is the advantage of me pushing deeper into Zerg's base right now? Think about it. Be like, well, you can win the game. What if you win the game, vibe? But if you really think about it, if he just lost an army and I just lost an army, don't I? But in the process of us both losing a big chunk of our army, don't I have a better chance to win the game if I just back up and remax? Because think about this for a second. If we both just lost an army and he lost a base and I didn't, it means that my income now is mining at full power and his is not. Again, this is learning how to play StarCraft based off of an economy and not based off of split-second decisions with your army. Because most of the time when people don't understand what economy means, they always make the wrong choice. Like, a lot of players would literally think to themselves, I'm just going to keep pushing because I have the advantage. I need to capitalize because if I don't do that, Zerg is going to win. Zerg always wins when I don't kill him when I have the advantage. They always get away with the game. But does he? He doesn't have the advantage because we have way more workers than he does, actively mining way more bases than he does. Or we can easily remax faster than he can. So if we repower our army and reinforce these Immortals with more Immortals, Archons, and another round of Zealots, all that means is that instead of potentially pushing with 4 Immortals and a bunch of like 10 Zealots or something and having them all die to the next wave of the Zerg army, defensively for Zerg, which is a defender's advantage for Zerg, instead of throwing these units away, we come back again in about 45 seconds to a minute with 6 Immortals instead of 4, also backed up by like 8 Archons, and also backed up by like 20 more Zealots. Like, that suddenly is going to be way harder for Zerg to deal with than what this was. So, yeah. understanding how to play the game through the economy is super important. That is how you play macro in StarCraft. You make choices based off of active economy. You do not make. I'll tell you right now. This is a fact. I would say, once you really learn the game of StarCraft 2, about 80%, almost 100, about 80, but it's not 100 though. We'll explain why. About 80% of your choices about how to use your army. Yo, JMD, thanks for the sub.
Keep it up.
Thank you, man. About 80% of your choices with your army about when you should be attacking are based off of how to read your opponent's economy at that point in time. And then the other 20% are based off of what happened with each other's armies. And the only time it makes sense to attack your opponent when he loses an army is if your opponent does one of two things. Number one, your opponent mismicroed like crazy and took a immensely terrible fight. Like, let's say, hypothetically, I was playing a Terran player who's going for siege tanks, and then he accidentally move commanded into my army, and he didn't siege anything. His units weren't even attacking. They were move commanding into me. And then he's like, he realized halfway through his army dying, he's like, oh my god, my units aren't doing anything. And he goes, siege. And then his tanks all die before they even siege up, and then like nothing happens. Gamer
Love
talk.
your streams, your B2GM series, and especially you. Keep it up, man. Vibu hearts.
Hell yeah, thank you. Thanks, Gamer Talk. Much love. So if your opponent makes a big mistake, that is definitely going to be a way where you can now make a choice and go, well, I have still a maxed army, and now I don't need to really worry about an economic position now to know if I should attack or not, because this right now is a massive momentum swing in my favor because my opponent made a mistake. That is one of the ways where that makes sense. The other way that makes sense is when you have what is called a full-on death ball. You have a full-fledged death ball. It is 100% powered up death ball. It's like the strongest composition you could possibly make, and you've took enough time to make it, which it's also usually the most expensive army you can make. It's very, very, very expensive to do. Like, Zealots are not death ball units. They're cheap and they're good, but they're not death ball. Units like Archons and Carriers and Mothership, whatever. Shit like that is death ball. High Templars with Storm. Those are things like death ball because they're really expensive and they cost more per supply. So they take a while to get. Now, if you have a death ball, then again, you can make choices to attack your opponent based off of how effective your army is. But if you're playing a standard mid-game, where you're playing a mobile army based off of mobility, where you kind of just like poke your opponent, it's like a back and forth game, all the choices to attack your opponent literally basically come from economy. And you should be judging when to pull the trigger to attack your opponent based on how much economy you have to how much they have and who has the lead. So like, for instance, let's say I was on 3 bases and that was it, and my opponent was on 5 bases, and I was in the middle of attacking him the whole time because I was the aggressor and my opponent was the defensive player because he was being really greedy. It would make sense for me then, if this was like a 3-base all-in, it would make more sense for me then to continue to push forward after I won a fight and reinforce it during the fight and get as many units as I can over here and continue to pile the pressure on. Because if I was 3-base owning my opponent who is going for 5-base greed or some shit like that, it means every second that I waste and I sit there, I'm actually going to fall further behind. And then what would that mean though? It would mean that my army would be in a very strong position because my opponent is over investing into economy, and if I'm breaking him, I can then continue to break him. It would mean that my opponent went a little bit too on the greedy side. So again, it doesn't always mean you have to defend. It doesn't always mean you have to pull back. Sometimes it does mean you need to attack. But it always is based off of how your economy matches to theirs. And how do we understand what that means? Again, it's based off of scouting. Scouting is the most relevant thing in this game. And in this game, we didn't scout with hallucinated phoenixes. And why was that? Because we used Void Rays instead. We actually attacked him with Void Rays, which indirectly scouted him at the same time. Which is why I told you to be conservative with them and not try to get damage with them if it seems unrealistic. Like every time I had to fight the queens, what did I do? I ran away. I never once, every time when the Hydra showed up, what did I do? I ran away. I did not stand there and hold my ground and go, lost the Void Rays. Shit. No, I didn't do that because my Void Rays were scouting his base count. And they were throttling him a little bit, being annoying mostly, but I was scouting him with those Void Rays. I was confirming what I can do is okay. If those Void Rays die, and I take a 4th base, and he's going to do a 2 base all in, because I throw my Void Rays against Queens. Like, let's say he's going for a low-tech all in of just like, he's making some Hydras, and he's going Mass Lings and Banes or some shit. And I'm over there taking a 4th base. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then I fucking die. And I'm like, oh, why did I die? It's probably because I let my Void Rays fight Queens early on and let them all die. And then I didn't know he was going to play so all in after that. Because I didn't scout anymore. So scouting is massive. That's all I'm trying to say. It's no matter what kind of a build we're going to do, we're always going to scout. In some way. With something. It's always going to happen. This is a contrast from yesterday. I've gotten 2 love hearts from 2 different opponents. I appreciate you guys. Yesterday was like, people constantly being like, you fucking smurf. Piece of shit. Why are you picking on players in this game, vibe? Sorry. Okay. So he's doing, just like I am, a bit more of a mineral focused build. He's not really saturating his gas super fast. Like he's saturating the gas. But I mean he didn't second chrono boost like we did, and he's also not prioritizing the gas first, right? Like that gas up there has 2 probes on it as well. It does not have 3, we can tell that. So what can I read from that? Again, this is scouting. What can I already tell about my opponent, guys? I can 100% tell you that he's taking a natural now. Even before he takes it. Even before he takes it, I can tell he's going to take a natural. Why? Because I know what a mineral-focused build looks like, and that's exactly what he's doing. So I am not going to be surprised that by 3 minutes, there will be a, like, whenever I scout him, which will be somewhat soon. I'm making a Sentry and a Stalker this game, and we're gonna take our own natural because we're also doing a mineral-focused build. But when I scout his base, I 100% think I will see a Nexus. And if there wasn't a Nexus there, what would that mean? It would mean that Vibe doesn't know anything and he's fucking bad at StarCraft. No, if there wasn't a natural there, all that would mean is that he's doing a build that possibly could be more efficiently done doing something else. Like if he goes for like an all-in of gas units, it would mean, okay, well maybe you should do more of a gas priority if that's what your focus is going to be. That's all it means. Okay, we can go kill that probe in my base right now. Hey probe, how you doing? Okay, let's leave our sentry in our main. Let's put our stalker down in front of our base a little bit. Because again, we want to see if there's a depths coming. And let's just for a second leave a probe here. Just in case he makes 2 depths. Because, I mean, he can still go for an expansion to make a depths. That is still doable. There's no rule that says you can't make a depths there. Okay, but yeah, I'm 100% assuming that there will be a Nexus very similar to mine. It might be a little bit slower based on how well he macros, but it's going to be similar to mine. It should be, because it makes sense to how he built his gas. So let's see it. And there you go. Fucking Nexus is almost done. I knew that was what he was doing before I saw what he was doing. Because I looked at his economy. Wouldn't you, why don't you block his natural with a core and a pylon? I could. You could have done that, honestly. You would then, if you know what someone's going to do because you pay attention to their opener and the way they allocate the resources, and you can, with an educated guess, predict what it is. If I would have built a core in his natural and then a pylon and then a core, it definitely would have disrupted his build a lot. It would have made it annoying for him. And that's something that you can do yourself if you want to be very specialistic and try to do annoying shit like that. That's fine. I have no problem with it. But again, it's our builds, or what I'm trying to show you guys mostly is I'm trying to show you guys that as long as you know how to read the game, you have a good chance to win the game. So it's not really, I don't want you to get caught, I don't want people to get caught up in the moment to be like, so what you're saying is every game I have to block is fucking natural? No, that's not what I'm saying. Just learn how to read a build. Because the signs are there, and they're very obvious if you pay attention to them. Okay, let's go ahead and make a council. Let's go ahead and make a forge. And let's also go ahead and start making more gateways here very soon. Let's go ahead and also send another hallucinated phoenix out. Go scout. Okay, what is he doing now? Immortals, Stalker, and Sentry. Cool. It's the same thing as us, right? But look at his Nexus. See those Nexus with tons of energy? Tons of energy. We know for a fact that we're ahead now. When probes because of that. Because look at our Nexus. Well, that one actually has a lot of energy, I'm not going to lie. Okay, take it back. I thought I had less. We should actually be scouting for the third, too. That's kind of a blunder. We should. I got caught up in looking at the chrono boost. But yeah, we need to know if there's a third base there, and now we don't, so we're going to have to wait till the next scout, and we're going to confirm it then with the probe count then afterwards. So like right now, we would either see a third base being built or not built at all, stuff like that. It's all good though. Let's go ahead and go into a Templar Archives and more gateways. So now let's make another hallucinated phoenix, and let's go scout his third base. And if I don't see a third base that's fully saturated like ours, because ours is going to just be getting fully saturated as we get there. This is our last chrono boost of probes, and then we're good to go. If it's not fully saturated, it means that we're ahead in economy even more. And let's see what it is. It's almost fully saturated. I'm ahead in probes because I also have gases fully saturated. So we know we're ahead in workers. So the game is close. It is still close, but I would say if we wanted to actually guesstimate what the position of this game is, we could actually say we are ahead slightly. And if we're ahead slightly, you know what that means? The ball is in our court, and we get to make the choice. So what am I doing? I can make units. I can go for an attack. I can go for defense. I can expand again. I can do whatever I want. And what we're going to do is I'm actually going to expand. I am going to make gateways as well, like we just did. But we are going to expand, and we're not going to attack. We're just going to sit here and make Archons with our economy. And we're going to make, you know, continue producing out of our buildings. But we're going to make Archons and, you know, other units. We're just going to keep pumping our units at a nice steady pace. Again, there is no need to feel pressured to attack our opponent. There is no need to feel pressured. There's zero things about this game right now that tell us, well, if I don't attack him, I'm going to die. How about now we make a couple pylons at the exits of our base so we can spot for future attacks. And we're just going to keep getting upgrades, and we're just going to keep making units. Let's keep making my army. Let's do another scout. Let's see if he's taking a fourth base. Are you taking a fourth base at all? Our probe count right now also is done. We're like 80 plus. So we're good to go. Okay, let's get another chrono-boosted probe out here. Or, I mean, sorry, chrono-boosted forge out here. Get our probes transferred off that base to the new base. Let's take another base. And why are we taking another base? Because, again, we have choices. Look, he's got a fourth base that's still underway. Our fourth base is done, guys, and it's fully saturated. So we know, again, another reason why we know economically we're ahead. So what should you do when you're economically ahead? Extend the game longer by doing things like preparing defensively for a potential attack. Because if you're ahead economically, that means your opponent could be ahead of you military-wise. It really does come down to macro, though. And if we know, if our macro is stronger than our opponents, then we might not only be ahead economically, we might also be ahead military-wise as well. That's a macro thing. But yeah, it's going pretty good right now. We're just making units. And now we're about ready to get ready to take a real fight. We're getting really close to that moment in the game right now because we're about to max out. And now we're at the power spike. Now is the moment where I would say, yeah, we could totally take a fight now because we have a shitload of units. So this is a perfect time to take a fight now. This is totally fine. So let's move forward and let's go for it. And now he's doing the same thing. So now it's a base trade because we're both doing the same thing as each other. So let's do this. His army's not here. Let's tell some of my army to go to his third and tell some of my army to go to his fourth. Okay? And now we can tell the rest of my army to go forward. Again, we can actually micro now that we're in diamond, but this is now becoming a base trade. He's got DTs in my base. Let's go ahead and credit boost our probes. Let's go ahead and run probes away across the map right now. Get away from his base. Or our base, rather. But look, is he still pushing? Yes, he is. Okay. Let's tell these probes right now. Hey, probes. Let's save them. Let's grab this nexus. Let's recall all these probes. A bunch of them. Behind this, let's make a new round of units over here. And let's tell all these probes to come to the top of the map. Just get away from my base. Let's build a nexus up here. Let's build a couple pylons. And we're still killing his base right now. At the same time. Okay, now he's pushing deeper into my base. He's about to compromise my entire main base now. It's all good. Let's go ahead and try and re-establish crucial tech. Let's get Dark Shrine. That'd be nice. Let's get a couple... my robo can't be built because my core is dead. Let's just build a core now because the gateways are still there. Let's build a couple of gates now because now we also need gateways. Gateway, 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 gateway. Build some pylons. Keep killing his main base. Keep running through his base. Let's get some of my units on those probes before he recalls in case he wants to do that. And now he's still killing my base. This base is still not compromised yet, right? So we're still making money from this base. Let's go ahead and take another nexus somewhere else. Let's take another nexus like right there or something. Now this nexus is about to finish, so we can mine minerals from there. And let's start mining minerals from that nexus. And now he sees this base. Let's go ahead and run away. He knows that base is here, so let's now run away. His probes are going to die otherwise if we don't do that. Now we see he's got a nexus there. Okay. So let's take my army and let's go like this. Let's take like one zealot and go, hey zealot, go around the right side of the map. We just want to check and see if our opponent has a base on the right side. Now let's work our army to the left and go cover the base we just built. Take our gases here. We have a Dark Shrine. We got a bunch of new gateways ready to go. We can make some more pylons. Okay, so his base is dead. Relocate over here. Let's build a new nexus on this side. Just because we'll try and see if we can get a base up over here. And now let's go kill his nexus that we saw down here. Just because, again, we can. We could even use a hallucinated phoenix right now to go scout further around the map and make sure he's not building buildings anywhere. Okay, that base got canceled, so that base is now dead. And here we go. Here's the Protoss' base. So we found out where he's relocated. Look at his probes, right? He's got 4 probes, guys. Meanwhile, there's a zealot currently on those probes. This is really annoying for him. We got probes over here. We got lots of probes over here. Let's try and retake this base now, or take a new base over here. Continue to expand. And what's the probe count look like? 3 probes, 4 probes. 1 probe's not doing anything yet. So our opponent is not having any type of remax potential right now. There is 0 remax potential from our opponent, which is good for us because that means that we're gonna have we're gonna be able to build units again, and he won't. So let's send another Hussein Phoenix. Is there any other base that we somehow missed anywhere on the map? No, he found this base. This is very likely gonna die. I would say if you know your base got scouted like that, probably abandon it. Honestly, like we'll fucking mine it. It's fine. It's okay. It's gonna die, but let's pretend we didn't see that Phoenix. It's okay. So build it. Because now we can actually defend over here, right? And check this out. We have a prism. And what can we do? Now also we should make a couple of robos while we're at it too. So let's go over here, build 2 robo bays or robo facilities. So we can go into making immortals as well. And now look at this. Our opponent has units on this side, correct? Let's go ahead and warp in a couple DTs on the side. And why can I do that now? I can do that now because I have supply that's big enough now to actually build shit. So I can send 1 DT at like this probe over here, and I can send another DT into his mineral line and kill more probes. And this now puts him into an all-in. This is really annoying. Super annoying for our opponent. He has 0 income now. And he's actually super all in. And notice how I'm not investing my whole army to do this. I'm not like, well, I gotta send everything. No. I can just send a DT. It's all good. And now he's playing defensive, and now this base actually is going to live, thank God. So this base is just mining happily. Let's take a couple more gases here. Let's go into Immortals now. Trying to boost these bad boys. We can even get a Forge and a Council. And then like a couple more gateways. And then we can do the same thing we did before. Put a couple pylons around my base. And we can even take a Nexus here now. Because we can send transfer probes here in a minute. And now let's get ready to move out. And this now is going to be a great attack for us. Because we have the ability to to continue to remax after our max. But we do know something about our opponent. We know for a fact that he has... Let's actually wait for a second here for one reason. It's exactly that right that we just saw it right there. And it was the thing that was killing my base. He's got DTs too, right? Okay, so this base is going to die. So let's go ahead and recall these probes out. Save as many as we can. Let's make a cannon. Cannon and a battery in my mineral lines. And let's try to save... Let's try to prepare for the possibility of my opponent attacking our base when we're out of position with cannon battery. Now we can make a Temple Archives as well somewhere. Fucking wherever I can fit it in. Any gap. Put it like right there. So I can make Archons again. Let's just make a round of Zealots. And again, do I have to attack right now? Not necessarily. I don't. Nope. Why do I have to attack? This is not the time in the game where I feel the need to be pressured. It's actually my opponent who needs to attack, because if he doesn't, he is the one who is in a really hard spot. Okay, we can make a couple more probes just to give a little bit more economy. And now let's send one Zealot around the left side of the map. Again, we're confirming base locations again. And let's send one Zealot around the right side of the map. We're confirming base locations. And now cannons are done. Forge is ready to be upgraded again. Now let's just go for it. Every base has cannons at it. We're looking really nice. Every base is looking great. While we're attacking, we're going to have a lot of extra money. So let's go like this. Gateway, 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 gateway. Make a bunch of gateways again. So we can remax faster again. And now it makes sense to push, because now I'm at a power spike again. And even if I lose this fight before he gets to my base, I will remax and fuck him up again. Like, that's how it should go, right? Because I have a lot of production now. I've recovered. I have a lot going on for us again. So let's get my army together and let's go attack this base. He's right there, so we can fight him. And if we want to really have a chance to get a good trade here, let's just grab a tiny bit of my army, put it in the mineral line. Just a little bit. A really tiny bit of my army. Not my whole army. Just a little bit of my army, because probes can't kill that. GG. And we can fight his army with our army. And again, even if I lost this fight, guys, even if I lost this fight, look at the supply for us right now. Let's even kill a couple more of our units really fast. Just so we can get rid of a little bit more of my supply. Okay, so let's pretend, oh, we lost a lot of supply. Now behind our base, look at our production. It's insane. I could be like, all right, you know what we're going to do? Let's make some Immortals right now. Let's the rally point here or whatever. Make a couple Immortals. And now I also want to make a bunch of Archons. And I'm almost maxed again. And then boom, there you go. Then if he was pushing across the map right now, he'd be running into a base where I could chrono boost out my Immortals, and I could have Archons ready to go again with a new army, and then the next wave of again, let's say more of my army died again, right? We're assuming things died. So now what happens is if even more of my supply is dead, I could be like, cool, well now as he arrives at my base and I have Immortal Archon, now I can make a round of Zealots. And I'm basically maxed out again. Instantly remake a new army. So it's... knowing when to pick your battles is really what this game heavily is. And that comes from patience, and that comes from understanding economy of your opponent. A lot. Heavily on that. Heavily on understanding economy. Yeah, hopefully, again, I know I repeat myself quite a bit sometimes, but hopefully what I'm saying is making sense to you guys, and you're like, oh shit, okay, yeah. Normally I panic because I don't know what's going on, but now hearing this, it makes more sense. I can actually feel like I can break the game down. I hope that's happening for you. Hopefully. All right, this game, let's play a non-traditional style of PvP. Let's play a hyper aggro. So we keep playing this passive style, right? Let's play a hyper aggro style this game. Super hyper aggro. Yes. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm used to. So that was an early probe, guys. I'm not talking to this guy anymore because I already think he's cannon rushing me. That was a early fucking probe. That was a probe that got to my base at 40 seconds in the game. That is fucking fast. Okay, so he's not building anything yet, so I'm going to just go scout him now. It's all good. I just kind of checked around. I should be scouting anyways, like after the gate. But yeah, that probe, I just wanted to follow it for like, just check around my base. We can even check a second time just for good measure and see if anything super awkward is going on around my base. Like, is there something going on here? Where'd the probe go? No. Okay, I just want to see if he's going to like leapfrog cannons from there or something. Let's make our core, and then let's do one quick pass around my base. And if we don't see a forge, then we're fine. Okay, it's a gateway and a core. So yeah, no, we're fine. Notice how he has no chrono boost energy in his base, guys. And he already has double gas. This is the kind of a player that now, I would say, is going to be more potentially aggressive than what we have previously played. Yeah, I feel like we're playing a troll, which is, it's fine. More Vespine gas, more Vespine gas, more Vespine gas, more Vespine gas. Okay, we'll send one more probe to his base. One more proby boy to his base. Proby boy. Let's take our natural. And now that we're taking our natural, what we're looking for is we're looking to see what he's doing with his economy, right? This is all we want to know. Because again, he opened up double gas really early. He did spin his chrono boost though. So now we don't really know what he's doing. And he's not expanding yet. So what's in his base? He's also only going one gateway, guys. Okay, there's 2 stalkers in his base. It's still kind of a question mark as to what this is. I mean, I feel like this would be a moment where we could also scout around the map and look around and see what it is. Yeah, you know what? Let's fucking do that. Let's send a probe around the sides.
I am here in the shadows.
And we'll go ahead and open up with a robo first. And the only reason why we'll open robo first is because if this actually turns into like a Dark Templar build, we'll just straight up die. You got to realize he prioritized gas. One gateway, gas priority. This dude prioritized gas. And what builds are you afraid of if your opponent prioritizes his gas? Well, DTs is definitely a possibility. That is scary to deal with.
I am here in the shadows. Research complete.
Okay, so now we got our sentry. Our sentry will help scout. We have our shield battery going up. Get an observer. And let's also go ahead and move our probes from our main down to our natural. Build one pylon up here just so we can have vision. And maybe a second pylon right here so we can just extra power our gateways in case this is a Stargate. And, yeah, we haven't seen... Let's just check really quickly and see if he has a natural again. Do you have a natural yet? Yes, he does. So what's his saturation of that natural look like? He's got like 7 probes on it. So, not as scary anymore. It's now no longer as scary. Because our opponent has a natural, and he's actually not going fully fucking all in here with units. So he just decided to take a later natural than we did, which is it's all good. Okay, he's got a prism with 4 stalkers in it. Run our probes for a second. Run past the prism and cut it off and be like, nope, sorry, you can't leave. And now the only way he gets out of my base is with a recall. So that was good. Definitely good for us right there. Now, that's important to know. Again, the micro on that would have been if we would have ran directly at the prism, what can happen? If you don't zone him out of your base, it means you're always chasing the prism, and there's a chance you won't kill the prism because you're chasing it. And it could actually get out of your base entirely and, you know, fly away and not die, and then all the stalkers evacuate. But if we zone him, he will get a couple more shots off in my base, but it guarantees we're going to kill his ass in my base, which is definitely more value for us as the defender there. Okay, let's go ahead and get a couple more gateways. Because, again, we're still doing the hyper-aggressive build we talked about. This guy is a super troll. I love barcodes, man. They're so fun. Alright. So we know our opponent's going disruptors. We literally just saw he's going for a 3rd base in disruptors. Is that a big deal? Not entirely. I mean, it's good to know what he's doing, though. I'm glad I know what it is. But it's not something we need to freak out about. So now let's start going into zealots. And let's also start going into more gateways. So what does this mean? Like I said before, what are we doing? Hyper-aggressive build. That is what we're doing. Remember that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to now... I got to my ideal probe count. I'm going to cut probes like crazy. And I'm going to make an additional round of gateways. And now we're going up to 12 gateways. It could be 10 gateways, 12 gateways. Anywhere around there is acceptable. And we'll chrono boost out our charge upgrade and our weapon upgrade. Okay, try and split our units up a little bit. And he got a nice hit, so that was good by him. Okay, make some stalkers again and whatever, fix it. Okay, so he decided to run random disruptors at my base to try and blow me up. Interesting. Keep chrono boosting out our charge. Let's get a warp prism as well right now. And let's keep making tons of units right now. And then our power really turns on as soon as we have... okay, he blew me up again with another disruptor shot. Yeah, this guy's super fucking troll. So our power really turns on once we have all of our units. So what he's doing right now is, I mean, he's definitely weakening our aggressive timing for sure. 100%. But, yep, it's okay. This is not the time to freak out. We have a plan, right? We'll stick to it. Okay, let's send a prism around the map, and let's send it up towards his main base. Get a couple more pylons. At this point, too, I would say we could probably see ourselves now investing into a 4th base. Not investing into probes, but yet instead investing into a 4th base. And the reason why is because we're going to have a lot of undersaturated probes now that are just not mining anything properly anymore. But if we just take a 4th base, it'll fix my income for the future so I can continue to flood him for a while after this. So we're still just waiting. We're building. Let's go ahead and start that 4th base. Make a pylon next to it. It'll give us... It's like pylon supply, essentially. Okay, and now let's send 1 zealot on the left side and 1 zealot on the right side. Okay, he's doing disruptor drop in my base over here. Transfer 3 probes to that base. Blink our stalkers at that prism. We might kill it. He's got warp prism speed. Yeah, it's funny. That does. People who play like this always make me laugh. Chase it a little bit more and kill it. Fuck that prism. Okay, and now we're making a bunch of zealots. And now we're getting to that power swing that is in our favor here in just a second. Let's go ahead and make another observer defensively in case this guy goes for a you know, like some type of a DT counterattack. And so it's always nice to play, like, cover your ass essentially to something that could possibly just ruin your fucking day here. And now to make another round of Zealots. And after this round of Zealots, I will say we will now go. And the reason why we'll go is because we're about to max out. And we can also now use our Prism to attack. So let's get on top of his army right here. And now let's fly our Prism into his main base while we continue to attack him. So now we go Zealots all over his fucking main base. Okay, we can use our Stalkers to knock out that shield battery. And it's just a lot of Zealots, really is what it is. Send some Zealots over here to knock out these pylons. Send a couple Zealots into the natural mineral line of our opponent now to kill more probes. More Zealots. And then attack the next base and progress forward. More Zealots. And we're about maxed out right now. So again, this is hyper-aggressive playstyle. Do you have to play like this? No, it's just a very, very, very aggressive way to play the game. And it makes sense that even though we were the ones getting fucking owned in the early game by the Disruptor, we were the ones playing super aggressive. Because our style was aggressive. When you're up against a Protoss like this vibe, don't you have to tell them to sit when you whoop them? Oh, it's whatever. It's a barcode. It's literally a barcode. I don't even care at all what this guy thinks. It's just a guy randomly... You know, it's a guy who is afraid to let anyone know who he is, so he wants to be Mr. Anonymous, and then he also wants to be obnoxious while he does it. It is the ultimate definition of a puss-puss. Because I'll give you my opinion really fast on barcodes. If you're a barcode and you're like a decent human being, even though you're a barcode, I understand it. And I'm not going to say I hate it, but I still don't really like it. And the reason why is because the game is more boring when everyone is anonymous. You don't really have a storyline with your opponent where it's like, oh, I know that guy. I usually beat that guy. Or that guy's really good. It doesn't give you that aspect of the game anymore. It just makes everyone like a fucking binary number. Like, oh, this is 1110101111. I have no idea who the fuck he is. It's just a random guy. A random number in the system. It makes it way less personal when people use barcodes, which makes it less fun. So I don't like it for that reason. But at least if you're not a dickhead when you're a barcode, it means at least you only do it because you just, you know, want to privately play the game yourself or whatever. But if you're a guy who is a barcode and you're obnoxious, it means you're just ridiculous. You're just being a douchebag. You're just immature at that point, and you're just being obnoxious as fuck and lame and super, you know, annoying. Okay, so let's talk about how he attacked me with the prism really fast. Let's talk about this really fast. So, okay, I just passed it again by 2 seconds or something. Okay, so notice how the prism is in my base, right? This is important to know. The prism is in my base, and the worst thing we could do right now to kill this prism would be to tell my stalkers to attack the prism. Do not do that. Because if we did that, what happens is my stalkers will continuously stop at max range to shoot the prism, and then he will just fly that way and curve up as he leaves my base. And the chance of me killing him by the time he gets like over here is very low. Very low chance. If I just move my stalkers onto his prism. The only way he'll really lose it is if he miss micros and he like stays in the area and then dies. However, what we actually do here is I move past it. I can still stutter step, by the way. Doesn't mean you can't stutter step, but I move past him. So notice how I'm not attacking the prism. I'm going to where he wants to leave my base. I am zoning him. What do I think to myself right now? What is that prism going to do? It's either going to go like this. Load up the stalkers and go right there. That way. Or it's going to load up the stalkers and then beeline it, turn around and go this way right there. He wants to go on the side of my base. And why does he want to go on the side of my base? Because if he goes directly through the center, he goes right through my army and then his prism dies. So it's only obvious that he wants to go to the side of my base. Now, if I run to the left and he runs to the left, the perfect way to micro against that is to continue to zone him and push him into a corner and kill him. If I were to run to the left with these stalkers, and let's say he took this prism and loaded it and went straight down, you know what I should do then? Still tell these stalkers now to go this way right here, but then grab these stalkers right here and turn them around down the ramp and have them go right there. Because I could then, if he goes down and around like this, I could actually tell these stalkers to go down here, and by the time my stalkers get there, the prism would be like right there. And I could catch him, and if I don't tell all my stalkers to do that, these stalkers could catch him if he goes to the right further, and then these stalkers that go down could catch him because they'd be like right here now as the prism is right there. And I could catch him on either side if he does that. So again, we're zoning him. We are not A-moving him to chase him. Chasing is bad. Zoning is good. So I run further forward because he goes left right now. I do not attack the prism yet. I can stutter step. That's okay. But I still need to make distance to go left because I want to maximize my attack range in this area before he leaves my base. So as I go left, what does he do? He tries to go left still, right? But I'm stutter stepping and I'm going left as well. And what does he do then? He's like, okay, there's no way I get out now because we zoned him properly. I effectively zoned him. So now he goes down because it's like 100% chance that he dies now, leaving my base. So now we start moving towards down with him. And then whether I kill the prism or not right now doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter if I kill the prism or not is because the prism is so low now that it's got like one hit left essentially. And the second he loads it, it is impossible for him to be out of my range and it will die. Either way. Either way it dies no matter what. So if he doesn't load it until the stalkers are dead, it's going to die. And if he loads up the stalkers into it right now, it's going to die because it's too close to my stalkers still and it has too little hit points left over to take a hit and then get out of my range. It's dead either way. So I just went to A-moving his stalk. I just A-moved the ground here. And because his stalkers are still in the area, and even if he loads the prism, it'll just A-move the prism. It's fine either way. But if I would have done another volley on the prism when it was already guaranteed going to die now, when he still had 4 stalkers left, it would have only meant that he would have got another volley with his 4 stalkers. So even if I killed the prism, it still would have been a win for us, but it means that we would have taken 4 more shots from his stalkers on our army. And all that means is maybe we would have lost a stalker because of that. You know, another one of my units would have possibly died because that's a lot of damage. But as it was, you know, obviously we kill it and then the prism dies right after, has nowhere to go. And that was a good trade for us. Not bad. Not a bad trade. And then going further forward, you know, our opponent is going disruptors and pushing us with a fucking prism. And, you know, being flashy, fancy, whatever. Now, Blink Stalkers completely counter this build like crazy. And we're actually like seconds from having Blink. And we will, we definitely could have blinked around. Like, so we'll talk about the first disruptor shot. We definitely can blink around like crazy here. Once we have it, we could like blink dodge a disruptor shot and kill a disruptor. Stuff like that. But just as it was, I'm going to tell you right now, we could have actually counter-microed this right now. I want you to know that. We could have counter-microed this in a way to kill the disruptor and not lose anything. Because here's why. It comes down to math again, okay? This is a math question. If my stalkers moved forward into the disruptor and then shot him, and my zealot would have stabbed him as well. Think about this for a second. So look how close he gets to my army. Right here, right now. If I didn't turn around right here, and I would have walked a little bit further forward till like my front stalkers were like right there, and my back stalkers were like right there, all my units would have been range to attack the disruptor, okay? All of them would have been, all of my range units would have been range to attack the disruptor. And I would have only been able to attack him one time, guaranteed, before the shot goes off and kills me. Because I have to move for like half a second here, and then I have to attack. And I don't have enough time to attack a second time if I have to do that. I don't even have enough time to attack twice as it is anyways. Because it's going to go off in 2 seconds, and the attack speed has a 1.34 second cooldown. It doesn't mean it takes 1.34 seconds to attack. It means it's how long its cooldown is. So think about this for a second, okay? He's got 200 health on a disruptor, and a disruptor has 1 armor on its HP and 0 armor on its on its shields. Okay? So if my stalkers do 18 damage to armored units, because he is armored as his tag in the bottom middle of the screen here, if I have that's 11 stalkers. If I have 11 stalkers, okay, that is 180 damage plus 18 more, which is 198 damage, but that's not accounting for armor, which we'll talk about in a second. But if there was no armor, it would be 198 damage plus a sentry that could do additional 6, and it would be 204. So the disruptor, if it had no armor, in theory, would die to 204 damage of all of my stalkers shooting right here and the sentry poking him one time. But now, think about this for a second, okay? This disruptor has 1 armor, so that changes things a little bit. So instead of doing full damage every shot, we're only going to do full damage until we break the shields. And how many times does 100? We can show you like this, okay? How many times does 18 go into 100 until it breaks 100? So you go 18 plus 18. That's 1 shot, 2 shot right here. 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots. So after 5 shots, it's now going to be affected by armor. And the reason why is because this breaks 100. So it doesn't mean that armor applies when it's the first shot that applies to the unit once it only has HP left. Armor now applies to a Protoss unit once it breaks into the HP, and now armor applies. So now it's going to be plus 17 instead of 18 because it breaks to the armor. So now it's going to be 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17. And now instead of doing 196 damage to the... what was it? 198 damage, sorry. Instead of doing 198 damage to the fucking disruptor with our stalkers, now it's only 192 because armor applied 6 times to 6 different stalker shots. Okay? But think about this for a second. My sentry has enough damage to do 6 damage. It's going to do 5 damage because it gets 1 off as well. And it has an attack speed that is substantially faster than a stalker. It's like twice as fast. So if I attack that disruptor, my sentry could actually attack twice before the disruptor shot goes off. And the reason why is because this attack speed is 0.71 and the disruptor shot is a 2-second fucking timer. So you can almost attack 3 times with the sentry before that goes off. So if we move for a split second here and then there's just closer to him for a split second and then attack with the sentry, it would be super close. But we would surpass his total health of his disruptor by doing plus 5, doing 202 damage to that disruptor before it fucking exploded the disruptor shot on us. And the thing about a disruptor shot is, this purification nova, it becomes a dud and goes, poof, it just expires if the disruptor itself dies before the shot explodes. So we could have actually killed this disruptor. And that's not even including the fact that a zealot, or maybe even 2 of my zealots, could have realistically walked up to the disruptor and stabbed it once before the shot went off. Because a zealot can definitely walk that distance within 2 seconds. That's like 1 second and it's going to stab the disruptor.
1 year, Dad.
It would be very close. It's like 1.5 seconds, honestly. It's not like really. It's like 1.5. But yeah, this could have been a choice we could have made where we could have attacked into the disruptor and tried to kill it. That's a judgment call. And that really comes down to math, right? You want to have a real, somewhat good indication of to like your stalker shots. And if you're someone who's been paying attention to all these numbers we threw out to you, what does this overall mean in a really simple way? It means that if you have 12 stalkers, you can kill a disruptor in 1 hit. We had 11, so we were 1 stalker short. So it would have been a little bit more dicey, but even so, it still would have died based on the fact that the sentry could still do enough damage to make the difference. So that is what we could have done to make this really easy, to just insta-kill the disruptor. But we didn't do that. I want to show you a different way to do it now. We went for a split. And what we did with a split is we tell my whole army to go one direction. I don't give a shit where it is. Go up, go down, go left, go right. I don't care where you go. Just know wherever you pick, you grab the alternate side of units and drag them off. So, for instance, if I go to the right with my army, what am I going to do? I'm going to grab the left side, the opposite side of my army, and go to the opposite side. If I go north, I'm going to grab the south side of my army and go south. If I go south, I'm going to grab the north side of my army and go north. If I go to the fucking left, I'm gonna grab the west side of my army and then grab, or sorry, if I go to the west, I'm gonna grab the east side of my army and go east. You literally go your whole army one direction and then you grab the opposite side and go the other way. That's all you do against disruptors. It's so fucking easy to deal with it this way. This guy obviously microed his disruptor shot though, so he fucked us. He actually right-clicked one of my units, so it followed a unit, and then he moved it in deeper, and he microed the disruptor pretty well, honestly. But we could have lost a big chunk of my whole army. We could have lost my whole army, but we didn't. We told our army to go half and half, and now I only lost like half my units. And that was also, honestly, a good shot by him because it's also up to him in that moment's notice to micro the disruptor shot in the right direction to get a perfect connection to whatever goes wherever. So that was a good shot by him. That was a good connection by him to read my movements and, you know, counter my movements. But even so, even though he countered my movements flawlessly going to the east side, I only lost 6 stalkers when I could have lost a lot more. If I would have just ate that shot in my face, like straight up in the middle of everything, that could have been really fucking bad. Like, look at this potential damage that could have happened to us. So he shoots the shot off at us, and look at that shot. What if that shot was in the middle of all of my army right there? That could have sucked. That's so many, like, instead of losing 6 stalkers, I could have lost, like, literally all 11, potentially, and maybe even a sentry and a zealot. Like, this disruptor, all it has to do is even touch a unit, and it blows them up. That's all it is. If your unit is even touching this circle, it explodes. This circle, regardless to every unit that it connects to, does 145 damage, plus 55 if they have shields. And what that means is it does 200 damage to anything with shields, and 200 is more than what a stalker has. A stalker has 160. So a stalker gets 1 shot, as you just saw. So if it was right in the middle and I didn't spread out my army, I could have lost fucking so much more here. And then, yeah, from now on, for the rest of this game, I mean, he does it again, right? And he just keeps poking us with the disruptor shot. It's all good, though. Like, look what's already died, right? I've already lost a lot of units here. So, did he just lose the disruptor prism just now? What just happened? What? Did he, like, run away with his prism? Like, I don't understand what the fuck happened with that prism. Oh, he did run into my army. He green boxed it. Okay, I see. I was like, what? But yeah, so, I mean, we took a lot of damage there, right? We've lost 22 units, 3,000 worth of units, 3,000 resources worth of units. But at the end of the day, again, we're playing aggressive, so look at the army supply. He's got 38 army supply. We've got 17. Now let's play it for like 15 seconds or so, just very, very short amount of time. That's like literally 5 seconds or 10 seconds. 29 now versus 40. We're catching up super fast, and the reason why is because we have all these gateways. We have 12 gates versus 3 gates. I have so much more production than he does. And again, it's because we're playing an aggressive style. It makes sense that we're playing an aggressive style. So what are we going to do with an aggressive style? We're going to be aggressive. So we eventually kill the prism and the disruptors on this side, and then we go really aggressive here. And now look what happens when we get to his base. By the time we get to his base, we're actually outnumbering him by 40 supply. Now suddenly army supply is 100 for us, 104 exactly, versus 53 for him. This is why scouting is so important. Because I'm not going to lie, if you're the player like this, and you scout your opponent is going for mass fucking gates, no gas, mass zealots, you probably don't want to expand and walk in the middle of nowhere. This is army movement, right? You do not want to fucking expose yourself. Instead, if you're fighting mass zealots, you want to play more defensive, you probably want to expand there, be more condensed in your base locations, stand in the middle of them, and maybe start making a bunch of fucking archons. Because otherwise you're going to die. Scouting is huge. And then the last piece about this game here too was this is just opportunity. This right here is opportunity. I scouted the right side with a zealot. It died right there. I scouted the left side with a zealot. I saw a nexus. And we were getting ready to go attack his 3rd base or his 4th base. Because it's the furthest out base. We just scouted the map. And what happens, think about this guys for a second. If I just saw his army with my first zealot right here, watch this. If my first zealot on the right side sees him right here, okay, look at my vision. Look at the minimap. Do you see the minimap right now? Look at this minimap vision. If my right side zealot sees his army right here, Look at it. We know where his army was. We confirmed it. Now, if your base gets attacked by a zealot, this is how you can start thinking about how to manipulate your opponent's movement before you do it. But like, you're not, like, I can't physically go to my opponent's room and control his mouse and go, I want you to walk right there, dude. Right? I can't do that. But what I can do is I can make him want to defend something that's going to put him in that area. So even though this is a scouting zealot, this zealot might actually have a fucking fishing hook, and he's like, casts a line, and he's like rolling it back. Like, come here, zealot. Or come here, Protoss army, whatever. I'm a zealot. I'm attacking your nexus. You want to defend this? You want to cancel this? I don't think so. I'm just a zealot. Again, if we're going to play aggressive, things like this are huge because instead of attacking directly into the heart of our opponent's base where he has shield batteries, whatever, things like that, what if we lure him out of his base because this is opportunity and we see a fucking nexus here that looks like a juicy target to kill in the first place. If we can cancel that, awesome, because that's a fourth base that we don't want Protoss to have. But at the same time, if he tries to defend that, he's in the middle of nowhere. So where do we send our army? Two reasons why we send it here. Number one, because that's his most exposed base, and we don't want him to have that, so we want to kill that, and then work our way inwards, just like we always do before. It's easier to kill outer bases because they don't have things like walls in front of them. They're more the further out the bases are, the more exposed they will be. Second reason is because there's a good chance I'm going to guarantee a fight right here out of his base. And I am playing aggressive, so that makes sense for me to have that happen. So when we go across the map, let's see how we move our units. I don't have fucking map hack, guys. I don't know where he is. I did see he was there earlier, but I don't know where he is. But I am getting ready to attack this location because of the reasons we just said. And what do we see while we're here? We see a Protoss who is in the middle of transitioning his army. And you know what that means? He is now cut off from his bases because this base isn't done yet. There is no shield battery here. There is nothing to defend him here. Nothing. There's no warp-in proxy pylon. Or not proxy pylon, but there's no warp-in pylon near the nexus. It's just a building nexus. Zero defense here. And if my units run up like this, guess what? He can't go home to the safety of shield batteries and warping in pylons, defender's advantage. Now, obviously, he could still warp in units here and come help in the area, but he can't use overcharged battery. The units will still have to travel a little bit to get to the fight. And meanwhile, these units are getting pounded right away. And again, if we're playing an aggressive style, it's all about the fight literally begins and then it ends. Like, it literally ends almost as fast as it begins because our opponent's playing macro. He's playing tech heavy. He's trying to build up to an in-game. And we're playing super aggressive. So our army has a lot of punch to it early game right now, which is why it is an aggressive build. So when we see this guarantees we're like, oh, fuck yeah. This guy is screwed. And as we go forward, what happens? He's like, oh, God, turn around. And, nope, sorry. Can't turn around now. And this just lost him the game. He blinks back, saves a lot of the stalkers, which is nice, but he just lost every immortal except for the brand new one over there. That sucks for red. That is so damaging for him right there. He just lost like a big chunk of his army right there because he wanted to kill a zealot. Now, what if he would have only sent like 2 stalkers to kill that zealot? That would have meant that he would have probably scouted my base and confirmed that it's not a good idea to walk in the middle of nowhere against this kind of an army, right? It's understanding the tempo of the game based off of economy. And if you see a Protoss who takes literally no gas at any base except for the main base, and then you not only see that, but you see his composition is zealots and stalkers, you should not walk in the middle of nowhere until you have a maxed out army and you have a stronger army than your opponent. This army 100% is going to max out faster than this army. Why? This army is cheaper. It is literally cheaper. Stalkers and Zealots are cheaper than Immortals and Archons mixed with Stalkers and Zealots. Immortal Archon is more expensive than this by far. But they're more powerful. But the problem with these units though is Archon Immortal is that because they're so expensive, you make them slower. So even though they're more powerful units that are more expensive, it doesn't matter if you're down in supply heavily and I just have, for every 1 Immortal you have, I have an extra 5 Zealots. Because I didn't invest into the costs of these units. I did not tech to these units. I did make an observer, sure. So I have a robo, but that's in case he goes DTs, which I need. But I did not go council. I didn't make a Templar Archives. I didn't actually make Immortals. There's all this extra money that just went into making more gateways, again, which is why I have more gates than him, and I've had more gates than him for a long time. So you do not want to walk in the open versus someone who has a larger army than you, size-wise. And now it doesn't matter. Even though he does have the safety of a shield battery, I just have, it's like literally 6 Stalkers and an Immortal and a Zealot. Like there's like 2 Zealots, an Immortal, an Archon, and actually 5 Stalkers here. Versing what? 11 Stalkers and like 2 pages of Zealots. This is like 33 Zealots or some shit. This is mass Zealots in his base. And not only that, this is taking all of his focus now, right? Guys, this is why our build is so aggressive, and this is why you do not want to move out against people who play like this. Our build is not only breaking him here, but it's not. This isn't even our whole army, by the way. We have more to spare here with the Prism, and we're warping in units into his main. So moving out against a build like this and getting yourself caught like that is how you immediately throw the game. We have way too much right now. Zealots, 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 Zealots. Again, hyper aggro style. Do you have to play like this? No. Is this the best style in the game? Not necessarily. Is it good though? Yeah, sure, definitely. It's definitely a good style. But it's not the only style. You could definitely play other styles against this. And his style, his overall composition wasn't necessarily wrong. The way he played it though was wrong. He played aggressive. He was the one who was playing aggressive when he was the one investing into supreme tech. And he was the one having a smaller army versus a guy who's going for mass gateway units, which are easy to make, and you can make a lot of them really fast. That is not the time to play aggressive. Also, not only that, he had more probes than we did. Before we take this fight, look at the probe count. And how do I know he had more probes than me? Because he took gas, 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 gas. We both took a 4th base. I took no gases. All those gas probes don't matter to me. I have no gases. I have just mineral probes. And I'm not even making full saturation probes either, because I'm rotating probes from the main to the 4th. He's not only taking gases, but he's also trying to make probes for his 4th base. Those are the 2 reasons why you should not be thinking to yourself, I need to push on the map now. No, it doesn't make any sense. You cannot invest into a later stage of the game and be aggressive in the early stage of the game. Like, I was literally all early game, no late game. Like, you know what? This is basically what it's like. This is basically what it's like, okay? And here's an example. Like, think about it for a second, okay? I'm gonna fucking... Hopefully, it's an analogy that'll make sense. It's gonna be ridiculous, but it'll make sense, hopefully. Imagine if you have a guy, like 2 different guys, okay? And one guy is, like, in a cryo state sleep for, like, 15 years... And then he wakes up one day and he gets fucking juiced up like Bane from Batman or something like that. And he's like, he just roids out really fast and he becomes a fucking, literally like a beast. And no fucking brain pattern. He's just like, I'm going to kill everything. He just gets roided out and becomes a maniac and is trying to kill everything. That's kind of style we played. It's all early game, but if you outlast it, you beat it. And my opponent played a style where imagine if you had like a kid from birth who like was being trained in like the techniques of like being deadly and shit. Like he's learning all these different types of martial arts and shit. And he's like learning how to use all these different kinds of weapons. And then you decide to yourself, you know what? I know he's only like 9 years old, but I'm going to send him out to go fight right now. Let's send him out now when he's only like 9, when I could have like still nurtured and trained him until he was like 20, when he's at actually like a deadly, like he's at his most deadly in his like in his 20s. But no, let's send him when he's like fucking 9 years old. So like you're making a big long-term investment and you're prematurely firing it off. You're like, yeah, no, I'm not ready yet, but let's attack. It doesn't make any sense. Because if he would have just waited and defended himself and bulked up his actual power units more and more and more, suddenly my massive power, or that has no fucking follow-up to it, can't break him anymore.
Yeah.
If all I am is like a one punch and I'm done.
43 months and still loving the content. Viburos.
Thank you, Ultimusic, for the 43. Like again, I have no future to my build here, guys. This build, it's strong, sure, but this build sucks ass if they defend it because all that happens is my army never gets stronger. It scales this. It literally has a plateau of scale. It does not get stronger. My opponent's army does. His army gets substantially stronger because he's making Archons. He's making Disruptors. He's making Immortals. He's making Zealots like I am. He's making way more power units. And if he fights me when he has 8 Archons, 4 Disruptors, 30 Zealots, 6 Immortals, that army would be really hard to beat. As opposed to fighting me with a small army over here, right? It's because he moved out of his base and he doesn't understand the concept of when you should and shouldn't move out of your base. This is why I stress so hard so many times in B2GM series from bronze to plat. This is how you read a build. This is how you make a build. This is how you read a build. This is how you make a build. This is what mineral investment build means. This is what gas investment build means. You need to understand these things, because if you don't, you make choices that make no sense. So if you've ever heard a player, again, this is a reference to things you probably hear pro players say all the time. If you hear a player ever tell someone else, this guy has no fucking idea what he's doing. This guy doesn't even know how to play this game. It's because they don't follow these rules that we're talking about. It's because you'll see a guy who does something, like, for instance, invest really heavy in the late game, and then he does an all-in really early. And you're like, okay, well, you're doing a really weak version of an all-in now, because your build is invested for late game, not early game. And if I was going for an early game build, you would just fucking die. Just like this game right now. That is where it comes from when people say, oh, someone else doesn't know how to play the game, because again, there are rules you need to follow with investment in StarCraft, in RTS in general. You don't invest late game and then play an aggressive early game. You don't. Like, you can harass. Harassing is totally fine. What he was doing with the Prism and Disruptors was totally fine. Don't get me wrong there. That was fine. But the fact that he's walking out without a fuck given here, that is bad. That's literally asking to die, and he dies for it. So hopefully that makes sense. There are concepts to this game that are very repetitive, and you just need to understand what they are. That's all it is. Okay, and then he just dies. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like it does, and I just hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say to you. And you'll grow as a player over time by being able to scout your opponent and be able to actually critically think what is happening from your opponent. Like, actually try to understand what it means that they're doing and stuff like that. Yo, Ragu, thank you for the bits, man. Alta Music, thank you for the sub. TWC Blank, thank you for the bit. Mervin OS, thank you for the sub. Need SC, thank you for the 12-month resub. Gamer Talk, thank you for the 6. JMD Drummer, thank you for the 3. Sandwich, thank you for the 5. Green Eggs and Graham, thank you for the 2. I said that one before, I remember now. Thank you guys for the support. I appreciate it. Much love. Okay, we're against a Zerg again. Let's play another aggressive build. We'll do another aggressive build. Okay? So if my opponent plays macro and he attacks me, same thing again, right? We're gonna fucking get a free win. It will literally be a free win if he attacks me, if he macros, and I play aggressive. Like, can you please explain all that luck you have? It's all luck. Zero consistency of logic. Okay. So our probe's running to his base. We're going to see what he's doing with his style. Is he going to open up aggressive? What are you doing? He's not. He's opening up macro so far. Doesn't mean he's going to macro all game. No. It just means he went hatchery early. So that's all we know so far. So we should see a pool and a gas start like right now. And there you go. It just started. We confirmed what we thought was already happening. Okay, let's go ahead and take our Nexus. Let's go ahead and pull back with our probe now. We do not need to be in his base anymore. There's no need to stay any further than we already have. Take our Cyber Core. Make probes again. Let's take our gas on our second gas geyser. Okay, let's go ahead and get our Stargate. I know I'm not gonna play a macro game. I don't want you guys to think that when I said Stargate that we're just gonna suddenly play a Stargate game altogether. We're gonna make one Stargate, and the reason why is because we're gonna do an aggressive build. And this aggressive build is actually very vulnerable to Zerg all-ins. And although he's not doing one yet, he might still do one. It's very possible. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up with the Stargate. It's another version of an all-in you can do, essentially. We're still going to all-in him, but we're going to do it in a way that opens up with one Void Ray. That's just one Void Ray. And the one Void Ray also might make him overreact to the fact that Voids could exist. So first thing we're going to build now, after the Stargate, is going to be a Council. We're going to do a Charge Lot all-in, just so you guys know. It's a Charge Lot all-in. It's just, if he all-ins us, we're not going to die because we're not flipping a coin going, I hope he doesn't kill us while we're going for Charge Lots, which aren't ready yet. So now we make a Void Ray. And here comes our Void Ray right now. There we go. And now we're going to go ahead and start Charge and then Warp Gate right after. Okay, get a couple more pylons. Let's also get a shield battery at our natural, just so we can be extra safe here. Okay, so we're going to go for Charge now. We can also Chrono Boost that. Let's go ahead and get Warp Gate next. Warp Gate. And now we're going to make a Robo. And after we make a Robo, we're going to stop mining gas. Okay? No more gas once we make a Robo. And the reason why is because we don't need gas anymore. Because we have all of the gas costs in the build already. So now we stop mining gas right now. Put all these probes on the mineral lines. Hey, probe, come here. Thank you. Make a Robo. And now let's make a bunch of gateways. And now, not only can this Void Ray deny scouts, but it can also deny all-ins. We can have this Void Ray will make it harder for us to die to Roach, Ravager, Baneling, Zergling, whatever, all-ins. Okay, and now we're going to go to 8 gateways in total. And we're killing another Zerg unit over here. Let's kill the top right over here. Make sure there's an Overlord on this side. Okay. And now Charge is almost done. The Robo is about done. We're going to be having the Prism go out of our base in just a second. Our Voider can now start moving out across the map a little bit. Kill any scout in front of my base that exists. Chrono Boost out our Warp Prism. We now have Charge. Not Blink, sorry. We now have Charge, and now also Warp Gate is about done. So here comes Warp Gate right now. And all these gates are finishing. Now let's make some pylons so we don't supply block. Just like 5 pylons or something, or 6 pylons. Because we don't want to supply block at all. Let's kill another Void Ray. And here we go. Here comes all these fucking zealots, guys. Now let's take this prism, and let's fly it down to the bottom of the base. In the Zerg's main base. Let's take all these zealots and run right at the Zerg's main base right now. There's no third. Is there vision of an Overlord in this area? Yes, there is. Kill that Overlord right now. Because this is where our prism's going. Okay, now let's group up. Grab our zealots. Don't let our zealots die by themselves. Back them up for a second. Bring our Void Ray over there for a sec. Launch a bunch of zealots into this guy's main base. Okay, and now we re-attack this base right here. Okay, now zealots are all over the main. He's still got roaches there. Let's back up. Just wait on it. Fuck it. Pull the Void Ray back. Let's do another wave of zealots in a second here. Look at this is doing tons of damage right now, right? Let's do another wave of zealots right now. Okay, and now let's try again. Is he still here? Nope. Okay, well that's a dead base now. Take one of my zealots and come help me kill the queen, because the queen's gonna fuck my Void Ray up otherwise. And now this base is starting to defend itself, but queens are dying like crazy. And now we can do another wave of zealots. Okay, run this Void Ray away. We're fighting the Spore Crawler. Okay, the Spore Crawler queens are dead. Now this wave of Zealots can once again go into main base. Have our Void Ray start like overcharging down some roaches to thin out the roach count a little bit. So again, aggressive playstyle, right? That's all it is. Do another wave of Zealots. Send them at the fucking hatchery again, like in the area. Again, I'm not clicking the hatchery, I'm just clicking near it. Like moving towards it, essentially. Okay, these Zealots can go to the next base. So this Zerg actually had a pretty decent defense, I'm not gonna lie. He had roaches, and a pretty decent amount of them, which is why this was harder to break. But notice how, when we were trying to break him, what did we do? Did we just throw our units into fucking death? No, we didn't. I did not go, oh god, I need to fucking suicide my units every time because I don't know how to set something up, right? No, we're not doing that. What we did when we set this fight up was, as soon as we get to the guy's base, right now, this is the first time we arrived here, the very first time we arrived, what happened? Our Zealots for the first time scout into his third base, and we probably know he has it, and the only reason why that, or okay, not necessarily, our Void Ray could have actually went up here as well to scout for the third, that would have been fine. But even if he doesn't have a third, if we just go to the natural, that's also fine. Okay? Our Zealots are on a war path to go down the side of the map. The main one we want to make sure is going to happen and be successful is we want to make sure all the fucking vision of my prism is not going to be there. So he's going to be like blind to a prism going into the main base. And this is such a good location to work with. And the reason why is because you can warp Zealots in right there to the main. You can move the prism right here and warp Zealots into the third or the natural. Super easy over and over a cliff. Like you can literally do it above and below a cliff. So it makes it really hard. Like if you really want to ping pong Zealots over the place, you can be like, hey, Zealots, go to the third. Hey, Zealots, go to the main. Hey, Zealots, go to the natural. Hey, Zealots, go to the third. Zealots, go to the main. Zealots, go to the third. Zealots, go to the main. Zealots, go to the natural. Zealots, go to the main. It's fucking annoying for Zerg because Zerg has to go up and down, up and down, up and down repeatedly to deal with this. Now, when we first get here, once again, do I let all my Zealots die? No. I go, okay, he's got a lot of roaches. Even though I just charged and I haven't microed my Zealots once yet, I see that I'm fighting a bunch of fucking roaches. This is respectable by Zerg. Look at Zerg's supply right now. He actually knew what I was doing. This Zerg knew what we were doing because he actually has a very good, like he stopped making drones at a very respectable drone count. Because here's the thing, right? Let me tell you guys something really fast. If this Zerg thought for a second that we were going from like Stargate build, okay? Let's say for all this Zerg knew, let's say he thought I was going for like 4 Void Rays with a lot of probes. And he reacts to that build by going for mass roaches and low drone count with minimal queens. Like right now he does have 5 queens. He's got 3 queens roaming near the natural, and he's got 1 queen in the third base and 1 queen in the main base. But again, the biggest problem here is if I was actually not owning the Zerg and I was going for probes, then that would suck ass for Zerg because you don't want to make this many roaches and be like, oh, great, I got a lot of roaches. I got 14 roaches that are doing nothing, right? That would suck, especially versus Void Rays. But the reason why the Zerg has this is because his scouting is actually good. He saw I went Stargate first because I killed his shit with it, which is fine. But this guy, even though I've killed his overlords around my base, he has run lings repeatedly in circles around my fucking door over and over and over, and he's also scouting for the third. He's actually paying attention. So this is a very logical response to me not expanding at all and me not trying to even set it up. And he also never saw gas at my natural, ever. I mean, I guess he never saw, I thought he saw the natural. I guess he didn't see here. So that has to be a bit of a guess. But yeah, I mean, he saw the Void Ray. He literally saw the Void Ray. So it is what it is. So he had some idea at least. Another thing he didn't see for a long time is I didn't open up with Warp Gate. I literally did not open up with Warp Gate. And I wasn't getting, I only had 1 Stalker, no Sentry, no Adepts, and also no Warp Gate even started, just standard gateways. And he might have been thinking to himself, well, where's this guy's gas going, right? He's probably doing something super aggressive. So he's making queens to help in case it's going to be void, like, heavier. And he's making spores and queens in case it's going to be void heavy. But he's also making roaches because he's like, well, he's only on 2 bases, though. So maybe he's going to attack me with something else. Like, he's basically just playing defensive is what he's doing. He is playing defensive. So on paper, this was a good defense by Zerg. Like for right now, it is. Right now, this is a good defense for Zerg. Okay. But just because someone plays like a build style that it lines up well against yours, doesn't automatically mean that they win the game. Up to this point right now, though, he's done a great job. I give props to Tryhard Sloth here for setting up a nice defense, because this is actually not bad. Versus the only thing I don't like is that he made spores. That's it. Other than that, he had a great defense. And the reason why I don't like spores is because they're not going to fucking do anything. Like, you'd rather be better off just making more queens. You only really want to make spores if it's like oracles and shit. And maybe like mass phoenix, but it's not either one of those builds. It's just one. It's just, you know, even if it's mass voids, spores don't do shit there either. Yeah, they really don't. You'd rather you would be better off making more queens. Anyways, so yeah, overall defense is pretty good by this guy, right? But do we just do we feed into his build and go, all right, let's throw my zealots away, and then after these zealots die, let's make the zealots over here and then throw these zealots away? No, I don't do that. What I do is I run away from him right here, right now, and go, oh, he's got a bunch of fucking roaches. Okay, how about we run away? And you know what this does? Two things. It does two things, and this is where people do not understand how good patience is in StarCraft. Number one, the biggest thing of all that this does, okay, is that it allows us to try again and potentially see no roaches there. Okay? That's the number one thing it does. Which means it gives us a chance in the future to do crazy good damage. And it also creates a multi-pronged scenario, which is going to increase the chances that that is going to happen. That is the first thing that this does. The second thing that this does, if we run away, which is what would be even better if he fell into the trap of this, but most people don't. If he chases me, it only exposes his base at his main even further because his roaches are running across the map, chasing my zealots. And then suddenly his main base and his natural are super exposed, and I just fucking kill him. Because all of his roaches are out of position. And what happens if he goes for a counter all in? What if I recall my Void Ray back to my natural, overcharge my battery, and just kill all the roaches? Then he dies. Then the game's over. So it, like, again, it creates a situation where it splits the Zerg apart, and if he actually chases me all the way across the map and splits himself even further apart even more, I get a free win right there. That's a really nice win. So pulling back our zealots here makes a lot of sense because it did something for us, which is it confirmed that the main base is exposed. That's what it confirmed for us. The fact that he's defending the third means that we shouldn't fight the third because he's currently defending it, but that means that he can't have the same thing in his main though, because there's limitation of units in this game. You can't be at 5 minutes and 50 seconds in the game and have 45 drones and have 45 roaches and be at fucking like 170 supply already. That's not how this game works. This guy's opening up with a build that is standard defense. We're opening with a build that is very all in. And the fact that our supplies are somewhat close together is normal. This is understanding the range of your opponent's build. And the fact that we scouted our opponent in the very early game with a probe and went standard opener, we can now know that this is the majority of his army.
Man,
all of
I
it.
love your mirror matchups a lot. Helps me at every level. Would it be hard to out a montage of your POF micro of battles with all different races at like Masters 1?
I don't have an editor, and I don't want to do that myself. That would take hours, like days of editing, to sift through every one of my videos and edit out every single micro fight and then montage them together and clip them together. I don't want to do that, man. I'm sorry. I don't have if I had an editor that wanted to do that, I would do that. But I don't have an editor right now, and I really don't want one because I don't want to pay one. I just don't want to pay an editor right now. I don't make enough YouTube content consistently that's like editor worthy. It's just teaching people StarCraft, and I don't think me having like clips and like fucking like zoom ins and zoom outs on my StarCraft like teaching content's gonna change my quality of my videos that much. It's gonna cost me more money than anything, and I can't justify it. So the short answer, no, I'm sorry. Thank you for the bits though, Volsum. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, no, I don't want to do that myself. That would take forever. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, push and pull, multi-prong. We pull him back. We go over here as well. We confirm that the main base is open. And then now look at that main base. Are there a bunch of roaches here? Nope. And look at this, right? No roaches here. So what do we do with these zealots? We test again and we go, all right, let's attack this side again now because the main base is getting compromised. So this is when we first pull back. We pull back, and now the Prism sets up with Zealots in his main, and now Zealots are in his main, and this creates a problem for Zerg. And now if the Zerg goes back to defend his main, it's now scary. And now we go into the third again, and what's happening? He's still sitting at the third, right? So we're like, all right, fuck that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We don't need to fight that anymore. Back up again. And the main is getting broken like crazy right now. And we just do another wave of Zealots in the main. And now we try again, a second time, after the second wave of Zealots goes into the main. So that's the first time we go back after we send the wave of Zealots in the main. Now a second wave of Zealots is in the main. And this is the second time we've backed up. Now this is the third time we're engaging. And what happens the third time we engage? Look at that fresh base that's just wide open for death. Patience. And now look at all these drones. Ah, fuck! Now, suddenly, for me, it's like, I'm literally like reclining my chair with a cigar just being like, because we understand how to pull our opponent apart. My opponent, on the other hand, is like a fucking, you know, like a pilot that where the plane is like having malfunctions every 2 seconds, and he's trying to push 30 buttons at once, being like, "Oh God, fix everything! Fires are starting, pieces of the plane are ripping off." Whatever, you get what I mean. It's chaotic for Zerg. It's literally smooth sailing for Protoss. And all we did was we went engage. Nope, he's still there. Engage. Nope, he's still there. Engage. Oh, he's good. He's not there anymore. We're good. Meanwhile, we make him go somewhere else by killing somewhere else at the same time. So many people that don't know how to do builds like this, like Protosses who just think charge lots suck against Zerg, are Protosses who don't know how to push and pull their opponent. They are Protosses who don't think if he's got stuff there, it means he cannot have stuff there. The Protosses who are lazy that do this kind of build are Protosses that go, he's there, attack. Zero thought process to where your opponent's army is as well. And now you can see suddenly, look at the supply. Uh-oh. Zerg's falling behind, right? Now we're the ones with the lead because now he's also lower than us in workers because he's slowly breaking. And now a base also died. And things are falling apart. Now Zerg can't keep up anymore and he just dies. Now his main base is also dying. Now it's going to be one base Zerg. And the one base Zerg has no queens. And it's also dying right now to fucking zealots in the mineral line. So yeah, that's just how it goes, right? That was a good defense by Zerg overall at the start. But then I would say he just didn't split up his units enough properly. Is it easy to deal with that? No, it's not easy to deal with that. The build's actually super obnoxious to deal with. But yeah. You push and pull. The push and pull. Vibe, how do you handle this with Zerg? Roaches are great. Again, I'll tell you how to deal with that as Zerg guys in a Zerg video. I'm sure I'll get charged all in at some point in my entire way through Bronze GM, and I will defend it, or I will attempt to defend it, and I will tell you how to defend it with Zerg from the Zerg perspective in a Zerg video. That's a Twitch chat thing right there, 100%. Where Twitch chat wants the answers for both sides every game. But if you're watching this, you got to realize I'm making a guide, right? And if I'm making a guide for Protoss, I don't think Protoss players who are watching a Protoss guide want to know how Zerg defends builds from Protoss in their Protoss guide. It's something that belongs in a Zerg guide. Okay, let's just send our probe back up there. This is kind of an awkwardly distanced location.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Zerging, thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate the 40. Dom. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Much love. Thank you, thank you.
Not enough energy.
Okay, so we're both going double gateway. We'll play a macro game again this game, which is fine. Let's get our core. Core is a little late. We should have moved our probe a little bit faster, but it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, thank you, Potato Thoo, for the 5 gifted, man. Much love.
Yeah.
It's my birthday vibe. It's the only time I'll ever at you. Yo, Zerging, thanks for the sub on your birthday. Happy birthday. Also, adding me doesn't bother me. It's all good. I don't get annoyed by people adding me. No worries.
Oh, yeah.
You're all good, dude. But thank you very much for the support, man. Much love. Have a wonderful birthday, my dude.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we are going into a natural. Again, we're playing somewhat standard right here. Okay, let's go and build our Nexus. Let's build a pylon next to it.
Oh, yeah.
Leave my stalker in the front, leave my sentry in the back. That way, in case adepts arrive, we don't just die. Get a battery. Get a probe on the ramp as well. That way we can block adepts if he chooses to, if my opponent chooses to go for adepts. And this game, let's actually do something different. Let's actually go for a Stargate. Okay, he's going fucking stalkers. So if he's going stalkers, we need to pull the stalker back if we can. Okay, it died, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and force field him into my base. Pull some probes to help here. And attack the situation. Mine through. Get on top of his stalker. And there, we just lost 2 stalkers. And he just lost 2 stalkers. It is what it is. Is it great? Definitely not. But it is what it is. I would say that was a bit of a lazy micro by us. Like we didn't see it fast enough. It's okay though. Okay, now he's got an oracle in my mineral line. Okay, he's actually putting a trap there, so let's leave 1 probe to set it off and then go right back to the mineral line. So he also went Stargate, guys. And if your opponent goes Stargate and you go Stargate, you can both make we could now make Phoenix and we'll be good to go. That's totally fine. Stutter step a little bit on that oracle. This will be the first time we actually use Phoenix in this whole series so far with PvP. Again, we're doing a different build here. It's fine. I'm showing you different varieties of how you can play this game. Right, that's the whole point. So this Phoenix can now kind of poke around. Now, just keep in mind, this build, guys, Phoenix is going to be way more attention consuming, which is why I'm not prioritizing you to play this build. Phoenix are not easy to do. Phoenix require a lot of finesse and a lot of activity from you as a player. Okay, he's going for actually a big-ass attack right now. So, let's get our army together. Let's put a Guardian Shield on our units. Try and kill that Void Ray if we can. Pick up a fucking Stalker with our Phoenix. Grab a couple more Stalkers. Okay. And now, keep pushing. And the reason why is because we have the advantage right now. We have his Stalkers all low, and he all in the shit out of us. He did not expand, guys. I already know this is no expansion, because that was a massive fucking army. Are we still making probes, though? Yes, we're still making probes. And now, the fight's over. Now let's go home and defend. It's okay. We pushed our advantage as much as we possibly could right there, but now it's over. Let's remake our battery and literally repeat the process. Okay, let's chase that adept so it can't get my mineral line. Transfer a few probes to my natural. Let's go ahead and also maybe make another gateway just so we don't die. Okay, he's doing another attack. Pull the probes again. And attack. Pick up a fucking stalker and let's go right now. Push. 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 Make some more units. Push, push, push. 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 Keep making probes. Push. Pick up a stalker. Push. 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 And now he's dead. The game is now over. That is now the end of the all-in, because all of his units are dead, and yeah, that's it. We still have 2 bases, and he's on 1 base. So we are now producing at a faster pace than he can handle, and now he loses the game. So now we kill his proxy. Let's remake once again our shield battery for the 3rd fucking time. Let's also now make a robo, because the only way I could... Okay, I was gonna say, the only way we could honestly lose this game is if this guy now goes for fucking Dark Templars. And we're just like, where's our observer? What? Where's our detection at, boys? I don't know. Oh, shit. But let's talk about exactly how the micro went here, okay? Let's talk about how the micro went. It's like he's having a baby. Push! Push! So stupid. Okay. So, again, this game, we didn't know what he was... okay, hold on. We'll go back to the part where it was before he had the Phoenix. Or before he had the units. We'll go back to when he attacked me with 2 Stalkers. We'll start right here. When the aggression fully begins, okay? So what did we see? What did we see? We saw 2 Stalkers arriving at my base right now. And he's poking me with 2 Stalkers. Okay? And now what do I have? I have a Stalker on the high ground of the ramp. And I want you guys to know that if you pay attention, you can very easily grab this Stalker and tell it to run back to the ramp and not die to 2 Stalkers running at your ramp on the low ground. Because again, you have vision advantage because he can't see you and you can see him. Okay? He can't see you, but you see him. That's how it goes. So if I see this right away and I run away, I do not lose this Stalker. I go back to the ramp with another high ground advantage location with another unit popping out of my gateway. And suddenly 2 Stalkers have to fight against Shield Battery, which is going to be done soon. The Shield Battery was kind of late, but it's fine. It's not like you... The only reason... oh my god, the Shield Battery had to be there. It definitely is nice to have it. It was kind of late. But I mean, we could always make another unit too, right? There's multiple choices here. But yeah, if we didn't lose the Stalker, it would have gone a lot better for us. So he shows up. I don't micro this at all. I let him get on top of me, and now I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, now we haven't microed it at all, and the Stalker's already almost dead now. So if we run away now, we're just going to die. And we die. Stalker dies, and that sucks, right? You're like, well, I just lost the Stalker. It's okay. It's not a great way to start the game off, I'm not going to lie. It happens to sometimes. Is it the end of the world? Not necessarily. It definitely sucks, though. And now what happens? I once again fall back, just like we were going to do before, to high ground advantage right here. And if my opponent decides to commit to this, I can lock him in with a force field, and then I can pull probes and attack his ass. That's exactly what happens. So he runs up the ramp, and we lock him in. He can't turn around now. And he also can't go forward because we're already blocking him in as it is a little bit here. And more probes are coming in to finish the job off. Now here's a cool thing we do here. This force field is blocking my ramp to go down to my natural. So if I mine my natural mineral patch, my probes will tuck their asses into that corner right there of that shield. They'll tuck really deep into it, and then they'll be there. And what that means is look at how this Stalker is sitting next to the force field. I can actually stack my probes up and do what is called a drill mechanic. It's called drilling. You can actually phase all your probes' movement into the same location like fucking ghosts. And then they all are in the same spot right here in a second. And then if I then attack the Stalker once they're issued an attack command, they no longer have the phasing mineral walking mechanic that they normally have. Now they have an attack command, which is like a normal unit. But because they're already stacked together, they all attack simultaneously at right at the same second. And then they start spreading out while they're attacking after that. So we stack our probes up right here. We mineral walk through a Stalker. Now we're all stacked right on top of him. And now watch how fast this Stalker takes damage when all the probes are told to attack. Look at this. Look at the Stalker's HP. And fucking insta-dead almost. Because all these probes had an immediate attack together, and they all went, like, universally, they all zapped his ass at the same time, so the Stalker just fucking insta-died, essentially. It's much faster to kill it that way than if I would have just A-moved it. And also, if I just A-moved it, there would have been no probes behind the Stalker because the force field was behind the Stalker. So he could have honestly ran away the second the force field was over. Because the Stalker does have a faster move speed than a probe. Okay, and then now, just because I did tell you guys I was going to go Stargate this game, just to give you an idea of a Stargate build. I'm going to tell you right now, Protoss players, there's a reason why I didn't show you a lot of Stargate builds in PvP. And the reason why that is because this build is fucking hard for Diamond League. It is the hardest build you can do in Diamond League. The hardest. Literally. If you want to have a hard mode, you play Stargate in PvP. This is the hardest build you can do in PvP in Diamond League because this build requires constant multitask to be effective. And if you don't do that, or if you make the wrong choice, like what he does here is the wrong choice in a second, you'll see it, you throw your whole lead away. And it becomes really hard to make it work properly. So, yeah, that's why if Protoss is out there that are like, I really want to see more Stargate in Diamond League in PvP. It's fucking hard, man. You're making your life harder if you do play like that. Stargate's good. Stargate's really good against Zerg because it's really good at defending all-ins from Zerg. Stargate is decent against Terran because it's kind of in the same realm as it is against Protoss. It's also decent against Protoss because it's a build that does really well if you know how to micro it really well. But it's a build that requires you to be very active microing while very active macroing. It increases the skill level of the game by like 100 APM by default. Like you have to play at least 100 APM more than you probably normally play. So if you're a player that's like, my average game I get like 170 APM and I'm a Diamond 2 Protoss. Well, you better be able to play at 270 if you go fucking Stargate. Active, like effectively 270. If you can't do that, you're not going to play Stargate properly, probably. Now, is the APM an exact indicator? No, not necessarily. It's just, it's giving you an idea. You need to play fucking fast to handle Stargate properly. Because if you don't actually attack while macroing simultaneously, effectively, it's a bad build. So that's why I didn't show you a ton of Stargate builds unless it was versus Zerg. Because it's literally just harder. You're going to be like, wow, this game's so hard. I can't do what Vibe does here. Jesus Christ. So I didn't really do it a lot. Just throw it out there, okay? Guys, I don't know if Protoss may or may not understand that, but that literally is how it is. Once you get really high level, it doesn't really matter anymore because it's just your style then. But when you're trying to learn how to play, you're learning the hard way if you pick Stargate as a priority in PvP or PvT. So anyways, he shows up at my base and what does he do? He fucking puts down a time stasis word. That is not the right choice to do. And why is that not the right choice? There's two reasons. Let's think about it for a second. Number one, he just killed my stalkers. He literally lost 2 stalkers to kill 2 stalkers. And you want to know what happens if there's less stalkers defending my base? There's more time for an oracle to kill my probes. That's what it means. So the fact that he does not use the pulsar beam here and he uses the time stop stasis word is a massively missed opportunity. Okay, that's a humongous missed opportunity. Just because of the logical reason of the setup to go into this point of the game. I don't have any stalkers to stop this right now. I have literally 0 stalkers right now. This could do way more damage than it did here. Second reason is because a time stop, a stasis word, is easy to defend because all you got to do is run away from it. And there's nothing happening right now multi-prong wise that's going to make me look away from this. This is very easy to notice that this is happening because this is the only thing that's happening right now. If it's the only thing that happens, it's really easy to defend it. It's one thing happening, right? So seeing the stasis word, if I run away from it and then run back to the middle line, I'm good to go. Because I'm going to tell you right now, he stasis 2 probes and that was it. But if he actually turned on his pulsar beam, he could have probably killed about 10 probes right now. Or like 12 probes right now. So is it better to deactivate 2 for a period of time and then they go back to mining afterwards? Or kill 12, right? The only reason why it would not make sense to go for a pulsar beam here is if I had all my stalkers in the area and then he was going to suicide his oracle in the process. So the time stop was not the right call. And we run away. And then a new probe spawns and one of my probes got sent back and it ends up disabling 2 at the same time, which is not a big deal. And then they go right back to mining. And now he doesn't have enough energy to pulsar beam again for a little bit. And now finally, he's now generated enough energy after a little bit of time has gone by to now actually be able to turn it on, but it costs 25 to turn on, and he only has 30, which means if he does turn it on now, he's not going to be able to shoot for very long because it drains energy while it's on. So he turns it on at 31 and immediately goes down to like 6-5. So he gets look how fast, even with only 5 energy. He had like 70 when he showed up at my base. Now he's got 5 left because he just turned on the beam. And look how many probes he still kills, even though he only has 5 energy. 1 probe dies. 2 probe dies. He got 2 probes with 5 energy. Imagine if he had 40 energy killing probes before my stalker was here because he didn't do a time stasis ward. He could have killed, honestly, like 12 probes. And that, honestly, might have made me lose this game. The mistake of not moving my stalker and losing both my stalkers, and the mistake of, or if he also capitalized on us with the pulsar beam rather than stasis ward, that might have been enough to push us over the edge to make us lose this game. Honestly, 100%. Very likely. Because we're going Stargate tech, and the Stargate tech against what he's doing in this particular game was not great. Let's be real. The Stargate tech did not pay for itself very well. It really didn't. It's an option, but it didn't pay for itself the greatest. And the reason why is because what did our Stargate do? We were fighting against mass stalker all in. And all we can do with our Stargate, which is more expensive than a stalker, is disable 1 stalker with a Phoenix. 1 Phoenix is more expensive than a stalker, and all it did was it picked up 1 stalker. Now, if I was picking up Immortals, suddenly that's amazing. If I was actually killing more Oracles, suddenly that's amazing. But I was literally fighting against a proxy gateway stalker all-in, and this is not... The Phoenix suck here. They're one of the worst options we could have had. So the fact... we honestly we rode this game super close on the edge of losing, because this is bad tech choice for the current game we're fighting against, and also... yeah, our opponent could have fucked our emitter line really hard there, and he also killed my stalkers. So, almost lost. Honestly, 100% very likely. Probably, it's a probable situation. Almost guaranteed. So now he attacks us, right? That's a big army. That's a big army for Protoss, guys. That's not a big army for us. We got 4 stalkers and a sentry. He's got 7 stalkers, a void ray, and an oracle. And my Phoenix is also completely out of range because I was looking for the oracle, and it's actually right there. So not a great position for us. Scary for us. But we have probes, and probes are meat shields. And if we understand how to stutter step, we can stutter step behind our probes while our probes eat damage to the face, which is exactly what we do. And we win this fight because we pop a guardian shield, and then we stutter step towards his army. Stutter, 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 stutter. And end up tagging the Void Ray because it's currently on a fucking overcharge, a prismatic alignment, which decreases its move speed drastically. And it means it's in the back, so I keep shooting it while I stutter step. And then it dies. And then I'm going to stutter step towards the stalkers. And now look at my Phoenix. It comes back, and what do? I pick a fucking stalker up. Yay. And now we're losing probes while my opponent is losing units. Probes are replaceable. My other units are not. So he kills my Phoenix right there as well with other units. It's all good. And are we focusing 100% our attention on just attacking his units right here? Am I tunnel visioning this? No, we learned that already. That's a bad idea. We're still trying to make probes during this, and we're going to use our cooldown when it's ready to make more units as fast as we can. So we end up killing that last stalker right there, and we pull back. And what are we doing? The gateways are ready to be used, and what do? We fucking make units again. We do not waste time, which is why I don't have 800 minerals, even though I'm the one being all in. Like, I'm actually building units the whole time, right? We're trying to make units constantly. And now we relocate ourselves. Now, for a fact, this is another way to read the game, too. Let's make sure you guys understand this. So we just talked about how to micro that a little bit, but look at this for a second, okay? Look at this. So my opponent and I both lost 2 stalkers each. That's it. I lost 2 stalkers. He lost 2 stalkers. Up to this point. Okay? And I also lost 2 probes, which is whatever. But I want you to look at his army right now. Look at that fucking army. That's 7 stalkers, an oracle, and a void ray. We have 5 units. He has 9 units. Why does he have so many more units than I do? I can already tell, without a doubt, That there is no natural if my opponent is playing like this. And you want to know why I know that? Because I know for a fact we both have a Stargate, but I know for a fact that if he has more gateway units than I do, and I've been really good about using my gateways constantly, it means he has more than 2 gateways. And if you have someone who opens up with more than 2 gateways really early in the game, they do not have an expansion. They're using all their money to attack you, which is why there should be either a 3rd gateway in his main base, or there's a 3rd gateway proxied somewhere. He has more gateway units. This is, again, a moment in the game where you can literally, with like a split second really fast in your brain, go, more units, no base. Fucking, I just know this, right? Comparing build to build. And even though I have not seen his 3rd gateway, even though I haven't seen the 3rd gateway, I know for a fact that it exists, because how the hell can he have more units than I do and I haven't missed any unit production? Doesn't make any sense, right? That makes no sense. And the reason why it makes sense that he has more units than me is because he doesn't have the same amount of buildings as me. It's because he has more buildings than me. And if he has more buildings than me, he can't afford to fucking expand. Not only that, he's also made an Oracle and a Void Ray now out of his Stargate, and I've made literally 1 Phoenix. So here's another, so there's 2 things that add up to the fact that I know he doesn't have expansion. Number 1 is I know he has more production than I do with Gateway. That's number 1, okay? That's the first thing we need to know. He has more units, so he has more gateways. We're assuming I know how to macro without being a dunce. This is, again, why I don't teach people this concept in fucking Platinum League, because someone in Platinum or Gold or something would look at this and go, but Vibe, he does have an expansion. And I'm like, okay, well, you see, here's the problem. You're in fucking Gold League, and the game clock is not 4:57. It's 7 minutes and 22 seconds. And the reason why you only have 5 units right now is because you have 3,000 minerals in the bank. And you just weren't macroing. You need to learn how to macro better. That happens all the fucking time in lower leagues. People just don't macro, and they're like, none of this makes sense anymore. I don't understand. And it's okay. You'll get better at the game. That's why I teach you guys how to macro in those leagues and how to do that, right? That's you need to. You can only actually read the game like this if your macro is not shit. Honestly, that's what it means. So if we know our macro is good enough to actually make units properly and not waste 40 seconds at a time between stalkers, and I'm making stalkers repeatedly every time I can, I make another one, make another one, make another one. I'm making them in an assembly line, essentially. I can assume my opponent can do the same thing. And he's got more than me, so I know he has more gateways than me. That's how we can make that assumption. Because I can physically not make that many units with how many gateways I have. So he has to have more than I do. Here's another way we can tell he didn't expand. Look at his Oracle in my base. Do you see that Oracle right there, guys? That Oracle is not only in my base, really early, but the way to tell it's really early is that my Stargate's not even done yet, and he not only built the Oracle out of the Stargate, he's in my mineral line, as my Stargate is just now finishing, and Oracle is a 37-second build time unit. And again, not only did he get in my mineral line before my Stargate was even done, like right as it's finishing, but he also fucking crossed the map, guys. So do I know that the Oracle is not proxied there? No, not necessarily. I do not know. The Oracle could definitely be proxied right there. But I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that he already has a unit in my base when my Stargate is just finishing, that is 100% guaranteed an investment of a different type of investment. He went Gateway, Gateway, Core, Stargate. I went Gateway, Gateway, Core, Nexus. You can time. How the fuck does it make any sense for my opponent to have an Oracle in my base when my Stargate just finished and also have a Nexus at the same time? Well, just like mine. No, it doesn't make any sense. We understand there is a difference of choice where he chose to go for a really fast Oracle, which is in my mineral line, and actually doing... It's a real Oracle. It's not a hallucination. It's real. Now, if this was fake, obviously there could be a Nexus. But if it's fake, it can't cast spells and it can't do damage. Hallucinations can do 0 damage. They can't attack anything. If they do attack, it doesn't do any damage because it's fake. So we know it's a real Oracle because it's making spells in my base. Okay? And we know for a fact that this plus the future effect of the Protoss attacking me really early is a very big indicator that this guy is not expanding. So that's how we know that for a fact that what I can already tell what his economy looks like. And if I know what his economy looks like, I should be defensive. I should not go walk to his base right now and attack him. It makes no sense to do that. It does make sense to chase him with my probes, but it does not make sense to attack him like in his mineral line as well. Makes literally no sense to do that. Now again, it also make this is if we understand how to read the game, like the reasons we just talked about, it makes like this is where people sometimes ask me questions. Vibe, how do you know when and when not to pull probes? Well, we know for a fact my opponent's one base all-inning us. How the hell can he have faster Stargate units than me? And how the hell can he have more gateway units than me? Because he didn't make an expansion, because he made another gateway, and because he made a Stargate as a priority as well. He made units non-stop. He's all in as hell right now. And if I know he's all in, even if I lose all these probes, you want to know what that means? I still would end up at an equal probe count even after all these probes die. Because look at the probe count right now. 40 to 24. I could lose 16 probes and still be tied with my opponent. Because this is extra that he doesn't have. Because this is fully saturated. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. So yeah, it is what it is. Vibe, this channel is hostile in here. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. My channel gets super crazy when I make B2GM. I don't know what it is, honestly. Yeah. Don't worry. Yo, Goulash, Bear, I don't know what you're saying in here, but don't worry about it. I would say just enjoy yourself. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. And yeah, I don't know. My channel... I think the reason why my channel generally speaking is kind of trolly because I don't mind when people troll me most of the time. So my channel overall has a trolly nature. But if I'm actually kind of ignoring my chat by doing YouTube videos like I'm doing right now where I'm making a guide, and I'm actually talking to chat right now, and this is going to be a YouTube video, so I'm not going to put a lot of time into this. But when I kind of ignore my chat, I feel like sometimes that happens. I'm sorry if it bothers you. My bad, dude. But I would say don't worry about it. Just as a rule of thumb on the internet, if people are not, if you don't like people, fuck them and just enjoy yourself. So hopefully you can have a good time either way. Okay, so and that applies to everybody, obviously, not just one person. Like, literally just enjoy yourself. So yeah, we know how to pull probes here. We know to pull probes here because of the reasons we just calculated of the Protoss being like, yeah, he's totally all-inning us. So pulling probes makes sense here because we could lose all these and still be ahead because of the fact that we have a Nexus and he doesn't. So even if I lose every probe and he loses his army and I lose my army, I can still remake faster than he can because he doesn't have a Nexus, guys. He doesn't have a Nexus, which means I will always keep a probe lead every time. I will always be able to reimburse myself way faster. I hope this makes sense overall, though. Again. And we only chased him right there because it was a good opportunity to kill a bunch of stalkers. Because he kept stopping to kill probes. And then he does it again, and we do it again. Again, super all in, right? And now there's just not enough for Protoss anymore. Because now we kill the proxy pylons, we kill the proxy gateway, everything proxy-wise dies. And now, suddenly, in a game that is, you know, it looks scary earlier, is no longer scary. Because we have more probes still, even though we just lost 24 probes, I'm still ahead by 13. And I have a natural that is fully saturated once again. And look at my opponent's base. No natural, and here's the even bigger, like sad thing for Protoss that's all-inning us right now. His mineral patches are about to disappear. They're all getting really low. So the longer he waits to expand, the further behind he gets now. And he's pretty much dead now, I'm not going to lie. There's really no coming out of this in a positive way now for the all-inner. Because he just lost a lot of proxy tech as well. But he's running out of money. So it puts him on a clock now where if he doesn't kill me in the next... before these patches go away, he only gets weaker over time because his income goes down. My income only gets stronger because I'm still increasing my mineral patch saturation. So I get stronger and he gets weaker, right? So I make units at a faster pace and then he eventually dies. So that's why all-in builds need to win early because they don't have a future. This is exactly what we talked about when, similar to what like the build we just did earlier where I was going Zealot Stalker. Our build only gets weaker over time because it kind of plateaus out a bit. Now, granted, we do expand with that build still, but we don't really increase our tech And our opponent was increasing his tech that game, so he was only getting stronger. I needed to kill him early. Whenever you play aggressive, you need to win early or else you're going to die. So he doesn't win here, which is why he quits the game, because he's like, well, I'm fucked. I can't win now. And yeah, I agree with him. He can't win here. So he's super dead. But again, reading the game is a big thing there. You need to be able to, you need to understand how to look at situations and identify what is actually happening in StarCraft. Like, what does that even mean? What does this mean? What is he doing here? Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, sorry if my chat is bothering anyone in chat. Sorry, boys. I don't know. I'm not really reading chat. I'm not gonna lie. It's too much to read all my chat and also do this series at the same time. I can't do it. I won't. I would literally be distracted. I wouldn't even make sense of what I'm saying. So we got like probably 2, maybe 3 more wins, something around there. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we're against the Terran player. This is one of the first turns we played in a while, I feel like. Let's do a macro game here. Again. Someone just asked, when he first LN'd you, would he have had a better chance with better micro? The answer to that is always yes. Every time. You can always micro... Like, you can always micro better, honestly. It's the same thing as saying, would I have had a better chance to win the game if my macroed better? Yes. Because that means you're playing the game better, right? So if you play the game better, of course you're going to have a better chance to win. Because I kind of already described that, if you remember. For instance, if he microed better, he would have used the Oracle properly. And if he used the Oracle properly, I might have actually lost the game. It would, my chances of losing would have been a lot higher if he used the Oracle properly. Which is not using a stasis ward. Okay, so we're fully saturated. Every patch has 2 on it. Nice. Okay, we're looking for Terran's situation right now. It looks like he's expanding. That barracks is almost done. Look at our gateway. It's almost done. It just finished. It just finished. He's one gas, or he's got no gas actually. Did I just miss one? Oh, he's got a gas. I just missed one. Okay, so we know he's going for a Reaper expand. Super simple, standard build. Nothing too crazy. He didn't expand yet though. That is something to keep in mind. He didn't actually build it yet. This SCV is still chasing me, by the way. Okay, the SCV stopped chasing me. But yeah, I would imagine he's going to expand, guys, because he doesn't have a lot of gas, and he's only got 1 barracks and 1 depot. Like it literally looks just like what our build is, which is standard play. It looks very standard. Let's go ahead and make 1 pylon here so we can spot the high ground jump-in spot of a Reaper. And let's start mining our natural. We gotta be careful about a Reaper though. Once again, if it arrives like that, we'll definitely get the fuck away from it. Okay. So now, okay, now he wanted to build a bunker in my natural, which is fine. It's annoying, but it is what it is. It's okay. Let's just super saturate now our main base. Okay, we can poke this bunker a little bit with a stalker. Just a little bit. We're not going to poke it until we die. Just get rid of my shields a little bit. Like, start regenerating shields. And behind this, let's make a shield battery. And again, this is something where if you scout this and you kill it, that's great. But if you don't scout it and it does this to you, it's not the end of the world. It's not like, oh my god, I've lost the game. It's not time to stress out and panic and freak out because I'm still making probes. I'm still doing my build as is. We're still setting everything up as normal. And now the shield battery's done, so now let's push that fucking bunker. Target the SCV and kill it if we can. Okay, and now he's going to run away, it looks like, so let's transfer probes back down here. Keep making probes. This new stalker in the main base can deal with that Reaper jumping in the main. What's up, Reaper? How you doing, bro? 3. One more shot and he'll die. Oh my god, barely not. It's okay, though. And now we have a nice, really nice mineral line on our natural right away. We lost a little, we still got some efficiency from oversaturation because up to 24 still gives you some efficiency like we've already talked about before with probe efficiency. So that wasn't like the worst thing ever. Wasn't the best thing ever, but it wasn't like, oh my god, we're dead now. Now let's go scout his base and figure out what's going on. Let's take a Nexus. Keep making probes. Make a pylon over here. It's all good. What's going on at his base? What are we seeing? We see a bunker. We see Marines. We see a reactored factory. We see a Tech Labs barracks. We see a second barracks. He's going bio. We see decent mineral lines. We see a armory. This means he's going for a Widow Mine drop. We see a Widow Mine that's going to kill my boy. So what do we want to do now? Let's spread out our observers just like we talked about in a previous game. And let's get ready to deal with Widow Mine drops. It just makes sense that it's Widow Mine drops right now. It just makes sense. So let's run away from that Widow Mine drop right there. Let's grab this observer. Run away from the Widow Mine drop. Run away. Get our sentry away as well. Oh my god, the fucking observer died because it was over a probe. That's pretty fucking hilarious. Okay, we need to make a new chrono boosted observer right now. Okay, is there still a Widow Mine in this area? No? Okay, let's mine for a second here then. We could even bring this observer back for a second. Just to get rid of it now. And now this new observer that just got made can go down there and reset up a new vision on the side of my base. And there we go. We're good to go. And we're going back into, okay, Widow Mines are in my main base. Let's go ahead and send some units up there. Now he's also attacking this base too. Let's defend this first, actually. Okay, we defended that. Now let's go up in the main and finish off the Widow Mines. He's going really aggressive on Widow Mine dropping me. So what are we going to do with our chrono boost? Let's fix our probes and not our army. If I chrono boosted Colossus or something right now, that would make no sense.
I am here in the shadows.
Okay, let's go ahead and saturate our gases here at this base properly. Go over here and defend this shit. This guy is really aggressive, as you can see. And you know what that means? He also might be trying to drag us around so we can do another Widow Mine drop. It's very possible. Keep making units. Watch the mini-map if we can. Make some more gateways. Make our upgrades as well while we're at it. And let's try and get another scout. Look, there's another Widow Mine drop right there. Now, I watch the Reaper come in and try to distract me when he fucking Widow Mine drops me. This is how Terrans play. It literally happens all the fucking time. What's up, Terran? How you doing, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, chrono boost probes again. Let's send out another hallucination. Let's see. Do you have a third base, Mr. Terran guy? Do you have a third base? Or are you just, you know, did you go so hard in those Widow Mine drops that you didn't macro super hard behind that? Let's find out. Third base? It exists. And look at the third. It's got 4 SCVs on it. We've got 16 probes. We are not afraid right now. He's going for Marauder Marine as well behind this, which again is fine. Run away from those Widow Mines. Okay, he's going to the main base. He's doing multiple bases at once. This is okay. Okay, that Widow Mine just went off to a rallied probe. It's all good. And let's kill that medevac. And that's some dead bio right there again. Let's go ahead and get Blink really fast. And why do we want to get Blink super fast? Because what is this guy showing us? What is his pattern? This dude is constantly fucking aggressive. Kill the Widow Mine that was still over there because we don't want to forget that exists, right? We know the Widow Mine was there from earlier. We just got hit by it. It's all good. It killed a rallied probe. Now we can even further extend a couple pylon, the reach of our vision of our base. Make a few pylons around our base just to spot more drops and shit. Things of that nature. Let's go to make a Templar Archives. transfer a couple probes off, and let's go ahead and start a 4th base. Because, again, why do we need to attack him right now? We're the ones defending his aggression repeatedly right now. We have no need to feel the pressured to be like, I have to attack. There's no need to feel pressured. Let's go kill that Reaper. Chrono boost my blink again. Okay, he's good with his micro, honestly. He's constantly running around and shit. Let's go to make a Nexus here then. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Keep making probes. Keep chrono boosting our upgrades. Our probes are fully saturated on 3 bases, so we don't need to keep making a ton of chrono boosted probes here. So do I got some army up here? No. He's looking like he wants to distract us, and look at that, right? Remember what we just talked about? Terran players like to distract you with their stupid ass drops. So now the second I leave, he's like, Widowmine drop again. It's the exact same thing we talked about in the Zerg's perspective last game when he was dealing with charge lots. If you run everything to deal with one thing, it's not good. Especially if it's obvious that they're trying to distract you. Okay, let's make like another 8 gateways or something. Our economy's blowing up like crazy here. We'll make 6 gateways. 6 gates is fine. It's all good. Transfer some probes to this base. We have a good probe count. We're about to be done. And now we're going into some Templars with Storm. Let's get 2 upgrades while we're at it. 2 upgrades. Chrono boost these upgrades. Chrono boost our charge upgrade as well. We're actually out of chrono boost at the moment. Okay, he knows what I'm doing, right? He just killed my observer, so let's make another observer. Let's transfer, bring some of my units back because he's attacking this with Widow Mines. Let's start putting a couple cannons in my mineral lines as well, like at least 1 cannon per mineral line. Because now, if we're going to be aggressive on the game here, we don't want to always have to have observers everywhere to kill every Widow Mine drop that ever exists. We can blink our stalkers with that medevac right there. Warping some new stalkers up here since he's running away from us. We can feed back the medevac just to kill it with a Templar. Okay, and then now there's another drop in my main. Oh god, right? This guy's everywhere. Or does he even have anything inside of it? I think it's just empty medevac. I think he just so if you see that, this is a cool higher level sign of you can tell what someone's doing. I already know for a fact he's gonna attack me right here. Or like right here or something. He's like setting up. And why do I know that? Because what he just did was a select all army command. He just literally selected all army to set up something on me. So I know for a fact he's going to attack me very soon. I already, like, it's very likely, okay? Maybe not for a fact. People fucking move their army around and shit, but there's a very high chance he's about to attack me. So I'm grouping myself up. I'm getting ready. It's all good. All my upgrades are ready to go. I'm at full power. Let's make a few more gateways just to be on the safe side and maybe even make like 1 more robo. We could take another Nexus, make a cannon here to guard against Widow Mines, move this observer to the right so we can spot for drops further away from my base even more now. And let's go for it. Let's literally go attack. We're about to max out. And now we're maxed out. Cool. Good shit. Good stuff. And now let's go. Let's send one. We can actually send a couple hallucinated phoenixes actually really quickly just to make sure we're going to go to a decent spot. He's not pushing this base. Let's go ahead. Overcharge that battery. Run. I could run home. I could do whatever. I could recall my units if I had it. It's all good. We'll just defend for a second just because. It's not a big deal. Okay. So let's blink at his medevacs. Get close. Blink on them. Target fire the medevac. Target fire the other medevac. It didn't quite die. He kills my Nexus. It's okay. We rebuild it in a second here. And now let's go attack him. It's not the it's annoying, right? But it's not the end of the world. Let's make a couple cannons and a new battery here. And now let's go attack again. So my unit actually died. My Phoenix on the right side or the left side somehow died, so it's okay. We'll just make another one go somewhere else. Another Zealot go on the left side instead. Okay, so is there a base here? No. Okay. There's Widow Mines in the middle of the map. Awesome. Okay, let's put some probes on this gas. Put some probes on that gas. More Widow Mines again. And now let's get ready to poke this base to death here. Get ready. Siege this fucking base. Get our Templars in position, and let's storm the shit out of his army. Storm. 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 Move forward. Move forward. Move Templars forward. I don't see any ghosts, so we don't have to worry about shit. There's a ghost. Now we got to back up. If you see ghosts, you need to definitely back up. But now let's go ahead and back up our army for a second. And here's the thing. Now that he's got ghost guys, here's a cool way to fuck with people who go ghosts. Bunch of zealots, right? We just made a bunch of zealots. Let's make even more. I got more gateways that we didn't use yet. Run away from him. Storm him as I run away. Storm. 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 Hey, move my army. Storm. And now that was a decent fight. Let's blink our stalkers away. Now, I was going to use these zealots aggressively, but because he's so fucking aggressive, we'll just defend our base now. It's all good. This is why having a lot of gateways makes a big difference. Keep making Colossus. Blink our stalkers forward. Get on top of his army. Push him back. The next round, maybe make some Templars again for some new Storm. And that was overall a decent trade for us. Okay, look at our gateways. Make a bunch of new units again. We can kill off these Vikings as they're trying to leave. Okay, back up. All these new units again. Group them up. And now the game is kind of resetting again. So now we can go into what we were going to talk about before just a second ago, which is we can go into the Zealot counterattack. So let's make a couple more Templar just to have some Templar. Oh, he's attacking us again. Okay, are you? What are you doing? Storm his ass right there. Right over everything. Okay, he's backing up. Make a bunch of Zealots. Grab our Colossus that just finished. Put them in our army. Chrono Booster upgrades. Get fucking situated right here with our units. Take these Zealots that are by themselves and go like this. A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move. This is going to be fucking huge, okay? When the Zealots get here, that is everything. That is so important. Let's make some more Templar, and let's make Archons out of these bad boys. And let's make more Zealots over here now. So these guys, just make sure we don't select all of our Templar. Let's just select the ones we just made because they're low energy. Make Archons out of them, and let's now push again on our opponent. Let's go ahead and push. And we're maxed out again, guys. And upgrades are about to be 3-3. Let's push this right side again. Terran's focused over here. Okay, there's no base, but there's a sentry tower. Let's push into it. Our Zealots are currently counterattacking, and this is now creating a multi-pronged situation for Terran. This is now annoying as fuck to deal with for Terran. A move in. Even if we lose this fight, we're killing economy like crazy right now. Storm. Storm. Blink the stalkers back because they're in the way. Storm. 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 Okay, we're kind of out of storms, so let's make Archons. And make units again. Make Colossus. Chrono Boost upgrades. Chrono Boost our Robos now because we're done with upgrades pretty much. And look at this, what the Zealots did. They fucking wiped out an entire base. So even if we didn't break him right there, and let's say he was starting to slowly overpower us, if we broke his economy right there, that's still amazing. That's still good if we break his economy. Okay, let's fall back and just kill his command centers. Like, don't mean like fall back entirely, but like back up from the ramp and just literally break these CCs. And then fall back into more units over here. Literally make another round of units. And suddenly we're going to have another maxed out army. Fix our economies, send probes to new bases that need to have bases at them, or need probes at them. Take another base, continue on. So, we'll talk about one thing in particular. We'll talk about Ghost versus Templar Micro, which was, it's kind of goes fast paced, but it's not that hard, honestly. So in general, here's the push, right? Here's the push. If my opponent does not have Ghost in his army, there is nothing stopping us from running forward and storming, running forward and storming, running forward and storming, and just having my army on fucking A move. Now, can Terran deal with that? Sure. It's hard though, but it's not like Terran can't deal with that. It's definitely doable. But for us, it's literally just A move my army forward, blink stalkers forward if we need to at some point in time to like pop Vikings or pop medevacs or whatever we got to do there, or retreat. But if we walk forward with our Templar and storm, we have so many storms right here. We have 7 Templar with 2 storms each, so we have 14 Sonic storms here. It's a lot of storm, guys. Okay. So now we're A moving his army, right? And we're trying to get our Templars forward to storm the crap out of him. And our stalkers are kind of in the way, so we can definitely blink them around, get the fuck out of the way with them if we want to, or just squeeze Templars through either way. But now we're trying to storm him, and there's still no vision of ghosts. The way you can easily see a ghost is that it's the only unit besides a medevac and a Raven that's going to have a big purple bar like this. This is what represents an energy bar, right? So if you look at here's the thing: a ghost is the only unit Terran has that is a ground unit with a purple bar. So you have a Raven, a Medevac, and a Ghost, but a Raven and a Medevac are both air units, and they're both flying around. They're pretty obvious to know. They're pretty obvious to see. It's a flying unit. It's fine. But if you see a ground blob, if you literally just see a ground blob of bio, you don't have to be like, I see that is a Ghost right there. I could tell his skin is a Ghost and not a Marine. Even though when you get better at it, you'll easily be able to see Ghosts by default. But the fact that if you have health bars on all the time, you will see energy bars of the Ghost as they're within the army, and you'll see energy bars inside the ground army, which is Ghost army. It's an easy way to see, oh, Ghost. So again, the way we micro it changes when Ghosts exist. If there are no Ghosts, we aggressively move forward, move my army, move command my Templar on their own group, and storm whenever I'm in range to storm him. Now, suddenly, there's purple bars in his ground army. So it changes. And now we know, okay, fuck, there's Ghost here. So now when there are Ghosts here, it changes a little bit, and now we need to be a little bit more conservative by doing one of two things. Number one, if we know there's Ghosts there and we feel like we have balls of steel, one way you can do this is you can feed back the Ghosts. You can straight up try to feed back the Ghost, and if the Terran player is really good, EMP actually does have more range than feedback. So if Terran's really good, he could actually counter you doing this. But if you're super fucking confident and you send like a Templar or two forward to try to feed back the Ghosts and you get rid of them that way, you could get rid of them that way. It is possible. It is hard to do that because you have to be precise about where you're clicking, and also Terran can out micro you there because, again, like I said before, EMP is a longer range than feedback because it is a projectile with also a radius. It's a circle. So projectile increases the range of it because you can actually shoot before the unit's inside of it, and it travels to that location as the unit travels to that location, and they connect at the same time. So there's timing involved there, which increases range. And then also it's, again, a big fat circle like we just said, so it's not like a single target thing. It's got a radius that's like that fucking big. It's large. So yeah, feedback is not always going to be the only option, but it is an option. What is feedback? It is an ability on a Templar that makes it to where you cast it on a unit. It has no cooldown. It costs 50 energy, so you can cast it literally 4 times with a full energy Templar because you start with 200. You have 200 energy as a max pool. And what it does is you deal damage to the amount of mana or energy that you burn, and it does damage that is equal to 0.5 per point of energy. And feedback completely drains the energy of the unit. It 100% drains it. So if the Ghost has 200 energy and I feedback it, it would take 100 points of damage because it takes half of the energy it drains in damage, which means that it not only would get rid of all 200 energy, but it would also kill the Ghost. But if a feedback hits a Ghost and it only has 81 energy, it means that it's going to do 40.5 damage to the Ghost, and there are no decimals in StarCraft 2, so it's either going to round up or round down. That's all that's going to happen. It's probably going to round down, and then if anything else hits it for 0.5, it'll then round up and do the next number. So it would probably live with 60 hit points and no energy if I feedbacked it right now. Same thing with this Ghost. It would live with 59 hit points because it would do 41.5. So it would round down again, probably. Sometimes it rounds up. I don't know. Basically, the 0.5 thing, I don't really want to turn this into a whole discussion about the 0.5 rule because it's kind of a long one. But in general, the way 0.5 works is, generally speaking, 0.5 will do the lesser number. It'll round down until another 0.5 hits it, and then it will go up. And another way 0.5 exists in the game, without going super deep into this, is that when armor and damage match each other, so if it says you have 3 armor and you do 3 damage, so it nullifies it to 0. You cannot do 0 damage in StarCraft 2. It does 0.5. So what that means is every time it attacks twice, it will do 1 damage. And if the armor is more, if the armor is 5 and the damage is still 3, whether or not the armor is equal to damage or the armor is more than damage, it will always do 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. That's a fast way to explain that.
Thanks for the series again. I'm amazed how much even watching the Plat games helped me improve at the Masters level.
Yeah.
I literally hear your voice in my head say just focus on macro or why the fuck would we attack him? Cheers.
That's good. I'm glad that it's helping you, McTiger. And yeah, that's good. I'm really proud of you that you didn't feel Like you had a big ego and you're like, I'm not watching Platinum games. I'm Masters. I'm way above that crap. I don't need to do that. But if you don't have solid fundamentals, you might only be making Masters harder for yourself. Literally. Yes, you could get Masters League with bad fundamentals. That is possible. But it means all it means is you have good aspects of your gameplay that allowed you to get there, even though you might have other aspects of your gameplay that are bad or not as good. And if you actually watch like the fundamentals videos, which is like platinum, gold, whatever, you might be like, holy crap, I don't do that. I don't do that either. Oh my God, I don't do that either. What the fuck? I can make this game so much easier for myself. And someone who might be stuck in like Masters 2 suddenly fixes their fundamentals and now they're Masters 1 or maybe they're GM. And maybe you actually, it's your path to GM is literally fixing your early game, which is your fundamentals of your gameplay, because you're all late game, and you actually managed to get to that high without having a good early game. And now if you fix your early game, suddenly you're able to get GM. Like it's literally all over the place for everybody. This game is so fucking like complex that there's so many ways you can get better at it. It's not just like saying, well, if I make my micro better, I'm ultimately going to be a better player. No, what if you make your scouting better? What if you make your reads better? What if you make your multitasking better? What if you make your macro better? What if you make your awareness better? What if you make your minimap fucking usage better? Blah, 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 blah. What if you make your its compositions better? So many things. What if you understand the meta better? So many ways you get better at this game. Anyways, back to the Ghost and Templar talk. So the second we see he has Ghost, what we should do now is we should actually try to now run our Templars behind our army and push forward with our Colossus, our Stalker, our Zealot, blah, 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 whatever. And we want then Terran to engage us as we storm away from him. If we can now get Terran to chase us, storm defensively, now gets him to run into it. And if he runs Ghost way too far forward and we're running Templars behind our army, all he's going to do is run into our Stalkers and our Colossus. That's all that's going to happen. So it increases the... I mean, does it mean that we will never get EMP'd? Not necessarily. But like, do you see how he's chasing us right now? And that Ghost is really fucking far forward from his army. If we just told Group 1 to attack that, we could kill that Ghost without getting EMP'd. Because that Ghost is so exposed from his army. Or I could feedback it as well. That would also work. But we don't do either. We get EMP'd on some of our Templar. But it doesn't fully drain our units. EMP is not as good as feedback in the sense that it fully drains you. The thing about EMP that makes it good is it drains 100 energy off of the unit and 100 shields at the same time. So it does two things at once. And it's AoE, so it hits multiple units at the same time. Feedback completely drains the fucking energy, though. And does damage in the process as well. So it's a different kind of spell, literally. It's the same concept, but it's just a different kind of spell. But the feedback is single target, so it cannot AoE. Okay, now you see he's chasing us, and we just fucking run away, storm, run away, storm, run away, storm. And now suddenly, storming him while we run away is eating his army alive here. And that's a good trade for us, right? Now, or like, you know, a better trade, essentially. The only reason why we lost, if you're wondering, Vibe, why did you lose that fight right there? I would say because we allowed our Templars to get EMP'd right there, which took out half of my storms. And then on top of that, we also just took a bunch of losses because we killed a planetary. So we killed an economy while losing army to do that. And he literally sacrificed the base to kite my army backwards, and all my zealots died. And then he counter-pushed forward on me after that. So our army got thinned out while we killed a planetary. It happens, right? It's part of the game. But this is why I tell you, you need to be good at macroing, because even though that happened to us, what were we doing the whole time we killed the planetary? Was I putting my thumb up my ass, being like, you know what? I just want to kill the planetary, and that's all I care about. And then when my army dies, this is all I had. Oh, crap, we're going to die now. No, that's not all we did. Look what I was doing behind that. I was making a bunch of zealots, and I didn't just make them, because I'm going to make another wave right now, which means I made these a while ago. Because gateways have a cooldown. So I made those zealots as we fought the planetary, and then I made another round after he pushed me all the way back to here. And suddenly, my supply is very formidable again, and his army is also bruised a lot from the storms and the Colossus from earlier. And we now have a very realistic chance to not die here and break. This is very, very, very doable. And what are we going to do the whole time while we're fighting this? Are we just going to focus television on this? No, we're making more units. We're making more units. We're making more units again here in a second. While we're still fighting, I'm going to make more units again because this is not... We're not all-inning. We're able to multitask. We are multitasking what we're doing. Yes, Vibe, it's obvious that your finger was up your ass. Yeah, right? Oh, God. Okay, and then now, like, we'll watch the Zealots side of things this time. So you guys saw what it looked like when we pushed him here, right? We literally run him over. And the reason why we run him over is because his economy is not as good as ours anymore. Look at the income. We have more than him by a lot. I have way more gas. I have double the gas, and I still have more minerals because we have way more active probes. We're on 5 bases versus a 3-base Terran right now. This is very good for Protoss. Now, while we push 2 bases at the same time, this is once again a full power army for Protoss. We're maxed out again. This is Templars. This is Colossus, Stalker, Zealot. This is full power. This is a very good army. And we also even have Archons with it. It's even better than it was before, compositionally. Okay? And this right here is a counterattack. It's not all my supply. It's 11 Zealots. It could be 10 Zealots. It could be 9 Zealots. It could be 13 Zealots. We definitely don't want to go too crazy on it. I think 11 Zealots is already maybe a little bit too much. I think 10 is like max what you should do. We ended up sending 11. It is what it is. It's fine. It doesn't have to always be perfect. But look at what the Zealots do as we push the guy's base on the other side as well. It puts a chaotic position on him, and he goes, oh, fuck, okay. I got to defend. Okay, oh my god, he's here too. Okay, I got to go defend here and defend here. If he doesn't defend here, this is my main army. I'm going to win the game with this. If he doesn't defend here, it's less predictable, but I'm still going to win the game with this because he's already so economically stunted in this game, and this is only going to further put that situation on him even more. Like, he's going to take a fucking lot of damage with his SCVs here if I break all of his economy with these Zealots. So this puts a Terran in there like, I'm screwed if I do and I'm screwed if I don't situation. Like, where do I want to fucking die right now, essentially? And he chooses the real army. It's a choice, right? He tries to fight it. We fight there, blah, blah, blah. We already watched this. We run him over right here because he eats storms and then he dies. But look at the Zealots again. Again, this time we'll just look at the Zealots. And they're causing chaotic choices out of a Terran. He's panicking now. He doesn't know what to do. And he's focusing every bit of his attention on fighting my army with his army, but now all of his SCVs are dying. SCVs are dying. SCVs are dying. Command Center is dying. He's losing everything. And now his whole economy, I haven't even touched this economy yet. Even, like I said before, even if somehow this army was defended and I was going back to my base and making more units, I would still be able to defend the counterattack because we're macroing during the fight, ideally. But at the same time, if all he has left is this and this, his SCV count is nowhere even remotely close to be able to compete with what we have. Because every SCV is dead at the third base and anything beyond the main and the natural. So he's got 24 SCVs versus 80 probes. He is screwed because at this point in the game now, I will max out, again, so much faster than he will. Again, if we're assuming that this whole army died for us at this point now, I would max out so much faster, even if all my units were dead, than he can, because he cannot keep up with that kind of economy right now. He can't. I could make Colossus, Archon, Templar, Stalker, Zealot way faster than he can make Ghost, Marauder, Marine, Viking, Medevac. And then, but here's the thing, right? Our army isn't actually dead. It's still going, and I can only do even more damage right now. I could either go for his production or I could go for his command centers. And I chose to go for his command centers because it puts a bigger strain on his economy again. Because what if I kill this command center? That's less SCVs that can be produced, and that's less bases that can take new bases. What if I kill this command center? That's all these mules that just straight up die and get deleted from the game that he can't use in future bases. And also less SCV production again. So it only puts more strain on his economy going further into the game. Ha ha ha. Alright, probably one more win and we should be Masters 3. Because we're only 20 points away. And we're getting actually 24 points. We got like 22 points last game. We got 24 points this game. I feel like we're maybe 2 games, but probably 1 game. We'll see. If we get a Terran, I'll do a Phoenix build. We got a Protoss. Okay. Again, guys, I'm not the biggest... I don't really recommend you go for Stargate builds in Diamond. You're going to... Go ahead and try. You can try, by all means. You can watch higher level player Protosses, like high pro level Protosses do their Phoenix builds. Like go watch Rotterdam or some shit. Like a high level Protoss who loves Phoenix. And try to emulate what they do and see how hard it is to do that. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying, oh, you know what? You could do it. It's easy. No, I honestly don't even think a Diamond player can do a Phoenix build properly. I don't. Which is why I'm not really putting I'm not putting a big emphasis of effort into teaching you that with that style, because it requires so much effort from you and multitask that I honestly don't think you can handle at Diamond. Like it is a build that will feel terrible if you can't do it properly. It's the same reason why I'm not putting a ton of emphasis on going Mutalisk with Zerg. Same concept. It's advanced. Super advanced. Let's make our gateway. Chronoboost our Nexus again. Let's check this guy's Chronoboost on his base. Okay, he's got no Chronoboost energy left, and he's got double gas. Mineral priority. You know what that means? This dude is expanding just like we are. Macro versus macro. Right here. This is a standard PvP right now. And I can already tell that that's what it's going to be before I even see his natural. I already know that's what it is. Alright, we'll make Sentry Stalker so we can scout properly and do all that garbage. That goodness. It's not garbage, it's goodness. Let's make our warp gate. And now what this guy's going to do is he's probably going to build a pylon and run away. He didn't time it very well, though, because this pylon will finish way too fast. So if he actually lets the pylon finish, then that's good for us, because it's a waste of money for him. You know what? Barely. Okay, I'll give it to him. I take it back. That was barely on time. As it was finishing, he was able to cancel it and see my units. So why did he do what he just did right there? He wanted to scout. That's a very defensive option right there. Now, it doesn't have to be. You can still be aggressive while you do that with the depths or whatever. There's no reason why you can't make a depths with that. But all he wanted to do was spend 25 minerals to make a pylon and cancel the pylon to see what units I'm going for. That is the first time I've seen a Protoss play super high level. And he's going Stalkers. So what do? I back up to my wall here. And now my shield battery's done, so now I can play aggressive. What's up, dude? You want to fucking lose that Stalker? Okay, now let's hit the other Stalker. Okay, hit him again. Hit him again. Hit him one more time if possible. We couldn't. It didn't have enough attack animation time. So we just... I mean, he weakened my shield battery, but I just weakened 2 Stalkers. It's whatever. It's all good. Let's make a Robo. In this game, let's actually do a build I haven't done yet that I think is actually really nice for PvP. So we're checking his base, and what do we see? I should see a Nexus. There you go, guys. And are we surprised? Definitely not. And why am I not surprised? Because he went for a mineral priority. So it's not like, what? A natural? What the hell? I didn't think that was possible. No, it's like, okay, that's expected. Because we already knew he was going to do that based off the fact that he fucking went for... What is happening with this lag, dude? My God. We already knew he was going mineral priority. Okay, we're going to do a build that is a bit more, a little bit different in PvP. We're going to go for a Robo Bay, and we're going to go for a Forge, and we're going to do an old style of Protoss. And he actually got a good scout here because he scouted it right as I threw it down, which is fine. It's all good. Dude, this game is laggy as shit. I think this guy is like having an internet problem. It keeps spiking. But yeah, we're going to be going for Colossus, essentially. Colossus build. We're going for the Colossus build. It's similar to what we do against Terran. But not entirely. But it's similar. It is similar. Okay, let's go ahead and scout the Protoss. Let's go take our third base while we're at it. And let's go check and see, does he have a third base? Because that's a humongous detail that we need to check to know, should we actually expose our army? Or should I not do that? Okay, so we can try to take our third in a second. There's no third, guys. God, this game is so fucking laggy. And what's he doing? Gateway, 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 gateway. Holy shit, that's a lot of gateways. Oh my god, gateways everywhere. So you know what that means? Play fucking defensive. Is there gases here? Yeah, there are gases here. There's a Temple Archives there. So he's, what it looks like is, what this game looks like. What this game looks like is my opponent is going for a 2-base all-in, and we are going for a 3-base defense. Okay? That is what this is. So how do I deal with that? Let's go ahead and make a shield battery at our third base so we can be protected there a little bit. Let's keep making our Colossus. Let's keep making our Stalkers. And let's get ready wherever he goes to defend our base. And it would be smart of us to give ourselves warning, like, for instance, putting a pylon there, putting a pylon there, and putting a pylon there. Because wherever he goes, I need to not be in the fucking terrible spot. Just like how that last Protoss died to us. The roles are reversed. I'm the one who gets a win here if I make the game extend. I'm the one who dies here if I don't manage to do that. So obviously I want to do that. I want to make the game go longer. I don't want to die to a 2-base all-in. Okay, let's do another scout. Is he still not taking a third base? He's not attacking me. He should be attacking. God, this game is so laggy. My god, dude. He's still not attacking me? Why not? Are you taking a third? Are you just going to concede to being delayed? This is, again, talking about efficiency now. If my opponent takes a third, it just means I've been more efficient. Because I have a third way faster. So he took a third. So now we're ahead. I'm okay with this. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. We're just ahead now. Because we have a faster base setup than our opponent. Okay, and then we can go into more gateways, like I just said. Let's go into a council. Transfer some probes around, and let's also get ready to take a 4th base. And then after we get our council, we'll go into Archons with this. And we'll be able to still also use Charge Out Archon later on, but we're going for a defensive Colossus Stalker timing. This is time to push. This is definitely not time to push. This is a complete opposite time to push. You don't want to attack when you have the economy lead. Because there's a reason why you have the economy lead. It's because he has the army lead. Yeah, let's go ahead and make Archons now. And notice how he still hasn't tripped the pylon wire that we set up. Let's put a new one over here just to protect ourselves, and maybe even another one right there. Just again to protect our 4th base a bit more. My army is located in the heart of my base, so I have the easiest location or distance to run to all my bases. Shortest distance to run possible everywhere. Okay, and then... Oh, okay, he tripped the wire. There's a lot of units there. Let's go and get over there. What's up, Protoss? And here we go. Now we're going to kite. 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 He's killing my Nexus. This is good for us. Cancel it last second. Cancel it. Kite. 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 Make one Colossus go forward because we can crush force fields. And push. 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 Okay, chill for a second. Do I have to attack him right now? No. Why? Because my advantage is in time again. I don't need to attack. I will attack soon, but I don't need to right now. It does not make sense to attack right now. How about instead of attacking, we do this. Make more gateways. We make pylon. We get to max supply. We make a couple more probes. Fix this base that died. He took a lot of damage to kill that base. Let's make a new pylon up here for a new tripwire that we had before, which is going to alert us that he's in the area. Let's make one cannon and a battery on every mineral line. Because this way, in case he goes DTs from this point, we're not going to just get fucking owned here. Okay, and then let's make Templars again to make Archons with this. Okay, make another Templar. Now let's make, finally, another cannon and battery on this base. So cannon and a battery. Okay, our probe count is looking pretty decent. And now we have more gateways finishing right now. Perfect. We have how many Colossus? We have 3 Colossus now. We have 5 Colossus. I think that's enough. 5 Colossus is good. That's getting to the point where it's probably going to start being too many if I make any more. The reason why is because you don't want to have you can't have a massive concave Colossus. It just doesn't do any damage. They're literally supporting units. They're good at supporting, but they're not good at leading the charge. So if all I have is Colossus, I'm super vulnerable. They also cost a fuckload of supply. So we're going to stop making Colossus now at 5. And now let's send 1 Zealot on the right side of the map. Let's send 1 Zealot on the left side of the map. Let's chrono boost out our charge because we never got Blink, dude. What the fuck? We never got Blink either. Jesus Christ. Okay, well now we're maxed out. Let's just go. Let's take another base while we're at it. Take a base here, and we can set up a new tripwire, and then get ready to build a couple pylons and cannons and batteries and shit. God damn. My throat. Let's get weapon upgrades. Let's chrono boost our charge and our blink. And here he is, right? Let's go and back up. Attack. Back up. Attack. Back up. What's happening here? He's got DTs. Okay, run away. Attack. Back up. So he's going for the DT counters. So we didn't make enough cannons and batteries. So let's make another cannon here. Another battery. Another cannon and another battery. Chill for a second. Make another cannon and another battery. He's playing a very anti-all, kind of like all-in-ish style again. Cannon, cannon, battery, battery. Let's make a Dark Shrine of our own. Because our opponent's playing for this awkward fucking base trade style with disruptors and shit. So we lost a bunch of probes. We lost our 3rd base, right? That sucks. You're like, oh man. God damn it, Protoss. Fuck you, dude. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, guys. Another thing we can do as well is, how about this? Let's have an observer go to group 2. 1 observer goes in group 2 by itself. Just 1 observer, okay? That's it. 1 observer. And what we're going to do with that observer is we're also going to make some Dark Templars with it when our Dark Shrine's done. This is a good way you can deal with people who go for fucking annoying attacks like this. So this observer is going to go in group 2. I can try to make a new Nexus over here and a couple pylons. Get our army ready to deal with... Okay, there's DTs in the middle of the map right here. What's up, DTs? Where are you at? Hello, hello. Okay, let's try and push again. Okay, he's pushing here, so here we go. Back up for a second. Disruptor shots go off. And now let's make a couple of... Okay, he's got... this army is pretty good for us right now. Let's go to make a bunch of Zealots here. Just to help us in the fight. And that was a huge fight for us. It was massive. Massive win for us right there because we didn't lose the base. We did lose probes, but he lost his whole army. So we can attack through it. Kill all the units here. Remake the cannons and the pylon. Or, sorry, remake the cannons and the battery. So cannon, cannon, battery. Cool. Let's push the bottom right. Look, he's got DTs here. Let's warp in some DTs of our own. This is why we make a Dark Shrine. Fuck you, DTs. DTs kill DTs super fast. We can add our own DTs in a group 2. And we can do the same thing with this base. Cannons, and a cannon, and another battery like right there or some shit. Now let's keep pushing this base. Down on the bottom right. Let's chrono boost out some upgrades. Now we have Blink. Now we have Charge. Let's make like 1 more Colossus because a lot of my Colossus are about to die. Let's make some more Templars because we can make more Archon now. Okay, that base is dead. Now let's take a second. Just take a second. Because our opponent has had time now to rebuild an army to a degree. Take a second to fix my economy, which needs to still be fixed. Which we're still working on right now. Fix these fucking economies. Fix that economy. Fix that economy. That, send them there. All good. How about this economy? This economy is still good. Transfer some... get this probe fucking mining. Fix the economy, right? Make more probes for just a second. How many make Archons? Make some Archons. Make another Archon. Make another Archon. Make more probes. Fix my economy. I'm not at a power spike yet. I'm fixing everything really fast because this guy just counterattacked me like crazy. And now suddenly, all of a sudden, I have a good army that's maxed again. Good composition. And I have good upgrades. And I have good defense on my base. And all my probes are mining effectively again. Look, he's got DTs here. Let's overcharge a battery and get my DTs on his DTs with an observer. Okay, he's also got disruptors shooting me from the other side, which is, it is what it is. He just took a massive chunk of my army out right there. That's pretty fucking hilarious. But now these DTs are helping a lot, right? This guy's playing a super obnoxious counter style. So our DTs are fucking owning here. This is why Group 2 DT with Observer is so good. It's such a waste for my opponent right there. Let's make some more Archons again. Make some Zealots. And get ready to push again. Okay, make these all into Archons. Make these guys into... I might go into my main army. And get ready to attack once again. He just also killed some more probes again, which is annoying. And now let's go ahead and make a couple more cannons. Another cannon. And we could even right now take another base to get ready to take our next base because we're mining mineral fields out. These DTs are still chilling, defending our base. Okay, let's try. This time, let's do this. Let's send like just a couple zealots or one zealot or some shit. It doesn't matter. We'll just send one just because it's for the sake of scouting. One zealot, go attack the left side of the map. Just one zealot. Just one zealot. We'll grab this zealot right here and put him in my main army. Grab this Colossus again because we're making Colossus to fix our Colossus that just died. And we're once again maxed out. Now let's push bottom right. Push bottom right just like we did before. Get armor upgrades now that weapon upgrades are done. Fix probes. That probes need to be fixed now. Okay. Bottom right doesn't have a base there. Take a second. Go cannon. Cannon. Battery. Battery. Get DTs over here now to defend this base properly. Go attack the next base. What's up, Zealots? He's got fuckloads of Zealots and DTs in his army right there. Let's go ahead and push this base. There's nothing there. Let's make another DT. He's investing so much supply in this area. Okay, let's fall back to our own cannons. Now, watch our army over here. Take a second. And let's focus on this for a second here. Okay. And now he's killing this base, right? We can cancel it. It's whatever. But this base is dying for Protoss, for our opponent. Now let's make a bunch of our own Zealots on this side because our opponent's investing so fucking much on this side. We're trying to respond to the game as it is. Run through. And goddamn, Disruptors are good against Archons. Pop all these Disruptors. And let's kite backwards a little bit. Kite back. Kite back. Kite back. What's going on over here? Warp in some Zealots. Help this base. Kite back. Kite back. Kite back. Kite backwards. Kite backwards. Kite backwards. Okay, they're all dead. It's a bit of a reset right here. So we can take group 1 and move out. And we can now once again do the same thing we've been doing before where we just keep remaking everything again, right? So let's make some Stalkers. Let's make another Colossus and Chrono Boost that bad boy out. We also have a lot of Chrono Boost available now, so how about we Chrono Boost all of our gateways? Because our gateways are literally, you know, doing nothing otherwise. This base is still mining super fresh. We got 71 probes still. He's now hitting this base, so let's overpower a battery and let's go defend it. Let's warp in some Stalkers at this base. Hey, Protoss, get the fuck out of here, dude. Blink at him. Attack him a little bit. Attack him. Attack him. Okay, there we go. And now he's attacking this base again. We can try to warp in our own DTs. So this guy loves fucking DT counterattacks, right? Just repeated fucking DT counterattacks. We have our own DT. We can try to remake the base. Let's get our shit together and let's go to the left side. We're spending way too much time with our fucking thumb up our ass doing nothing, honestly. So let's go kill these DTs right now. And let's go push the left side of the map. And behind this, we can try to take a new base. Yep. We can attack and back up. We're observers out of range. There we go. Attack, back up. 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 Make another round of Stalkers. Do it again. Attack, back up. 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 Or now attack, go forward. Attack, go forward. We can blink forward and maybe shoot the Zealot for a second. Attack, back up. Literally repeat the process over and over and over and over. Attack, back up. 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 Okay, now the Colossus are dead, so we're just going to go back into fucking Stalkers microing now. It's all good. Okay, we can Chrono Boost at our Colossus. Try and get rid of this army. We can also start doing things like we can take our Stalkers and try to micro them like this, where we grab the ones in the front and just blink backwards. We can back up all of them back to a shield battery. Whatever works. Try to get on top of this fucking army and get rid of it. Move our Stalkers back. Back up to the shield battery. Make another round of stalkers. Blink forward. Get on top of his units. Get ready to run away from that disruptor shot because it's scary as fuck. Okay. Be careful. We can blink forward. Kill that disruptor because it's annoying. And now he's attacking me from the other side. So we can attack back up. Overcharge that battery. Attack back up. Attack back up. Attack back up. Make stalkers. Make zealots. Or sorry, make probes, not zealots. Kill that fucking disruptor right now so it doesn't fucking blow us up. And this game is like literally just a slugfest, right? Transfer probes to this base. And we need to do something about this guy's constant expansions because he has way more money than we do.
Invibe your coin from rally.io.
Okay. Thank you, Ether dude. Much love. Okay, let's send a, we're gonna do something, a new tactic now. We're letting this guy have way too much money on us, and we're constantly playing defensive. So let's play a little aggressive right now. How about now I start doing the same thing he's doing with DT counterattacks. We will now be the ones who initiate a DT counterattack. So let's send DTs down here. I bet he has a base here, and he's probably mining fucking lots of minerals from it. Or it is just starting.
When I thought I was out. Vibe, you pulled me back in.
Kill this base. Thank you very much for the subs, guys, and the support. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go and try and take another base over here. Chrono boost out our robo units. We can make a couple of Archons with our army. Just a couple. And now let's get aggressive again. On now, us on him on the left side. Let's get aggressive right now. Chrono boost out our Colossus. Make another one. Chrono boost that bad boy again. And let's make sure he doesn't have a base on top left. We can run our DTs away if possible. There is no base there. So let's progress forward further down in the other area. Now he's pushing this base. So let's make some DTs here. He is literally pushing this base right now. We just saw that. So let's prepare ourselves with some DTs and some zealots. Just a few in this area. This is, again, a fucking hectic ass PvP. Okay? I don't know how to tell you otherwise. This is hectic PvP right now. Okay? Kill that observer right there, if we can. And this is like a bit of a fucking trade here. We're not able to kill the observer. He ran out of range. If he comes back in range, we might be able to kill it. Kill the observer, if possible. Looks like we can't. Run the probes right now. Just run the fucking probes. And look what's happening here. We're killing a base at the same time. This game is the perfect definition of hectic as fuck. Okay. So let's make a bunch of stalkers here. Next base, right? It's the next base that's going to get attacked. We're killing his base over here. Now let's get our army ready to go. Take this army. We can be like this. Blink a stalker back. Blink a stalker back. Blink a stalker back. Blink a stalker back. And it's all dead. So now we can grab our army together, group it up, and let's go attack. Thank God, right? We're like actually making it work a little bit here. Now let's push this base. Make another observer because we're actually out of observers. This guy, we actually have one right there. So now we're pushing this base. It's a very back and forth game here, and my opponent was going for a mass charge lot style. So now we have the advantage, and now I would say with his advantage, we should do something like, for instance, expand again. We should go back into the same exact concept we just did earlier, which is make a group 2 with observer and like DTs and shit in it, because the only way we can lose this game right now is if one of two things happen. We either eat a disruptor shot to the face, which means we need to pay attention to our army, or if we allow our base to break to a counterattack. So if we Chrono Boost out this fucking Colossus, bring it with our army, just regroup for 1 second, make some DTs here. Again, we don't gotta make mass DTs, make like 5 and we're good. Fix my economy everywhere we can. Fix this economy right there. Fix that economy right there. Make a couple pylons over here. Observer just spawned. Grab it. Put it with my DTs. And my DTs now guard my base. These now are ready to deal with everything we've been dealing with constantly up to this point. And now we can push with Stalker, Colossus, and whatever Archon we have, right? So let's push further. Should we push this guy's natural? We could poke it, but honestly, we should not be pushing his natural. I'm not going to lie. This is fucking stupid. This is actually stupid to push the natural. And the reason why is because we're walking to a position where we can get flanked on both sides. That is fucking dumb. What is our power? Kite. Kiting away. So now let's do this. Relocate our army on the right side of the map. And if we're going to do that, we should relocate our DTs on the opposite side of the map, now on the left side, because this army could defend these bases super easy because we're right here, and these DTs can now defend the other exposed bases on the other side of the map. So we're going to run to the right side with our stalkers, make sure he doesn't, like, see how he's attacking us? If he does attack us, do we give a shit? Not at all, because we have an army that can come over here right now. What's up, dude? Now we defend this right side. And now what if he attacks us on the left side? Well, we got DTs and an observer, so we should be okay. Now let's push the right side and recommit to killing his economy on the right side. Meanwhile, we can get the final upgrade for our armor upgrades on our forge. We can chronoboost it. Chronoboost out another Colossus. And now we're killing the right bases. Now he's coming around the back of us. Let's get our Colossus out of that fucking place. Back up from those disruptor shots. Okay, keep kiting backwards. Kite backwards. Now he runs away. Now we go forwards. We can blink on him as well. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. We can blink on those disruptors again. Hey, fuck you, disruptors. I don't think so. And kill it before it detonates. Just kidding. It actually went off. Make new units. And now recommit to killing the right side. Okay, and now we have a good economy on the left side that is going happily over there. Check our army on the right side. Make sure we're not getting fucking owned. Make another Colossus as soon as we can afford it. Grab that Colossus, bring it down. Chrono boost out my Colossus and my armor upgrade. And this base is now dead. And now the only chance we have of losing is if DTs come over here and attack this base, which is being protected by our DTs and our zealots. Or sorry, our DTs and our cannons. Okay, now we can take another base on this side right here. Let's retake this base again. And what's going to happen? Where is the Protoss going to go with this? Is he going to go left or right? Okay, he's trying to fucking disruptor shot me again. We can blink away from that. All these probes are dying. We just saw a DT die right there as well, which means he's probably trying to make DTs. So we have no retention on this army. Let's go ahead and do this. Just make a couple more DTs. Let's go to 8 DTs in total now. Let's beef this up a little bit. And now let's push again. Let's grab whatever units we have left. Let's make a round of stalkers. We're basically maxed out now. We're very close to it. We can now put a cannon over here. Just take 1 second really fast. Put a cannon and a battery at this base so we can set it up while we're attacking. Okay, he's fucking disruptoring us again. Blink away. And now let's push again. And now what if he attacks us with DTs? We're safe. What if this army dies? We're okay because we have a ton of economy to fall back on. This guy played a hectic style. He played a hectic PvP style. 100% hectic style. He was playing DT counterattacks constantly with mass charge lots, running over bases, and then going for disruptor based compositions that were just constantly trying to shoot my army. Hectic style. Now I will say 100%, what is one of the best things we could have done this game that would have not fucked us so hard? Because he was going mass disruptors. If we want to think about a concept of composition, you know what we shouldn't have made this game? That almost fucking made us lose this game? An Archon. We should not have made Archons. And the reason why we should not have made Archons is because they are not super fast. So I can't like run down a disruptor. And they're also, the Archon is also a unit that, what's it called? It takes fuckloads, it takes 200 damage per shot from a disruptor. So it takes 2 disruptor shots to kill an Archon, because an Archon in total has 350 shields and 10 hit points. So in total it has 360. So 400 is more than 360, so it dies in 2 hits. Okay? So if we would have not made Archons, and like again, the style we were doing this game is Stalker Colossus as a focus. It was all about kiting away from my opponent's army with Colossus and then running them down with Blink when we had the advantage. Archons didn't help us very much there. Archons actually made our army weaker because the disruptors just popped fucking clumps of Archons at once,
Yeah.
which was not great. You lost like 10 Archons the whole
Yeah.
time. I know. It's because Archons are a bad unit against disruptors. They're good. Archons are generally good, but they're bad against disruptors. Thank you very much, RVA Hockey, for the 4-month resub. Thank you, man. So yeah, Archons almost like fucked us there, but it worked out in the end. It worked out in the end, which is fine, right? It's fine. We stuck to it. We continued with our style. This guy played pretty well, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. But he definitely played a chaotic, hectic style. Blink DTs. Blink DTs was one of the most hectic things we had to deal with so far. That was definitely annoying. But again, this guy, I believe, is Masters, if I'm not mistaken. Because, I mean, definitely played like it. But yeah, this is also our game to get into Masters as well, so we're actually like going to be Masters now. But yeah, guys, hell yeah. Hope this game made sense. The biggest thing we were doing throughout this entire game is trying to understand the economic situation of both of us. Should I be attacking? Should I be defending? Let's go back really fast to the moment where we decided to attack when I was not maxed out. Let's understand why we did that. I did attack at one point in the middle of the game when I broke his left bases, and I'll show you why. So at this point in the game, we had very recently just broken his bottom right bases. We just, especially this one. I think we killed this one. This one barely didn't mine anything though. I don't think this one's even been touched really. But this base has definitely been touched, and we reconfirmed bottom right again with our army, and it happened to be incorrect. And the reason why is because he didn't actually expand down here. He's only been expanding to the left a bit more now. Okay. He has gone left instead of right. So the fact that we moved our army down here means that we aren't actually finding his base right now. As a response to this, what does he do? He's got fucking 11 DTs and 5 zealots attacking my base right now. I have 3 DTs and an observer trying to defend. He's also bringing an observer, so he's also learning, right? He's learned the pattern. That is, when I make observer to defend myself with less army investment, he brings an observer now, which increases the power of this push. So now I have to actually respect it a bit more. This is now scary. Because these DTs can blink on a fucking cannon, which can eliminate my detection to kill observers. And then DTs also kill shit really fast. So it's a bit... This is actually formidable army right here. This is 32 supply army right here, guys, for Protoss. That's actually 33 if you include the observer. That's a lot. I'm trying to defend a 33 supply army with a 7 supply army in static D. Because I have 3 DTs and an observer. Okay? So that's formidable. Now, again, if our main army was there, and if my Archons were fighting against all of his fucking DTs, this would be easy peasy. Not hard, because my Archons could eliminate all these units very nicely. Easy. Because Archons do bonus damage to both of these types of units. They're both biological. Which is what an Archon does, bonus damage against biological. However... Do I send my army home now to defend? No, I'm on the complete opposite side of the map. We're literally at the complete opposite base of what this is, which is here. The exact opposite of the map. So we push, and we try to counter-defend it, or we try to defend at the same time while we're both kind of countering each other. Now, my opponent's army is Archons and Disruptors. This army is not nearly as big as this army, right here. I have a much bigger army than my opponent, but this army is much bigger than mine. So his counterattack is bigger than mine, and my main army is bigger than his, right? And this is why we almost lost the game. Because our main army consists of mostly Archons, and Archons fucking suck against Disruptors. As we can see right now, because we decide, okay, let's continue to push forward. And look what happens to our Archons. So this time we pull back for a second. We lose 1 Archon as we pull back. It's not the end of the world, right? You're like, all right. We just eat that next shot like crazy. He runs Disruptors away a little bit. He takes a bit of a concave. Now that was a bad fight for Red Protoss. He's losing a lot of supply here. But, I mean, we're losing some units too, but he's definitely losing more than us, right? But he's doing damage. He actually killed my entire base over here, so he's doing damage as well at the same time. But now, right here, this is terrible. I just lost, like, all my Archons to those Disruptor shots. And that's what happens when you go fucking Archons versus Disruptors. They fucking blow your face off. We'll watch it one more time. This is currently 9 Archons. And 7 die right now. And the only 2 that live have low health and low health. They have like a third of what they normally have right now, so they could easily die to Zealots or some shit now. And then he also hits my Colossus with a Disruptor and almost kills 2 of my Colossus. These things have 5 health each now. So this is scary. Super scary. And now he's warping in a field day of Zealots off of 22 gateways. It's a lot of gates making Zealots. And this is scary. Right? We're trying to just kite backwards. Meanwhile, at the same time, he's breaking another base with his DTs. So this is the moment in the game where we now are telling ourselves, God damn it. Okay, just kidding. I actually thought that base broke, but I actually saved it with Zealots, and because I have an observer there. But that was close, right? That was fucking close, because my Nexus is almost dead. My cannons died, and the only reason why we saved that is because we warped in Zealots. If I didn't warp in Zealots and all my probes died, that would be a problem. Because right now the probe count right now for us is not as good as his, and if it gets worse because we lose another full mineral line here, it's only going to get even worse, right? It'll go down to 50 versus 73, which is fucking terrible. So now we need to start making something happen here a little bit, because that right there, what you just saw, was basically a full reset of the game, right? It's a full reset. So for right now, we're not shitting our pants, but our opponent is still doing a more hectic style than we're doing. We're doing a more solid conservative style. He's doing a more hectic style. We're going Stalker Colossus mostly. He's going into charge lots and DTs. And now this happens. He sends another wave of charge lots at my base. And I guard my base. He's continuing to be aggressive. But look what he just did, okay? This is huge. This is huge what he just did. What did he just do? He poked my base. He lured me out of position, right? Because now the fact that that was a reset, our army is actually kind of tiny. So he lured my army down to the bottom. He runs away and only loses maybe like half of his zealots in the process. But what does he do at the same time? He once again hits the top of my base with another round of DTs, and this is the one that breaks me. So my probes die, my Nexus dies, and he runs away with the DTs. Or no, he actually kills my DTs, because since my Nexus died, the DT warping went slow. That fucking really sucked. I didn't realize I forgot he did that. He killed my Nexus while I was warping in DTs, so it turned the DTs warping from 4 seconds to 11 seconds. So the DTs were like, I'm coming soon. Because if you have a fast warpin, and whatever is generating a fast warpin dies, it turns into a slow warpin. And you're like, fuck. So all my DTs died, right? We're just like, God damn it. That's terrible. And all my probes here pretty much died. My Nexus died. The DT warpin round I just made died. This is now a lot of pressure for us. And why do we feel pressured? Why do we feel like we have to attack now? 2 reasons. Number 1, this is also, assume the position we're in right now, assume this, okay? The game just had a full reset, okay? It just had a full reset. So if the game had a full reset, we know that we're both kind of restarting again. And how do I know we had a full reset? We both just lost everything. Just 45 seconds ago, he lost everything, I lost everything. It was a full reset, army-wise. We both had the same base count, though. It was 5 base versus 5 base. Both of us lost our entire our armies. Now, it's no longer in that position anymore. What just happened? Despite the fact that I lost 6 DTs there, which definitely sucks, my opponent just warped in a bunch of zealots that died over here. And he's also committed DTs that should die over here as well. Right? We kill some of these DTs. So what is happening right now is that my opponent should be at a bigger economy than us, as you can see right now, because we just lost another base and a lot of probes at it. And he should be at a smaller army supply than us. Ours is 69. Ooh. His is 63. Now, to be fair, it's decently close. But every second that goes by right now, we're going to get further and further and further behind. And why are we going to get further behind? Because my opponent has more economy than us. And it's just how it's going, right? He has more economy, so he's going to make more over time than we can handle. He has so many fucking... How many gates does he have now? God damn. Oh, he still has 22, I guess. Jesus. But yeah. Our opponent has more economy than us now because he just wiped out a base. So now we need to... The pressure's on. We're behind now, and unless we do something micro-wise efficiently, we're going to die. Because all that's going to happen is by the time I get to 140 supply, he's going to max out and I'm going to fucking die. Or by the time I get to 150, he's going to max out and I'm going to have problems because I'm not going to have enough units to defend properly of all my bases. So what if he pushes at the top of my base and I defend it, but at the same time he pushes my bottom base and he kills it? And I'm like, fuck, I couldn't split my army properly because I don't have enough. Now, keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. So this is where the game kind of gets confusing, okay? I want to make sure you guys understand this. In this position we're in right now, pay close attention, because this is where you will get confused if you don't pay attention. The composition we're going for is better than my opponent's. And generally, what I will tell you to do in this position is to play defensive. And the reason why I will generally tell you to play defensive in this position is because it is not normally going to be 18 minutes in the game. Instead, it would be 8 minutes in the game. And that means we would still be mining from the main base. We would still be mining from the natural very well. This is pretty shitty in the natural. It's almost going to completely expire right now. We'd still be mining in the third base. We could actually easily defend our bases because we're not spread out so far. But the problem right now at 18 minutes, which is why we should now be aggressive, is the only way we can expand properly now is if we take more bases that are further out in the map and exposed. So this is no longer easy to defend because it's literally halfway across the fucking map from my other base over here. Like, this is far from here, and this is also far from here, right there. These bases are getting more spread out because my existing bases are mining out. So I can't sit back defensively anymore because I don't have enough patches to work with in my existing easy to defend bases. So again, if this was early game and your opponent's going mass charge lots, you should play defensive. But because I am in a situation where I have to expand super far out and wide, if I play defensive, if my opponent attacks here and then all the way on the other side of the map also attacks here, I'm going to break in one of those bases because I can't run that fast between both bases. I can't. It's too far apart. It's not like defending this base and this base. It's not the same thing. What if I was standing there and I'm like, cool, I can defend either base, right? Easy. It's not the same thing anymore when it's so fucking far away from each other. It's super far apart. So if that's the case now we need to be aggressive. Because here's the thing. Even though he's going mass charge lots, number one, again, I'll break if I just stay here defensively because I'm getting way too exposed on the map now. Too much surface area for him to abuse on me. And secondly, he also just threw away units while he killed my economy. So it's the perfect time to now launch a counterattack. And now it makes sense because I will only die for the reason I just explained about the surface area. I will die if I wait because he has too much avenues to attack me. Instead of attacking me from there, there, and there, now think about this for a second, okay? 3 attack avenues if I'm at a normal 3-base setup, which is why we would play defensive. But now I can be attacked. If I'm there as well, I can be attacked from 1, 2, to going into 2 bases for that, 3 going into there. I could go here for 4 into this area. You could go for 5 there. You could go for 6 here. There's so much more avenue of places your opponent can attack you from. It's just you're like literally, it's almost like early game. You can like literally think about like a boat with a hole in it and water's coming through. You could like plug it and you're good to go, and you're like, oh, fixed. But then what if you have like 8 holes in the boat and you're like, plug that one, plug that one, plug that one, plug that one, plug that one. It's like water spraying behind you as well, and you're like, holy fuck, I can't plug all these holes, dude. I have 5 plugs that are trying to plug 10 holes or 8 holes. I can't do it. We need to order more plugs. I don't have enough plugs here. So I'm going to die. That's where this turns into. This is why, again, I don't want this to be confusing. Late game, it makes sense for us to attack now. Even though we have superior tech, early game made sense for us to defend. Because even though we had superior tech, it's easy to defend the location because it's super small. Because our army is slow. So I hope that makes sense. But that is why we attack right now. Even though, in theory, we should be defending right now. Because the map is getting more exposed as time goes on. And we're becoming more exposed to being killed by that. So we attack him instead. We poke him with... And how do we micro this? We literally attack back up, attack back up, attack back up repeatedly, right? We're kiting with Colossus. And we're mowing Colossus. The Colossus are mowing down so many fucking Zealots repeatedly. This is super efficient for us. And we do the same thing again. Do it all over again. We poke him, and now he chases us across the map all over again. Attack back up, attack back up, attack back up. So many fucking Zealots are dying to this. Now our Colossus eventually do break. But that is so many units that died right there for red Protoss. We got great trades right there. And now we're making more Colossus and more Stalkers, and we're just continuing to do the process. And now this, again, like I said, is the first time we're going to actually micro individual Stalkers, where we go, hey, Stalkers in the front, blink in the back. 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 Stalker in the front, blink in the back. We rotate our Stalkers like this, literally. They keep rotating with each other. And then we end up just walking back to a battery. New Colossus is out. Same thing again. Then we can blink forward. This is how you can, this is the chase maneuver, right? We can chase him down. We now block back up into a battery. Colossus almost dies all over again. And now we're fighting in an overcharged battery, and it makes a big difference for us. And now suddenly, this game is somewhat stabilizing again, because we've managed to micro our way back into a decent situation where, even though we're still down on workers, because look how many workers have died this game, we've lost 80 fucking probes, guys. Like I said, my opponent's playing a super chaotic, aggressive style. 80 fucking probes have died. We're still somewhat in the game, and we're trying to make more and fix it, but we've actually managed to capitalize on a tech and army lead here. And now, again, it makes sense for us to attack because our opponent is continuously bleeding his army out. He has not been sitting there for 2 minutes making army. He literally makes it and it dies. He makes it and it dies. He makes it and it dies. And he's doing it again, right? He actually killed my observer, so we're like, God damn it, now we have a new observer. And we're doing it again. Now we can start doing a counterattack on the bottom with DTs and trying to kill any economy that we can. So we're still doing some type of aggression to him as well. And we kill a Nexus. And it's whatever, right? We back up. More Colossus are on the way. We're continuing to make Colossus. And we're setting up our next army again. And we're doing it all over again. But now, again, this is that point where he just goes for a full-on counterattack. He literally is no longer able to fight us much with the defense. He's now going full-fledged counters because you got to realize his style, even though, guys, look at this for a second. Even though I have lost 90 probes now, and I've only killed 19, but he's killed 90. Resources lost is going to be insane. I've lost, he's lost a lot, like, a bit more than me. It's a little bit closer than I thought it would be, but yeah. He's throwing away fucking crazy amounts of units. With like zealots and zealots and zealots upon zealots upon zealots just dying repeatedly. And now, again, we just make, we start making our next army at home, at our next base. It's going to break to his counterattack, and it happens to be here, which we're making Stalkers here. And he runs into Cannon, Battery, Stalker, and it is able to overall hold the line, and Protoss dies. So now, at this point, he's kind of just dead. This is the moment when the game is actually over, and the reason why is because we just broke this economy earlier. We also just checked there's no economy there for Protoss. We just broke this economy, and here's the thing, right? Look at this economy. It's getting pretty crappy right now. It's looking pretty shit. You could say the same thing about this one, because he's had this just as long as I've had mine. We both had these expansions around the same time. So, I know for a fact, without even looking at it, that these mineral patches are going to look like crap. The mineral patches are disappearing right now. Some of them are disappearing. 2 of them are about to disappear again right now. They have 20 per patch. So I know his patches here are looking terrible. And not only that, but obviously we're still pushing. But I know for a fact, right now in this game, I'm in a good spot. I'm in a good spot because he failed his counterattack, and on top of that, he lost his army, and his economy is starting to run out. The game is getting later in the game. We're at 23 minutes now, so we're running out of money. So we can also say, without a doubt, the third base for him is going to look pretty terrible as well. It's getting late in the game. So his income is looking pretty shit. And if my opponent is going for a style that is not tech-based, but yet instead is very, very aggro, like, mass unit based, which is the same style we played earlier, mass zealots and fucking stuff like that. That composition only works when you have tons of income because you're playing wasteful. Your army is not something that scales well. It's something that can be all over the place. That's how you win the game, because it breaks your opponent all over the place. You like punch them all over the place and they die. But when it comes to straight up army versus army fights, it does not scale the best because we're doing things like Archons and Colossus that scale way better. Now, Archons, again, are kind of scary, though, because he has Disruptors, right? That's why we kind of stopped making them now. But even so, Colossus Stalker is still good. Because Colossus are just grinding Zealots to death. And then Stalkers just buffered the damage. So another base dies. And again, this is that moment where I was like, you know what? It doesn't make a lot of sense to do. It doesn't make sense for us to push into his natural and push into his main base. Again, this is a moment where I feel like a lot of players... Now, could I do that? Yes, I could do that. Yes, I could do that. And it's not like it's the worst option in the world ever. But this is why I would say it doesn't make sense to push in the natural. If we know for a fact that his main, his natural, and his third base are mined out. Because our main, our natural, and our third should be mined out. The only reason why our third's not mined out is because he killed it like 3 fucking times. Literally. But it's still looking pretty sad. Even though it died multiple times. It's 24 minutes in the game. I know his economy looks like garbage now, and if I just back up for a second and make now again it goes back into the same thing we had before, where we're no longer feeling the pressure of economy because we just killed all these bases over here, and we have this base still. We have this base again. We have this base up and running, and we are now taking this base as well. We are on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bases. At most, my opponent could be on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So even if he had this base, we would still have an economy lead. Because we have 6 versus 5. Like, we are still on a superior base count, okay? Because, again, we just wiped out his expansions over here, so we just crippled him a bit. And while we were doing it, again, you got to realize as well, while we were crippling him, it wasn't just killing Nexuses and that was it. We were killing probes with it, and we were also killing a bunch of Zealots with it, defensively and aggressively. So we know for a fact that our opponent is crippled right now. Does it mean he's fully dead? No, because if he was fully dead, he'd leave the game. And the game's kind of crazy now. It's been a long time in this game, and he's had mass gateways. So this guy is definitely capable of remaking an army fast. And you know what my army is also vulnerable to? Disruptors. And what was he making for a big chunk of this game? Disruptors. So what if I walked up here and I was like, boom, boom, 20 fucking stalkers died at 2 disruptor shots, and then a round of gateway runs over the last remnants of my army, and I'm like, I just fucking threw the game. Great. That sucks, right? Well, that would definitely suck. What a waste. But if I back up, I can back up with a 100% assurity that I know I'm ahead. And it doesn't mean I need to turtle. It just means I should back up and prepare myself for the next stage of the game again, which is getting ready for more counterattacks on this base, getting ready for more counterattacks on this base, and getting this army more bulky with like more Colossus and things like that to prepare my next push on the other side of the map to guarantee we have a lead. So we back up and we make DTs, observer, cannon battery, and we rotate our DTs to the opposite side of the map where my army goes to prepare ourselves for a defense, right? So we're good to go. And now this army, look at the supply, right? We're not maxed, so we're still growing in power, but we now know for a fact that when we push, we're going to have a very, very strong army. And finally, what does our opponent do? He tries to sneak attack us with his own Naga Tower, and he's like, you know, this is his last-ditch effort. So what do we do against this? I go, okay, well, fuck, he's surrounding me. He's like pushing me deeper into his base, so I have no choice now. I have to commit, because if I just run up, I'm going to be running into his army again. So what we can do is we run away from his army, counter, like by doing a stutter step away from him. I stutter step away from his army, into his base deeper, and my Colossus once again start taking great trades. And we just, you know, we're also stuttering away from the disruptors. Stutter, 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 stutter. And now all the disruptors went on cooldown, and a lot of the zealots are dead now. Like, he's literally out of fucking supply again. So now we could easily change the situation and go, all right, now we can be the aggressor. We can now chase you down. And then, yeah, now the game's over. And the reason why the game's over is because he just doesn't have supply. He doesn't have supply, guys. Like, he has... the reason. Why do I know he doesn't have supply? Without looking at the replay. No money. No money. No money. We just killed it. We just killed it. And we know for a fact that that means he's on 2 bases of economy that are actually mining anything at all, which means we know that base exists, and we know this base is brand new. This base is not even active for very long. It's brand fucking new. And look at our bases. Still mining a little bit. This is the equivalent of his base right there, which would also be still mining a little bit. We are still mining a little bit here, and the only reason why that base is still mining is because he killed it so many times, so I have a lot of active economy there. We're mining here, which is equivalent to this base right here, and we're also mining here, which is equivalent to this base over here. So we should know for a fact we should have more income than our opponent. We should have more income than our opponent. And we also have more available patches to continue to fill in with more probe production if we want to fill in more probes here, and then also take this base right here too. We know we have more than he does. So confidence is ours. There's no reason to panic and be like, oh, we're going to die. I don't know what's going on. And now, not only that, because he also lost his army, we just pushed this base now. And now, we were already ahead before as it was, but now even furthermore, we just killed this base, which is the equivalent of this base. He doesn't have it anymore. It's now dead. And we're also pushing the next base, which is this base, which are the only bases he has, right? Because again, we just killed these recently. And he might retake them, so if the game doesn't end, we'd definitely go check them again. But we know for a fact that even if he did retake them, we fucked it over earlier, so his mining sucks for a while. Okay, and then, yeah, now the game's over. Like, right, he's dead now. He has, like, no probes now. Literally no probes. Everything's dead. So hopefully that game made sense, right? We went for like a full breakdown there for following up that game to give you guys more. Oh my god. I really thought that was going to be the last game. We're 2 MMR short. Jesus. We got to do another one now. Shite. Always a pleasure chatting with you guys. GG's vibe. Yo, O-Bone, take it easy, man. I'm not freaking out yet. Questions answered. Yeah. All right, same offer as before. If we play a Terran, I'll go Stargate. Even though I don't want you guys to really think that that's like what you should be doing. Okay, it's a Zerg. We'll go Stargate anyways. Fuck it. Hello, Vibe in chat. Hi. Stargate's actually good against Zerg for a lot of reasons. We've talked about them before. Void Rays are amazing against defending all-ins from Zerg, and Zerg tends to all-in Protoss a lot. It just happens quite often, because Zerg kind of fears Protoss late game when you're at like this level of MMR, like Masters, even low GM, mid low GM. Zerg in general just fucking finds it super annoying to play against Skytoss. Let's be real. Me as a Zerg player as well, I find it definitely kind of difficult sometimes as well, and I'm a Zerg main. Okay, let's make our gateway, scout the Zerg's base, chrono boost our Nexus, make a gas, stack our patches. Okay, get another probe going down to my natural now to get ready to build a Nexus. Is there a hatchery here? If there's not, it's a 12 pool or a 13 or something like that. There's no hatchery, so we're expecting to see eggs being made right now. There they are. And now, what is it? It's a fucking gasless 12 pool. Okay, so now we don't make a Nexus. Instead, we make a second gateway and our core, and we chrono boost out a Zealot with a second pylon. Okay, and we can also now... we can save now for a Nexus eventually, but yeah, no, we're definitely being attacked heavily right now. This is very aggressive from the Zerg. Super aggressive from the Zerg. Okay, get our second Zealot started. Okay, we can make our probes go into that gas. And now our Zealot can poke around and be like, hey, Zerg, what's up, dude? Okay, chrono boost out. Our, okay, we need to definitely get that Zealot. Okay, he's chasing me now. It's all good. Chrono boost out. Our second Zealot in the doorway. There we go. Put that Zealot back in the door. We definitely don't want to go out there and die. Okay, we can build a Nexus right now. We can try and poke him again a little bit with the Zealot. Hey, come here. And why am I getting frisky with the Zealot right now? Because I have more units coming out of the gateway. I'm not as afraid anymore because more units are coming out of my gateway. That is why I cared more about saving the core than I did about... I cared more about saving that core than I did about, you know, saving my Zealot. Zealot's fucking worthless. Zealot, you actually... The Zealot's not worthless because he actually did what he needed to do, which was he saved the core. The Zealot saved the core, so fucking good job, Zealot. Well done. You get an A+ for that, Zealot. Hell yeah. Okay, let's go for a Stargate like we said. As soon as this pylon's done, we make a Stargate. We also have a Sentry that's going to allow us to be able to scout. And the reason why I'm making a Sentry here is not bad, is because we're severely delayed now on our build. Just like he is. You got to realize he delayed his own build to do what he did to us. What he did to us just now also delayed his own build at the same time. So, if we make a Sentry, I can scout in an early, realistic fashion and find out what he's doing. Are you all-inning me, or are you macroing? Okay, well there's a dead Overlord right there. That's nice. There's no gas as well for him, guys, so I'm not really worried about the Stalker getting killed by Speedlings. And how do I know that? I didn't see a fucking speed opener. It was a gasless opener. Okay. Make a Void Ray. Make a couple of Adepts. And let's check his base right now with our Phoenix. Is he making mass drones? He's making a lot of drones. He's also got gas priority at the natural. This motherfucker is gas heavy. You know what that means? Nidus Worm or Mutas or Hydra all-in. So what am I going to do against this? I'm going to confirm what the fuck he's doing with my Void Ray now, because now I'm going to have a Void Ray, or I can do it with the Sentry's second unit here. But yeah, no, this dude is going to all-in us a second time. So does that mean I can't take a third? Not necessarily. I can still take a third, but it definitely means we need to get ready for a fucking all-in of some kind. This dude is going to be hyper aggressive. Let's go ahead and send a few Adepts to our third base. And again, it's not going to be hyper aggressive with Zerglings, and why not? Because it's gas focused. Okay, let's go ahead and make just a couple more Adepts. Just a couple more Adepts, and let's scout his base. What are you doing? Lots of gas. What's your drone count look like still? It's looking mediocre now. It's looking a little bit better. Okay, what's in your main base? Mr. Zerg player, you got a layer. You got a no tech. Okay, that's fine. Like, am I worried about that? Nope, not at all really. It is what it is. What about your third base? It's just started. Let's go ahead and deny that right now. Let's go ahead and get a Robo. Let's get a Forge, and let's get a Council. Again, if I would have saw a Spire just now, I would have honestly made a second Stargate. Okay, he's got a lot of Queens poking me. Let's back up. Keep making probes. Let's make a battery right there. Let's grab our Void Rays, put them together, and let's now send out 2 Voids. The only place of his creep I haven't really seen is there, if there's creep there too. But it's again, it's not that huge of a deal, guys. If it's Mutas, it's okay. Am I going to die to Mutas right away? No, I'm not afraid of Mutas. And the reason why is because I know for a fact my economy is better, so I can make rotations in the process of dealing with Muta and still deal with them. I would only be afraid of Mutas if I was already behind. Okay, so let's just go back to a standard build now. Let's go Charge Lots, Archons, and Immortals. So let's start making Zealots, Archons, and Immortals. Because we have enough Voids now, we're good. We don't need to make more Voids than this. Let's poke him again, though. Are we going to not poke him anymore? No, definitely, we're going to poke him. All right, we can pop an Overlord. We can pull back. The Queens are still there, so let's go this way. Just run the other way. It's all gravy, baby. Let's go ahead and take our gases at this base. Let's go ahead and also build some more gateways at this base while we're at it. He might be going Mutas. He's made no tech units. It's still a possibility. I'm not freaking out. It doesn't need to be freaked out about. Let's get because of the possibility of Mutas, let's get a couple pylons near our mineral lines. That way I can add in battery cannon if we need to. Okay, his Queens are over here now. Let's go ahead and back up. He keeps zoning me with these Queens like a boss. Okay, it's Mutas. So, guess what we do now? I immediately recall my Void Rays. Hey, Void Rays, group up and recall right now. I make cannon, cannon, battery. I make cannon, cannon, Attack my main base with all my units. Run my probes away for a second. Cannon, cannon, battery. Okay, we attack towards the natural now. Keep making probes. Do not stop making probes. Okay, run these probes back to the middle line over here. Run these probes away for a second. Whole army attack these mutas. Go back to the middle line. Make some more stalkers here. It's all good. Are we freaking out? Nope. I'm just making probes. Okay, we made cannon, cannon, battery at all my bases. And now that base is secured. This base is secured. We can transfer some probes back to my main because I still have fully saturated bases, guys. Because I made I made probes during the attack. I have fuckloads of probes right now. Okay, so my opponent has actually confirmed mutas. Let's scout him again. And does this mean he's going to go mutas all game? Does it mean he's going to go mutas all game? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So what we can do now is we can make another round of stalkers. Just one more round of stalkers because we're getting blink. There's the mutas again. Hey mutas, how you doing? We need cannon battery at this base. We actually never made it. I forgot to make it there. Okay. We're chilling. Okay, we have charge done. We could make Phoenix if we wanted to. We don't really have to. Again, like I was saying before, we could also just go into more units of other things. Yeah, let's go ahead and push him away. Hey, what's up, Zerg? Once again. What's up, Zerg? How you doing, dude? Okay, mutas are dying. Notice how he doesn't care about these mutas dying. What do you think that means, guys? Anyone out there who sees that happen, what do you think that means when a Zerg just... First of all, they haven't increased the muta count ever since they got to my base in the first place. And secondly, they just threw their mutas away to kill some Void Rays. I feel like that means he wants to make something that is more afraid of Voids than his mutas would be. Which would probably be something like, for instance, maybe he's going Hydra Lurker. That's what I'm thinking already. I'm feeling like we're playing against a Hydra Lurker player, so I will not be surprised if I see Hydras in his fucking base right now. Where's your Hydra at? Where that Hydra at, boy? You got a Hydra Den. Double Evo. It just makes sense. And there he goes. There's a push with Hydras. So let's fight this army. Pop my Guardian Shield. Right, try and fight this shit as much as we can. We can pull our probes if we need to. This is, again, super aggressive right now. Pull the probes for a second. We might actually die right now. I'm actually going to die. We should have played a little bit more. Like, I have so much money. We should have played faster. Yeah, I'm going to die. Okay, so we're dead. Alright, so the video continues. The video goes on. It goes on. I mean, we read what he was doing right, but obviously this guy, he played faster than us, right? So, well, you know, that's okay. It is what it is. So much explaining, not enough playing the game. I don't really feel like I need to go over this game that much, simply because everything he did, we predicted he was going to do before he did it. It was literally predicted every time. And how did I predict everything he was going to do? Scouting and economy management. So, we just didn't have enough. If I would have spent my money a bit better, we probably would have had enough to guard our base, and it would have been fine. Do we freak out now? No, you don't freak out. You never freak out. That's the thing. You never freak out. If you lose, you lose. You don't need to freak out when you lose. It's okay. It's a rare vibe loss. I mean, I had a lot of money. I literally lost that game because I just didn't macro fast enough. Because he did a double negative to me. Number one, he made me make static D, right? To deal with the mutas. And number two, I didn't macro fast enough while dealing with the mutas to continue to deal with the push. Now, if we just flipped a coin and made Phoenix against mutas, we would have destroyed him. But again, what if, for instance, what if he went for a Nidus Worm and he went for Mass Queens and a Nidus and I was going for Phoenix? That could be scary, potentially. So, there's a little bit of risk sometimes involved with this shit. Minus 25 Pepe hands. It's okay. It's all good. I'm going to continue forward. It's all good. Vibes in B2GM Purgatory. No, I mean, I don't really mind what just happened last game. Because again, I want you guys to understand the game. And I feel like even though we lost that game, that's 100% understanding of what's going on there. 100% understanding of what's going on there. And that's what I want you guys to be able to do for your own games. No natural. Lings again. So same thing as last game again. Okay. Not a problem. We'll now make the same choices that we'd made last game all over again. Currently beside a zealot. Get a second pylon. Let's get a second gas. Are you pushing my base right now? Yes, you are. There's your lings. Start a second zealot right now. Again, this is going to back up my first zealot. And now he's going to go for my core, like everyone does. This is why I tuck the core in the back. Okay, Chrono Boost out my gateway again right now. And now what we can do is we can leave our gateway rallied into the middle of my door here and leave that zealot there. And then I can poke him off my wall. Behind this, we can take our expansion, and we can then take our Stargate. We could also make the Stargate in the natural too, which is totally fine. We'll just go ahead and do that this game specifically, simply because that way we don't have to wait for a pylon. So let's just make a Stargate right now. Meanwhile, I'm not worried about killing this Overlord. Why not? This guy does not have speed. He does not have speed, guys. 100% no speed. It's impossible to have speed if he doesn't go for gas. Okay. So let's go ahead and make a pylon in the main. Let's keep making probes. Make another pylon over here as well, just so we can, again, we'll start revealing more location of our base. Get our warp gate upgrade behind our, whatever they're called. Behind our stalker and our Stargate. Chrono Boost out our probes. And now here's a cool thing we can do, okay? These, I'm not gonna lie, guys. These zealots are literally worthless right now. The fact that, like, we could leave them in our base the whole time and have them do nothing for the next 4 minutes, but making 2 zealots at like 70 probes is not hard. These zealots might actually do something right now that could potentially screw the Zerg over a little bit. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna tell the zealots to go attack towards the Zerg base right now. Okay, we're going to tell the zealots to attack towards the Zerg base right now, and we're not going to attack him right away. We're just going to attack him when our Void Ray distracts him. So our Void Ray can go like this. Hey Void, go down straight down to the Zerg's main. Because again, our zealots are going to the right side. If the Zerg's being really greedy and taking a third, these zealots might straight up kill a third. But if he doesn't have a third and he's going for gas, just like the last guy did, these zealots might kill something in the natural while the main is distracted. Again, these zealots are worthless right now. They're literally just going to stand there and with their thumbs up their ass being like, what do I want to do? Oh. So here comes the Void. Let's go get his attention. We're killing an Overlord. Okay, now send the zealots into his natural. We definitely have his attention. Queens are in the main. Run away in the main. Zealots go in the natural. And we try to just kill some of his units in the natural. See what we can do, right? Void Rays flying around, looking for Overlords. Zealots got surrounded. Killed Lings with them as they died. It was a bit of a trade. It was an effort, but it's fine. Not the end of the world. That didn't do anything. Not a big deal. Okay, run away. Do not get killed by queens. And let's go ahead and make our third base. And what did we just see from the from the Zerg, right? He's got 2 bases and that's it, guys. You want to know what that means? This motherfucker is doing the same goddamn build as the last guy, okay? He's doing the same build as the last guy. And this is when you start to see a meta, okay? This is when you start to see someone who copies the same, like, actually, no gas. I'm just kidding. It's not the same build. Just joking. Just joking. But it is roaches. So let's go to make stalkers. Let's make our battery. And let's fly away from his base. And now let's go ahead and recall these Void Rays home. Because he's currently 2-base unloading us with roaches. Let's go ahead and make a Robo, a Forge, and a Council. Make a battery at our 3rd base in a minute. When our probe gets over there, make a battery. Transfer probes to my 3rd right now with the new probes. And 4 voids, honestly, is a good amount to have. I would say 4 voids is enough in general. Let's go ahead and attach our gateways to our nexus on the side. And now he's poking us with Mass Ravager Queen. Okay, so let's get out there and let's fucking do some damage, right? Let's back up a little bit. Let's try and kill one of these queens if we can. Kill another queen if we can. Back up from the vials. Run out back to the battery. Get topped off. Let's make battery number 2 and battery number 3 because this is going to keep happening. Go ahead and hold position my units to kill those fucking, whatever they're called. Zerglings. And now let's go ahead and poke him again. Overcharge our battery. Try and pop a queen. Run out of those vials. Go forward. Pop the fucking queen if we can. Run out of the vials. Pop that queen if we can. Pop the other queen if we can. Run out of the vials. Okay, let's pop these Ravagers in the front because they're right in my fucking face. Kill the other Ravager. It's in my face. Pop the get out of the vials. Let's try to pop that queen again. Keep making probes. Grab these gateways. Make units with those gateways. And now run out of the vials. And now the Protoss, or the Zerg is just dead. This was an all-in and it failed. Two base all-in. Nice. Nice. You're talking about putting your thumb in your ass a lot more nowadays. It's my new fetish. Orion. I actually play this guy on my main account. Legit. Like, I play this guy often on my main MMR. Okay, interesting. I'll show you guys the charge lot stalker build again. The aggressive style of Protoss. So yeah, we're starting to play players I really play in my real MMR now. This dude is, yeah, I run into him in PvP often, daily, whenever I play Protoss. It's probably the 20th time I've played him. Damn.
High vibe.
Hi. Thank you, Barry, for the bits, dude. Isn't your real MMR GM? This guy's almost 4,700. GM is like 5,100. He's like within range of my Protoss. My Protoss is like 5.1k, 5k, 5.1k, right, for real. Okay, so he has no Chrono Boost left on his Nexus, which means he is doing the same thing we're doing. He's going for a macro build, guys. He's going to take a natural. He has mineral priority. The gas was not saturated, and he has no chrono boost, which means he's making probes as fast as humanly possible, which means he is going for a macro build. And again, this game, I'm going to be going for Blink Stalker. I'm actually going to go for Blink Stalker this game with charge lots, and we're going to micro it like a Bossaroni. A Bussaroni. Bussaroni. Arrivederci. Yeah, let's just leave our probe poking this fucking pylon, and we'll eventually kill it. Let's build our own pylon, like right there, to get out of the way of our nexus. More probes that we make can saturate our mineral line. So, I mean, he's investing 100 minerals to disrupt my economy a bit. It is what it is. I mean, he loses money doing that, and I also lose money doing that, so we both lose money. He basically just slowed the game down a little bit, is all he did right there. He also gets to scout. The other thing that's actually worth it, I guess, is he gets to scout my stalkers. So now he knows I have 2 stalkers. But yeah, it's okay. It is what it is. Okay, let's go ahead and poke him. Let's poke his base really fast with our first 2 stalkers. Let's just poke and see what's going on. Again, this is more of a scout than an attack. It still can be considered an attack because it's literally an attack, but it's more of a harassment than a real attack on his base. What do you have on the ramp? Anything on the ramp? Back up. Nothing. Oh, there's a probe right there. Nice. And there's a nexus that's like halfway done. Oh, can we kill another unit? Probes. Let's kill probes. This is super nice. There's a sentry without any energy, which means he made a hallucination. Awesome. So I just evened up the probe count. Or I'm actually ahead in probes now, I would say. So I would say now we have the lead. That was a very good position for us. And now also, I know that he's playing a more defensive playstyle because he went for a sentry first. Sentry Stalker. So now let's make our 3rd gateway and our Twilight Council. And go into more production. Here comes our warp gate. We can poke him again. We can just test the waters again and poke him one more time. Again, we're doing a very aggressive playstyle this game, so we're definitely being aggressive with it. We're going to poke him again. And why are we poking him again? Because we confirmed he's got a sentry. We also confirmed that he's expanding and he's trying to play macro like us. And if he plays even more in the expansion route of things, at the very least, we can just deny his 3rd base if he's getting really greedy. But if he's not getting greedy, we might get some damage done. There's no emphasis on this getting damage done. We just want to make sure his 3rd doesn't start when ours starts. It's the main thing we want to do here. So let's poke his other base right now. Do you have a 3rd base that's really greedy? The answer is no, he does not. Does he have units on top of the ramp? Yes, he does. Let's try and kill that sentry right now. Okay, and we didn't quite kill it. He didn't kill any of my units, though. But just know, I would not have walked up the ramp like a derp. I would not have just been like, let's walk up the ramp. And the reason why is because if I walk up the ramp, he might do exactly what he did, where he tries to force field me, right? So what we did was we walked to the base of the ramp, like right there, and we just wait. Even if we didn't see a sentry, we wait to see if we get attacked, to see if he's standing right there. If he attacks us, nothing is going to die. We'll just take shield damage and we just run away. But if he doesn't attack us because he's maybe tucked back in his base a bit, we can poke up the ramp then and see what's going on. And, you know, then we can make a choice there. Let's go ahead and make a Forge and a Robo. Our opponent's going for Immortals, so he's definitely playing a higher tech build than us. We're playing a lesser tech build, which is going to have more probes, which should be more aggressive than his. Let's go ahead and also make another round of Stalkers. And once again, we're gonna go across the map right now, and this time we have Blink. Oh, he's gonna attack me. Okay, we're gonna back up for a second. We have Blink in about 5 seconds, so just chill for a sec. It's okay. He's gonna 2-base all in me essentially. Okay, let's try and pop that Prism. Prism's dead. Okay, nice. And let's just keep making units, because now he just lost in warping capabilities. So if he wants to stay here for a long time, we can eventually, you know, just fucking kill him. Again, we're playing with Blink right now. We're not trying to all in the fuck out of him at the moment. That's another kill. That's a Phoenix, though. It's sorry, it's Hallucination. And there's units on the high ground right there. We just saw it. We can be very careful here. Very careful. Keep making probes in the process. Let's make another Nexus behind this. This means we're going to be conservative about how we play this. He's running away. Let's move up. Try and see if we can get behind him. Let's make a round of units in a second here. Okay, let's pop a sentry and blink away. So we'll break this game down micro-wise when this game is over a bit more. But all we're doing is, again, we're playing conservatively. Conservatively. Charge needs to start as well. I can't believe I didn't start charge. That's really bad. So then we also know he's got a third base. So we need to go deal with that. We need to deal with the, or we need to, you know, do something about that, essentially. We need to take our fourth base, which we did, which is great. But we also need to continue to poke him with our mobility advantage. Because, again, he doesn't have blink yet, guys. So every second that goes by is, the clock is ticking and we're getting damage done right now. If we can do damage. Okay, let's start making zealots with our units. And let's make all these gateways we just made. Put them into our control group. Okay. Okay, run away. I just shot him once and blinked away. Again, we're playing conservative. We are playing conservative. We're not playing super all in. We killed another hallucination, which is a nice catch. Make zealots. Make a couple pylons here and some shit. Probe count currently is at Mimi 69. Okay, let's not attack that. We can maybe poke him once, like this, like poke a zealot or poke a stalker, blink away. Literally, okay, now he's got blink. Now we stop doing this. Now if he gets blink, we literally stop. We now get the fuck out of here. If he chases us, we attack him as we run away. But yeah, we literally, the goal is now get the fuck away from his base. Because our advantage now is not in blink anymore. He has it too. Our advantage now is in charge. It's in charge. Charge lots with our stalkers. Let's make a warp prism. Let's run boost that upgrade. And now let's get our army together. And now we're gonna fight with a big ass army. Oh, yeah, we're both killing those rocks. Okay, so we both are trying to kill those rocks right now. Let's go around. Get our army grouped up. And let's go. Right now. All over his fucking army. Blink our stalkers forward. Get on top of him. As our zealots get on top of him. Keep warping in units in the process. And then we're good to go. Big report. Okay, it's all good. Again, this style, APM wise, guys, let's look at this for a second. Just, I don't mean to back it up. Let's look at this style APM wise. Is this style that hard to do? He had more than us. I just want you to know that we're not playing at a pace that is faster than him right now. I want you to know that. Okay? We're definitely getting up towards Masters, though, because now with this win here, we are now in Masters League. So now we're going to be playing at a Masters level, which is going to be basically full tryhard, essentially. But we still played slower than him. I want you to know that, okay? So it's not like this build is like, what the fuck is happening? It makes no sense. Now let's break it down, though. Let's break it down. This game, we actually had... This is a bit... I will say this, though. This is actually true. We started using... We started delving more into the Masters territory of how to read a game. Okay? This game was a little bit more chaotic than our games have been previously, but the way we did it made sense, and we'll talk about it now. Let's break this game down for a second here. So first things first, same shit as always. We split our probes, we stack the patches, you know, we set up our build, blah 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 blah. The start of the game is literally the fucking same every time. We talked about this ever since Bronze League. We're doing it every time. We're trying not to waste time with our gateways, things like that. We're not having to pylon finish and then be like, hey probe, go build the gateway now, like 20 seconds late. Fuck that shit. And now we scout, and what do we see, right? We get a read on his build. We see 2 gateways. We see a Nexus with 0 Chrono Boost energy available. We have a little bit, so it means he's actually Chrono Boosted faster than us. He's even more macro oriented than we've been in this game. So we're catching up to him by doing our own Chrono Boost afterwards. We see a gas that is done. And does he pull off 3 probes on it? Nope. He does not go, hey, 3 probes, get on that gas. So what does this tell us? Probe focus build by Chrono Boosting probes, and a mineral focus build by prioritizing the mineral line. So overall, what does this mean? An expansion Protoss. This means this dude is going to expand. He is not proxying a robo. He is not making a fast Stargate. He's not going for tech before expansion. He's doing minerals only. And the only thing you can do with minerals only that is not expanding is cannon rushing, which is not happening because there's no forge and there's no cannons in my base. Or making lots of fucking zealots. And I currently don't see zealots, you know. I would see, like, if I leave his base and I was like, what the fuck? He's building units out of his gateway before the core's even done. He's actually building zealots. He's like, or like he's, the gateway's lighting up with a zealot inside of it. I would see that as we leave his base. So he's not doing zealots either. No, I'm not gonna lie. Nobody's gonna fucking do zealots like this. That's like, that would be like fucking Gold League or something. Like, Masters level players are not gonna do zealots because all I gotta do to kill that is make stalkers and then you die. Like, it won't work. The only way zealots would work is if I was already getting zealots like proxy to my base like right there, and then he was going for all in with zealots, and I was like, oh shit, zealots. But yeah, you get the point. Like, zealots are only good once you have charge. Zealots are good at 2 stages of the game: when you have charge, which is much later with gas focus, or at least it would be scary. Like, being scared of charge zealots would be more scary if there was a gas focus on the emphasis of the opener. Obviously, zealots don't cost gas later on, because they're minerals only, but you still need to get charge early for it to be scary. So when they have charge is when they're scary, and when the game is like really fresh is when zealots are scary. When they're proxied at your base is when they're scary. Okay, so fresh zealots proxied are scary, and then finally when zealots finally have charge, they're kind of scary. Otherwise, zealots are not scary. So we know he's not going zealots. We know this is a macro focus build, and because he's also not cannon rushing me. So I can already tell he's going to expand. It's very obvious. I mean, it does, and also it's not even like saying, well, he's going to expand. How are we going to abuse that? It's just standard play. How are we going to deal with someone expanding? We're going to expand as well. Fuck it. Let's also expand. And now he actually puts down the pylon, which guarantees his expansion is going to be faster than mine. It guarantees it. But he also just lost 100 minerals because he loses the pylon. So when I make my Nexus, as you can see, we make our Nexus now. It just started, and his Nexus will probably be like 15 seconds of the way in. Or it's actually 6. So it's not even that much faster.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like there was somewhat of a hiccup there. Like,
Less than 3.
He actually went robo. His Nexus should be a lot faster, but he went robo first. Now I will, Slaughter, thank you very much for the 4 months. Now, Orion, if you ever watch this, again, I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm not trying to pick on anyone I play against, but I will say this right now. I do not think robo first makes sense if you go for a mineral priority. This is a defensive robo first, and you could very easily defend an all-in that I would do to you if I decided to go, oh my god, a pylon's in my base? I'm going to fucking proxy you now. You would easily defend it first, or defend me if you went Nexus first into a robo. This is a defensive robo. So if you're going to go for a defensive robo, it should not prioritize your economy, because the way it's built in terms of the fact that it's not proxied is a defensive robo, and the timing of when it's built before the expansion is an aggressive robo, and you cannot do 2 different builds together. So this should have been Nexus first, robo second, for because it prioritizes your economy. And why does that make sense? Because you want the game to go on longer. The longer it goes, the more probes you have, the better you are off in the game. So I was actually really far ahead then, because I didn't realize that his Nexus was second. We didn't get to his base until his Nexus was done, I don't think. Or no, that's not true. I actually did get to his base before the Nexus was done. I just wasn't paying attention. Either way, though, this is definitely not good for the Protoss' economy, like the opponent's economy. This is an aggressive robo that is built defensively. It doesn't make any sense. So like that is a big hiccup in his own build right there. That's good for whenever your opponent plays like that, where their choices don't make sense. You gain more value through the game for you. Like, you just get ahead indirectly without even maybe realizing it. So when we get to his base, again, I could have actually noticed this, right? If I would have noticed, oh, his Nexus is like less than halfway done. Our Nexus is also less than halfway done. I would have been like, what the fuck? I could have actually confirmed that he went for either lots of units like I did, or he would have gone for tech first. Now, in general, you don't normally make stalkers as fast as I did this game. You don't normally do that. But the reason why I made stalkers so fast this game is because I decided to have a trade-off this game to deal with the fucking pylon, to kill it fast, and now only attempt to apply counter pressure. So watch how I micro my stalkers. Once again, look at this. Look how I micro my stalkers. Watch how my stalkers move right here. Notice how I don't just walk up the fucking ramp like oh, let's flip a coin. Again, this is where master's level play comes in. If he had units standing right there, and if he would have done the same thing I did, where he would have prioritized 4 stalkers instead of going for a Nexus faster or a Robo faster or whatever. Again, it seems like he's like his build early told me it looks like a Nexus. Okay? The fact that he blocked my Nexus with a pylon is, like I said before, all it does is it slows us both down. But if my opponent's going to do that as well, there's no guarantee if he's going to slow both of our mineral lines down, both of our mineral economies down, because he's investing minerals to slow my minerals down. So we both get slowed down, and the minerals only. That gives the gas time to catch up a little bit. And if that's what he's going to do, you know, Ether, thank you for the $1,000 for the Vibercoin. Thank you for buying $1,000 for the Vibercoin, Ether, dude. Much fucking love, dude. And thank you very much for the donuts from the other day, from yesterday as well. Like you donated like $180 or something, or $200. Thank you, dude. So if my opponent's going to go for something that slows both of our mineral income down a little bit, he's going to invest minerals to make mine slower, because it slows down my Nexus. It gives like I said before, it gives the gas time to catch back up. And if by chance he made 4 stalkers just like I did while expanding, there would be 4 stalkers standing right there. And if I walk 2 stalkers all the way into his stalkers because I'm walking up a blind fucking ramp, I could lose my stalkers while trying to run away. Because stalkers kill stalkers very fast. They kill each other super quickly. So what I do is, again, I walk at the base of the ramp where if a unit was standing here, it would literally shoot me. And if I see a projectile come down the fucking cliff and shoot me in the head, and I'm like, oh, I took damage. Well, guess what? I'm already at max range to where I'm not standing there getting shot in the face. I'm standing there getting shot in the face. And I go, oh, well, you're there, though, and I'm here where I am right now. I could just run away. If I get shot by multiple projectiles, I know I'm just going to lose my stalkers, and I can run away. But again, what that does is it confirms what he's doing. It just confirms what he's doing. It doesn't mean he's not expanding, but it does mean he's making stalkers like I am. Because notice, even though I'm making stalkers like I am, I'm still expanding as well. But now, when I see nothing on the ramp, I go, cool, well, guess what? I'll walk up the ramp now. And then I actually catch the probe, which is super. This is just lucky. I'm not going to lie. There's no logic here. That's just fucking luck. Oh, cool, I killed the probe. This is the probe that scouted around the map for him. Awesome. He sent it right back home at this just by chance at the same time I engaged his base. So I got a free probe kill. And now I see this. Whoops. Now I see this on the base of the ramp. I see a sentry with no energy. So what does that mean? That already I can guarantee for a fact he has a stalker and a sentry, because it's the most. It's like I already know he's got double gateway, and it's the most standard way that you open in PvP if you want to play defensive sentry based play. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about this. Okay, a stalker and a sentry are not even nearly as good as 2 stalkers. 2 stalkers versus a stalker and a sentry, there's a very high chance 2 stalkers would kill both these units, and you might not even lose a single unit. Like, it's a high chance that that's going to happen. And the reason why is because a sentry is weak and slow, and you could easily kill it super fast, and then it becomes 2 stalkers versus 1 stalker, and when one stalker is shooting one of your stalkers, and let's say your stalker gets down to like half health, you just run away and you chase his stalker with your full health stalker, and he'll already be down to like the same as your stalker that runs away. The damage of a stalker is so much higher than a fucking sentry. It's insane. And the sentry also will die ridiculously fast. Like 2 fucking shots from my stalkers will basically almost kill the sentry. So it's more like 3 shots, but it's whatever. But the point I'm trying to make here is these units for him cannot beat my units. They can't. And not only that, The only thing that might be scary, the only thing that maybe might be scary would be if he actually had enough energy for a force field, which is 50, and I can clearly see that he doesn't because he just literally spent it all. I can see that he doesn't have enough energy for a force field. Okay. Which tells me, again, he made a hallucination and he's going to scout my base. It's all good. But if he had a force field, he could by chance force field me into an area where, like, let's just say hypothetically, like 3 probes come down the ramp, and then he puts a force field right there. And then he blocks me with probes from being able to run away. And suddenly, probes and sentry and stalker kill my 2 stalkers. And maybe I kill the sentry, or maybe I kill like 1 or 2 probes. And I'm like, fuck, I can't run away because the force field's blocking my exit. That could happen, right? That could happen if a force field existed, but it doesn't. So now seeing that, I go, I don't give a shit. I'll literally push forward because you don't have a battery here. And the only way a stalker and a sentry beats 2 stalkers is if you have a battery. So the fact that this guy opened up without a battery means that he is so goddamn greedy. It would be like saying on Halloween, let me give you an analogy. It'd be like saying this. What if you had kids trick-or-treating on Halloween and you put like a mouse trap in the bottom of the bag of candy because you're like, fuck these greedy kids. And then you hold the bag in front of 5 kids and you go, just take 1. And they go, okay. And like 4 of those kids, they take 1 from the top. And then you got that one little asshole that puts his hand in the fucking top and he shoves it down and he just like makes eye contact with you. And he's like watching you as he thinks he's going to take this big ass chunk of your candy. And then you just look at his face as the mousetrap snaps onto his fingers because he thought he was going to get away with being so fucking greedy. And then he just snaps his fucking finger with a mousetrap and you're like, gotcha, bitch. Now, I did never do that to anybody. Don't think that's from personal experience. But it's just an analogy, right? It's a hypothetical. He's being very greedy, and he's getting punished for it. Super hard. He can't defend 2 stalkers with no battery, with a sentry. So, what do? We kill his probes as a result of that. We're like, cool, I don't give a shit. Hi. Fuck your probes. Yeah. What do you think about that? Huh? But again, I shouldn't really commit much because now this is my stalkers just got 3 probe kills. That's really nice. And now I would be the kid reaching into the candy bag trying to get all the way to the mousetrap if I decided to go into his fucking main base. This is a harass and a scout. It's a scout first, a harass second. This should not run into his main base because what if I run into the main base? And what if I run into more units? That would suck. I could potentially lose my units. Now, I'm not going to lie. His build is fucking ridiculously greedy. And he literally hasn't made a single unit out of his double gateway opener. I don't understand this guy's build at all. Again, I'm not trying to shit on you, Orion. But who the fuck makes 2 gateways and doesn't make more than 1 unit out of your gateways until warp gate's done? You should have just opened 1 gateway and make 2 units 1 by 1 and you'd be better off. If that's what you're going to do. And the only reason why I'm being hard on him is because he said he's going to report me. A little hard, because I think it's kind of funny. But yeah. If I would have walked up the ramp, you know what would have happened? I could have actually killed his sentry. And I could have made him pull probes off the mineral line. I could have actually potentially got so far ahead from this simple attack that I might have actually put myself in an unlosable position from this point in the game already. Because he is playing so fucking greedy. No units. He goes tech first and then starts a unit. That's going to take forever. He's chrono boosting his upgrade, which is not going to finish still for a little bit. And he's trying to just make probes. Like, this is super greedy. I can't begin to tell you how greedy this is. Okay. So we could have walked up his ramp and done more damage, but we didn't because we respected the boundary. We went, oh, what if we like got some damage done here, which was nice, and we knew we could do it. But now this is blind, and I would assume he has more units because guess what? We have a 5th stalker almost coming out right now. 5th. He's still on 2 fucking units. So I would assume there's more units up here, and if there were, I would literally die going up there. So I'm going to take the win that I just took and leave with it. This is like being the guy who is playing roulette, and let's say you bet on red and you win, and then you're like, I could take this and leave, or I could double up. Let's fucking leave, right? Now, we would have doubled up if we went for it, but we're just going to leave and respect the situation and just call it a day and be like, I have a lead now. Awesome. So now I know for a fact I have a probe lead. because I killed some probes. That's super nice. And the reason why my probe lead is bigger than 3 and it's actually 6, why is that, Vibe? Why do you have 3 probe, or why do you have a 6 probe lead when all you killed was 3? Because he didn't chrono boost his probes at all after the opener of the game. He chrono boosted his fucking warp gate. I did not chrono boost my warp gate at all. I chrono boosted my probes. Also, I kept making probes. He had to have skipped a couple probes as well in the process because chrono boost isn't only going to make the difference there. He definitely missed some probes. So if we went back and looked, he's definitely missing probes because we're probably being annoying and distracting him and he's forgetting to do it. But again, his build, for instance, chrono boosting chrono boosting the core for a fast-ass warp gate, and then also roboing before the Nexus. This is an aggressive playstyle, guys. That build is in the territory of aggression because you're not prioritizing your economy. Now, our build is macro-focused to start, and it turns into aggression off of a good economy. But his build is aggressive to start and plays defensive. And again, that's where I want you to... This is how I want you to look at a game and understand, without winning or losing, knowing when you look at a game and going, wow, this is not good. Or, wow, that's really good and that's efficient. Now, this is clearly not efficient. Hopefully by now that we're about to be Masters League, you understand how to read what is and what isn't efficient. Making extra production and production before expansion and then not attacking makes no sense. Because all that's going to happen now is we're going to take a supply lead. That's all that's going to happen because we are going to have more of everything. And now notice how the same thing happens here again, right? He sees us with a hallucination. He literally just scouted our army. And now what does he do? He walks to the front of the ramp because he wants to control that. Do I just walk into his base like a fucking derp? No. I walk to the base of the ramp and then I back up if I get shot. And here's what happens this time. I checked the third. I checked this third a second ago. And now I walk to the base of the ramp and I back up immediately as soon as I just am checking to see if I get shot. Notice how I'm running right there. I'm not running right there. I'm just checking, and the second he engages me, what do? Do I run up the ramp like an idiot and be like, fuck it, flip a coin? I run away, and what is the result of that? The result is he just lost 3 force fields worth of energy, and he also got a sentry super weakened right there. And I lost the shields on a stalker and 5 HP. I literally took 5 HP of damage for all of that to happen. That is a great trade for us as the blue Protoss. And now that I know he's got Sentry Immortal and heavy numbers on that ramp, am I going to engage that? Fuck no, I'm not going to engage that. I'm just going to run away. I just burned his energy like crazy right there. That's a super good trade for us. And we go back to home. We go home now because we're taking a third base. And we're setting up a third base. And we're setting up Blink. So now we're going to get ready to attack him again once Blink is ready, because now we can Blink over force fields either way, defensively or aggressively. So it increases the damage of our stalkers by a lot. But then he decides to attack us instead. We're like, oh, fuck, he's attacking us now.
Yeah.
So we run back into our base again. And we go, all right, he's got an army in front of my base. And Blink is literally seconds from being done. Really, really close to being done. Also, Gaming, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. And Rudy, thank you very much for the 28. Thank you very much, guys. Viable gift in the chat for Gaming.
Yeah.
So now we know he's here because we just engaged him. We didn't realize he was there. Magic Turtle, thank you as well for the 13. Thank you, guys. We didn't know he was here, but he's here, right? So now what do? We're just poking the area because Blink is done.
Oh, yeah.
If I get force fielded, if he's like, perfect.
28 months, let's fucking go, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Fuck yeah. 28, baby. Hell yeah. Magic Turtle, we'll hear what you say as well. Thank you very much, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Vibu. Thanks for the content. Last B2GM got me to D3. Hoping for D2 on this one.
Hell yeah. Good luck. Thank you very much for the sub. I think you can do it, man. Keep your head up. You can do it for sure. Just it takes practice. So again, if he got like the best force fields ever here, I could just blink away from it. That's not a big deal. I can literally disengage the fight in the snap of a finger because I have blink now. So now it opens me up to be more aggressive with these stalkers. So I walk forward, and what do I see? I see a fucking warp prism that's sitting there. Now I want you to know something. If I kill the zealot, if I can literally take my pick here and kill anything I want because I have enough stalkers to one-shot everything, whatever they shoot at. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Prism is the best thing to kill here. And the reason why is because if you kill the Prism, you kill all potential reinforcements that could be proxied at my base. You also take away the ability for him to multi-prong me. Because if his Prism dies, he cannot fly a Prism over here and warp in here at the same time. If his Prism dies, he cannot phase it here and warp in here at the same time. He loses all warp in potential on me, and it takes away so much pressure from me. And it makes it so easy to defend myself. So if I focus the Prism down and I blink away, I literally attack, and then the second the projectile leaves my units, I immediately blink. And then the Prism dies. You can see it dies right there. And then I just blink away, right? Peace. Or, I mean, I didn't even blink, but I should have honestly blinked there. That was a miss micro by me. I lost a Stalker because I didn't blink. And now we're going to poke him again. We have the ability to disengage or engage whether or not we want to blink aggressively or defensively. But we know for a fact, here's the thing. I just scouted the 3rd and the 3rd recently. And what was the result of that? I then poked his natural and he pushed me away with sentries with force fields. And what did he do right after I scouted his base? He fucking attacked me, guys. Now, if we think about this logically, if my opponent's going to attack me, why are they going to attack me? Because they probably aren't expanding. Now, Blink Stalkers are an exception to this rule because Blink Stalkers are units with extremely high mobility. Another unit with exception to this is an Adept. Another unit with exception to this is a fucking Zergling. Another unit with exception to this is like Medivacs with Marines in them. There, if anything has really high mobility, it is a harass, not a all-in. All right? So this is not all-in right here. This is harass. And why is it not all-in? Because I'm doing this off of 3 gateways, not off of 8 gateways. I'm doing this off of a 3rd base that is making probes still. This is not all-in. It's just harass. So as we progressively go forward, we see where he is, and we're like, we're trying to see if we can feel it out. Maybe he overextends a little bit, and we poke him a little bit. We're trying to see if we can get anything damage-wise. And look, what do we see? We see his army right there, right? We see his army stop right there, because what is he doing now? Now he backs up, and why is he backing up? Because he's probably going to take a 3rd base. Just makes sense. So finally, when he gets back to his base, this is, again, opportunity to use Blink as an attack. So we walk into his army, and we attack the sentry, and then immediately blink away. And what happens? I shoot my shots, I blink. Right as the shots are in transit, their projectiles are fired, I blink away, I take a little bit of damage on one of my Stalkers, and a fucking sentry dies. That's a great trade. That's something for nothing right there. I traded a little bit of HP on a Stalker to kill a sentry. That's a great trade. Nothing of mine died. And I'll just regenerate shields now on that Stalker. And then we do the same thing on the other side. And I try to go over here and poke and see if I can do anything on the other side, right? Whatever we can do. Meanwhile, behind this, we're just making lots of gates and zealots and stuff. Now, what happened here? We see him again on this side, and... Or we did in a second. We're macroing right now. It's all good. And there we go. There we go. We see him right there, and what do we do right here? Let's back it up just a tiny bit, just so we can not go super fast beyond that. We attack a Stalker, and we blink away immediately. So I attack the Stalker right now with all my Stalkers, and I blink away right after, right as those projectiles go. And what happened? I lost almost all the shields on one of my Stalkers. I lost 68 shields. Nothing actually took damage there. 68 damage on one of my Stalkers is it. And it will heal that. And what happened to one of his Stalkers? It almost died. I almost killed it. Like, it didn't quite die, so we didn't quite kill it, which is, it's whatever. But it's going to be weak as fuck now forever. So again, that's a trade. That is literally a trade of something for nothing right there. I lost nothing because what did lose for me will be regenerated fully, and what he lost will never be fixed. That 60 damage is now permanent on that Stalker. And all we're doing is we're poking around with Stalkers in the phase of the game with our Stalkers with Blink. And behind this, is this our whole build? No, we're taking another base. We're making more probes to saturate another mineral line. We're taking 4 mineral lines worth of economy, and we're making lots of gateways with charge, +1 weapons, and zealots are being made behind this because we're going for mass charge lot Stalker. And now we're going to do it again. We come over here and we're like, let's poke him again. And we want to poke him a little bit. We try to poke him and we try to blink away. We kill one Stalker as it's warping in. We killed it. We blinked away. But now blink ends because why? He blinks on me, and it's like, okay, well, now every time we're going to blink, it's no longer something for nothing. Now it's something for something because every time I blink, he blinks, and we do damage to each other. And I don't want to lose this army Because again, this is not an all-in right now. This is just harassment. This is setting up him to be defensive, and any damage I can shave off of him is super fucking nice for us. But I'm actually going for more bases and more gateways, and I'm setting up to have a power push soon when charge is done. So this is not... It's stupid to take a fight right now. So as soon as he has good mobility, just like we do, we just get the hell out of dodge. We're like, let's leave right now. Fucking get out of there. Anytime he blinks at us, we blink away, and then if he has got like an overextended stalker, we try to kill it as well. But we get really defensive now. Super defensive. And now charge is done. And now +1 is almost done. It's very close to finishing. It's got Chrono Boost on it, and it's almost done. It's 17 seconds away. So it's going to finish in the next like 13 seconds or so. 12 seconds. And we have all these gateways producing units now. So when he shows up at our base, and we're starting to kill the rocks, that's funny because we killed the rocks and he killed the rocks at the exact same time right there. I'm super confident right now, and here's why I'm confident. I know for a fact he doesn't have that base. He doesn't have that base. Why do I know that? I literally just checked both of them about 30 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago. That's not enough time to pass for a base to exist. And what does our fourth base look like that he doesn't have? It's fully saturated. I know for a fact I have more economy than him, and he's also hitting me in my power spike, which is I'm going to max out super fast because I have tons of gateways pumping tons of units right now. So I am more than happy to take this engagement. And then he fucks the prism up again, and I kill the prism right away. So now I can't even... Now, not only can he not reinforce his army, and I can, but he also has mass stalkers versus mass stalkers and charge lots. And the problem of this is stalker is terrible against zealot. If you have 10 stalkers versus 10 zealots... Now, okay, stalkers are good against zealots without charge. But when you have charge, remember what I said? Suddenly, 2 phases of the game when zealots are scary, charge is done, guys. Zealots are scary again. So his army is... It's not even like it's just fighting zealots, but even if it was just zealots, this would already be hard for red to deal with. But he's shooting zealots, which take minimum damage from his stalker. My zealots take minimum damage because they're not the correct armor type to take the more damage shot. They're light units, and stalkers do more damage to armored. So my zealots are super meat shields here. But my stalkers are shooting his stalkers, which do bonus damage, and my stalkers are not having to kill any zealots because there are no zealots here for him. So my zealots are always going to be in the front doing damage and taking damage because they have charge, and my stalkers are always going to shoot behind it. So his army is going to fucking disappear. So although right now I have like a 50 supply lead, it's going to be more than 50 when this fight's over. By a lot, probably. And then, well, obviously he leaves the game. But we make zealots at the same time as he loses his army. And now the supply difference is like 100, right? Like he just left the game and the supply difference is now like 100 supply. So, yeah, his army was... Again, that is a player who is not understanding the situation at all. Because here's the thing. You might think to yourself, well, you know, this guy just didn't scout. But remember, he opened up with 4 sentries. 4 sentries. Which were hallucinated scouting me repeatedly. So, he did know we had no gas. He never actually saw my 3rd. And he never actually saw my 4th. But... He had the means to scout what I was doing. Now, us being annoying and poking him and backing up and killing a sentry here and there and forcing force fields and running away, we definitely messed up his sentry usage to use hallucinations, which is nice for us. But, I mean, he had the ability to do it, and he just didn't do a good enough job scouting the bases. Because, again, same thing I said before, you do not want to push in the middle of the fucking map versus someone who's doing an aggressive style like what I'm doing while you're trying to go for... Immortals and like Dark Templars, more expensive units. This is not the time to push on the map. So hopefully that makes sense again. That was a bit of a breakdown right there. Another breakdown right there. And hell yeah. There we go, boys. Masters 3 Protoss. Let's get it. Oh my god. Nice. Now we're going to have MMR on our profile. We're now going to have an actual MMR range on the profile. Hell yeah. So, there's Masters 3. Thank you guys for sticking with me through Diamond. I know there was some ups and downs throughout Diamond League and every video I've made for Zerg Terran or Protoss. This video was pretty easy though. Like this video, I felt good today. with my white hoodie on. There was no tilting today, but I know I've tilted before, and again, it's just because B2GM is taking forever, and I'm putting so much effort into it, and I feel like people sometimes poo on it when they troll me so much. But much love. I hope you understand. I appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoy it so far. Good luck to you in your own games, and I will see you guys in Masters 3. And again, just to throw it out there and tell you guys how Masters 3 is going to work, just to preface it, I'm going to actually try to grab pro gamer replays and then emulate those playstyles throughout Masters League. So I'm no longer going to do my own builds to show you how to play in Masters. Instead, we're going to be copying builds from players like Parting or Stats or fucking whoever, right? Top level Protosses. I don't really care who's name, insert whatever name you want. And yeah, if you guys want to, I mean, people from, well, yeah, I'm not going to tell you because if this is a YouTube video, you've missed the chance already to do this. I was going to say you can submit replays, but I'm sure I have probably already grabbed replays by now by the time you watched it. So people on Twitch, you can see it in my Discord. People on YouTube, thanks for watching the video. But yeah, guys, I'll see you in the next one in Masters 3. Till then, take it easy. Much love. And good luck.